えるよね side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through soul's the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart.
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He might have said it.
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Whoa, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sowed. The spirit knows. May it guide me for I again will wander
the LEC 2025 Summer Finals weekend. It is day 2. We're live from the Calle Mágica in Madrid, Spain, where we see there's all kinds of cool stuff going on around the arena. If you're a little bit early, you can have a little dance. You can look at all the amazing cosplayers. You can probably get some free stuff as well, and maybe you'll get to be able to take a photo with one of us. Who knows? Especially with Finn, or with Odoamne, or with Noah. My name is Shax, and welcome to the desk. Noah, your first time. No, welcome back on our desk, I think, right?
No,
oh, I was on yours.
You were on mine.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. But this is the first time.
That's a little switching lanes.
It is.
Switching lanes?
Yeah, so who's better, the LVP crew or the LEC crew?
I mean, your guys are chiller than mine, definitely.
Yeah, okay,
easier
nice.
to control.
I see. Finn, also welcome, your first day.
Thank you. I'm so excited to join this amazing arena. I think we have so many exciting games to look forward to.
It's going to be crazy today because Noah yesterday was already a little bit loco, right? Did you expect Fnatic to play that well?
I mean, I expect them to win or to have some possibilities to win, but they played amazingly. That was certainly not expected. I expected some more tight games, maybe some more crazy games, longer games, but Fnatic was absolutely stunning yesterday. They didn't even seem Fnatic.
And even though they played amazingly well, the person who I expected the least to play well, that's not Flame, but Oscar.
Be aware what you're saying.
Oscar stepped up because I was looking at Upset and at the bot lane to do amazingly, but Oscar, like, my man, what did this man eat?
He was living La Vida Loco, as Medic said. He completely popped up yesterday. I don't think anyone expected him to just dumpster Kana like that. I think he was really just taking over the games.
Not in the least Kana, probably. And we had, of course, the Spanish brethren in the top lane. But Noah, I know you've known Oscar for such a long time. It must have been magical to see that transpire on stage.
I've been gassing that guy since he was 15 years old, and it's not even a joke. Look at that.
So
he was
cute.
just so young. Like, there's a bit of irony of him playing in G2 Arctic and now in Fnatic, but okay, we take that one. And that was the kind of performance that we all knew in Spain he could pull off. I'm just so happy that he managed to do that in probably the most important series on this career so far.
And what was the most impressive thing is that we doubted him for so much this whole year, and to make it happen in front of such a huge crowd, as Vedi said yesterday, is the vibes. And look at this beautiful man. That's exactly how he looks IRL.
That's what
happens when you go to Madrid, Spain. You end up looking like that.
It's crazy, but it's really insane because we talk so much about the crowd buff and about especially playing in your home country and how inquantifiable it is. Well, it was quantifiable yesterday. I saw exactly the effect that the crowd had on Oscar Rinnan, especially because it was up and down, right, in the season. That's why we didn't expect it.
Yeah, and I think the beauty of it is that when you go to your local arena, you really want to present your best self. That inner motivation to just show yourself at your peak. Yeah. The way you're pushing yourself is just what the result of what we're seeing now. I feel like both Oscar and Razork, someone that got a little bit under-highlighted yesterday in my opinion, had an amazing series. Razork was just on fleek, adapting to the game states all the time and just really just propelling the game forward in such a great pace.
He is amazing, and I'm glad you talked about the jungler because let's get into Movistar Koi a little bit. And where to start better than with Elyoya, Noah? What a career he's had, and what a kind of arc in terms of his personal achievements.
I mean, I've also been gassing Elyoya since he was in the Tier 3 in Spain as well, but his passing through Super League was just so brief. He came just for 2 splits and he went up to the LEC just so fast. But what is so sad is that we couldn't... Oh my god! Oh my god, that's so sweet, that's so sweet. The fact is that we could never in Spain have him playing finals in front of the crowd, and that's so sad. This is so exciting to have him here playing in front of the Spanish crowd, a best of 5 series. We had him on the road trip, of course, but it was just a best of 3. This is him playing for finals.
Yeah, it's true. Like coming up in the pandemic, it was completely different. But Noah, I mean, we're sure that he can perform on a big stage, right?
I mean, definitely. He's the kind of player that plays better in front of a big crowd. I mean, that's the kind of player he is. He gets more excited, he gets more on point, he's better, he enjoys the crowd cheering for him, and you can tell.
Odoamne, tell me a little bit about his career trajectory and how impressive it actually is to do what he did.
Well, it did start with me. I was on the receiving end of my first ever reverse sweep loss, and it started with him. And what was more impressive is that he came as a rookie and took the league by storm, because it's really difficult to make such a long run because it's easy to come into the league, win your first split, not have that longevity. But he's been going for such a long time, and his accolades keep ramping up more and more and more.
What I find the most impressive about Elyoya is that usually when you see rookies come in, you see them kind of be a little bit scared. They talk to their teammates, look for approval of plays they want to make. Elyoya always struck me as the guy that came in, knew exactly how he wanted to play, and told his team, this is how I want to play. I want you guys to support me. Look at all these accolades from 2021, constant Worlds appearances, now again in 2025, looking for that trophy once again.
And it's the sign of greatness because it's really easy to win one time. It could be luck, you know, maybe for me it was luck, but to make it so many times, that's legacy right there.
It is, and I think we know what an icon he is in Europe, but I feel like for someone of his stature, right, what he really wants is to lift the trophy here. What he really wants, Noah, is to go to Worlds and just show what they are all capable of. And I feel like those are still things that have eluded his grasp.
I mean, definitely it's going to be something different for him to play in here, the opportunity to lift the trophy in here. But there are so many different players who want to do that. So Spanish players, I think this is the very first event with so many Spanish players competing in playoffs for finals. That makes them so special for us Spanish fans who have been looking and following for those players' careers so long. For Elyoya though, I mean, he's going to be unbelievable today. Razor hyped the matchup yesterday a little bit in the interview, so I'm looking forward to see how it goes today.
Yeah, let's see. Indeed, I love that mention. Of course, it's because of the ecosystem here in Spain and the work that you and so many do that this is what we're seeing, that crop of Spanish players. So let's talk about the jungle matchup a little bit. What's your gut telling you, Finn?
What's my gut telling me? I just see two junglers that work in great... Oh my god, look at those pictures, by the way. I think they're representing some kind of team in the East, maybe one of the most accomplished teams ever. Yeah. But yeah, think about the jungle matchup. I see two junglers that just do their best work to really facilitate their teammates. These are two junglers that just push their laners forward and try to make them be their best version of themselves.
And if you think about it, all the way before, Razor started his career before Elyoya, he was hailed as the best Spanish jungler, and you know, one of the big prodigies of the LEC. And then Elyoya comes and achieves everything that Razor was setting himself up. And now there's been different career trajectories. Razor has been maybe questionable this year, but at the same time, it all leads to this. With the performance from yesterday, I'm extremely excited for today's jungle matchup.
Yeah, me too. It's for both of them, really. This mountain, I'm sorry to constantly make the reference, but that is it. To climb that in terms of getting to that final tomorrow, lifting that biggest trophy on this stage, it's almost poetic. And I think the crowd yesterday, Noah, they were extremely loud for Fnatic, and they only have 2 Spanish players. Well, today there's 4.
Yeah, that's what I told Razor yesterday. Like, the crowd was cheering for you yesterday, but maybe tomorrow it's not going to be the same. Like, Movistar Core fans are really loud, and they are cheering for their guys. They want another trophy, not just for Elyoya, but also for the rest of the team.
And speaking of Elyoya, I know that Laura was able to chat with him and is now standing by with the jungler in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Elyoya, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today. Dia Grande, if I can say it. But what is the mood today? Are you stressed? Are you excited? Do you feel the tension already, even if the stands are empty right now?
For sure, I mean, the stress and the tension is always there, and even more when you're playing in front of a crowd. So for sure, but I would say the biggest is we are all really enthusiastic about today. We are all really motivated. Like, we really get really few chances of playing in front of a big stage, and even less playing in front of our home crowd. So today is just like a dream, more or less.
How do you actually make sure, with the experience you have, that you don't get carried away with the excitement, the nerves on stage, the crowd being too loud maybe, and especially for the younger players you have with you?
I mean, we all have our abilities to refocus in game or to remember what's important for today, but I think we all grow in front of the crowd, so yeah, I'm not too scared for that. I know my team is going to perform pretty well in front of the crowd, so yeah.
Any thoughts on Fnatic? They performed super well yesterday, especially the 2 Spanish players on the top side of the map. What did you think of them and what they did?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that they overperformed yesterday. I think they showed really great performances, so I know today is for sure going to be a banger of a series, which is what I care for. And I also know we are going to come out on top, so that's important.
Something that was surprising with Fnatic is the fact that usually they're a team that tends to play for bot side, but I feel like a lot of attention was on Oscar yesterday. Is that something you expected? Is that something that you've been working around?
I didn't really expect it. I think it came something as of because Oscar was performing really well yesterday, so they adapted in the middle of the series to playing for that. I do believe today won't happen the same. I think today they will try to just salvage every lane because I trust my team in this.
Something that we said yesterday with Fnatic players is that they had the crowd yesterday. I do not believe that it's going to be the same story for them today. Do you agree, Oya?
I mean, I know they are not going to have the crowd today. I mean, I know that, yeah, today the crowd is in our side, so for sure they will feel the pressure.
Any words you want to share to your fans and to the arena ahead of the series?
Yeah,
in English or in Español?
Just make this stage yours, haced vuestro estadio vuestro, gritad todo lo que podáis y queremos escucharos, así que gracias por el apoyo.
Oya, gracias por la entrevista. Thank you so much. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Amazing. I just caught that he said, like, yeah, they overperformed yesterday for Resort and for Oscar. Jack, as we welcome you to the desk, that was a cheeky little...
Yeah, little jab there. Yeah. I mean, I can agree, though. I mean, it was very out of the blue. Oscar just took over, and it was like...
Nobody expected that, honestly.
Okay, but at the same time, you have to cut that momentum from them because you're kind of coping saying that it's overperformance because you're having a weekend, you know, 3 days of games, and it feels like every time you walk up to these events and you play well on the first day, it usually extends throughout the whole weekend.
You speaking from experience?
Oh yeah, I mean in Malmo last time when we did it, because you also came from losers bracket,
Yeah?
I strongly believe that if we didn't play on the first day of the weekend, we would have easily lost 3-0 in the
A
finals.
very important insight. Now, in terms of spicing things up a little, Finn and Jack will also be on the grand finals tomorrow. So how about a little bet? Okay, so basically you can choose who you think is going to win today, and the loser has to dance the Macarena on the mountain.
A bet.
Yes.
That's an easy bet to make. I think the win of this game is going to be the team that wants it more. And I think there's no doubt in my mind that MKOI wants it so much. I think individual prowess, sure. Team progress, sure. But the team that wants it more will win today. And I think it's going to be an easy MKOI win.
Bro, if we're talking hungry, the previous champions, they're already sated. Fnatic have gone winless for so long now, losing to G2 repeatedly. But tell you what, Shucks, I'm conflicted because I believed in Fnatic and they've disappointed me time and time again. But it feels like it's when I don't believe, that's when they bring it home. So Fnatic is going to win because I think MKOI is going to win. So Fnatic is taking it.
Okay, I can follow you, I guess. We'll see who dances the Macarena tomorrow in the pre-show. But let's talk a little bit more about Movistar KOI because obviously we saw Fnatic yesterday. We have a lot of tape. Movistar KOI have been lying in wait. Now, the last time we were in Madrid for the road trip, they were amazing. They made it their own, Odoamne, so they're very used to playing in front of this crowd.
Yeah, definitely, because having this previous experience and witnessing firsthand how much of an impact the Spanish crowd can have on them, because even walking into that into Madrid last time, they weren't really on the hottest of terms when it came to their performance because they were fresh from MSI, but now I really feel like this is the time. They got the prelude of what's going to be happening, and they're going to deliver today.
If we're talking potential, look, I mean, both of these teams are going to be playing at their peaks.
That's the dangerous word. It's been banned for a while.
Both of these teams are going to be playing at their peaks. They're in front of the crowd. They're all hyped up. They're all locked in. And if there's one team that has potential, it's Fnatic.
He's doing it again, guys. I mean, they're literally on the peak of a mountain. But we talked about the Kings of Madrid. I remember the last time these two teams played in a best of 5 in our upper playoffs.
Best of 3? Oh,
best
yeah.
of 5.
Yeah.
They went to 5 games, but
True.
MKOI was advantageous. And I remember some really strong performances from Mirwin, from Elyoya, kind of shutting down Oscar. So I'm kind of looking forward to that.
I see the vibe. I thought of the best of 3. We're going to mention that they played in Madrid.
That as well.
At the road trip, because Jack, we were there. Fnatic versus MKOI. If people don't remember, let's take a look at what happened.
Burn is up soon. Burn is up soon.
5 seconds, Alvaro. 5 seconds, Alvaro.
Where's Vi? Where is he?
Analysis be damned. Do you think any of that is gonna matter? We saw how hectic the voice comms get. That's especially what we're gonna get in this arena. We saw it yesterday from Fnatic as well. They were so excited, but man, it's gonna be a bloodbath.
That's crazy, and that's why I said it in Madrid, and I'll say it again. You only get this in arenas, which is why we should be in arenas more often, Finn. You can just feel it.
Yeah, and when you are in the arena, whenever you make a play, the crowd goes crazy, and then you're like, I want more. I want to go further. I want to keep fighting. And sometimes you go a little bit too deep, and then suddenly the crowd is cheering for the other team. And I think that's what we're going to get today. I think we're going to get bloody games. That is going to be constantly volatile action. And I think maybe the victory key today is to actually temper yourself a little bit, because you can't get too excited.
But to hop onto that arena excitement, I really feel like our teams do perform better.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about going a little bit too deep, doing a little bit too much, a lot of the times in LEC, our games can be a bit sloppy. You know, people get caught out, and that can be the reason a team loses. And it more feels like a team loses rather than wins. That didn't feel like the case yesterday. It was Fnatic making great play after play. And KC, while they were outmatched on the map, it wasn't like people were just getting caught out left and right. They were just outmatched.
And for me, in front of this arena, that's what matters the most, because I feel like previous performance doesn't really matter. Every time we saw, you know, all the all-time greats from the EU back in the studio, or, you know, online in front of small crowds, it doesn't matter. Every time they walk up to this arena, this is the real level of our teams. This is how exactly we want to see them perform, so when they go later on to Worlds.
Absolutely, and we saw Mirwin there being so excited. He was screaming so hard, and I know it was the same for Oscar yesterday. And I want to talk about this top lane matchup because, Jack, this is what happened when they met.
I mean, it's been getting heated. Both of them have a long rivalry starting in the Spanish league, and both of them are pretty cocky players, I'd say, that like to trash talk, like to throw their weight around.
Good boy.
Mirwin calling Oscar in the good boy after solo killing him. So it's really exciting to see how the crowd will further amp their trash talk and just their excitement towards playing against each other. I can't wait.
Oh, we are definitely getting some good chat looks out of this one. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, because I wasn't really, you know, on the Oscar hype train before. I thought that Mirwin, you know, for the duration of the whole season, he was playing better than Oscar. But after yesterday's performance, maybe it's Oscar's time to have a little bit of all chat fun.
Yeah, I feel like he's a player who's, if he has a good game, a good first game, if the mood is good, if the vibes are good, it continues really into the rest of the series, right? And the question is, Mirwin is coming in a bit dry. He didn't have that yesterday, Odoamna. Is that going to make a difference?
Well, I'm always a believer that the more you play on stage, the better it is. But at the same time, you know, you got to see a little bit. They share similar champion pools. It doesn't really feel like maybe Oscar has the same, you know, luxury playing against Kana, because Kana showed us something different than what made him good. But Mirwin, I feel like he's been playing consistent for the whole time, and now getting to see what Oscar's secret weapons are, I still feel like it's going to rough up for an interesting matchup today.
Well, let me ask you, because Fnatic did shift their playstyle a fair bit yesterday with the fact that Razork was going up there a lot. It was very top-centered, even in the pick and ban. Well, usually they go towards the bot lane. Is that just something they should push through, or should they revert, or should they adapt?
I think they should adapt, because the fact that you now have multiple weapons to use makes you so much harder to draft against, to play against. Before it was simple, you know, Fnatic went bot every single game, and they did it against MKOI, and it nearly worked. But now when they have Oscar as a weapon, suddenly their potential is so much higher.
I think it's just natural. If I'm a jungler and I'm just jungling, and then I see my top laner solo kill the enemy top 2 times, I'm playing for that guy. I don't care what's happening on the map. That's my guy.
Exactly, and that's what makes Fnatic dangerous, because we saw at the beginning of the split, we had the funny crow from Upset, because he said after trying to go top lane a couple of times, rather just come bot. Let's just win the game through bot lane. But now it finally clicks. Now they finally have more weapons to take on MKOI today.
They do. I like that you mentioned the bot lane as well, because there's some extra drama here. There was a little handshake incident. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this bot lane rivalry is certainly exceeding just Summoner's Rift, as we see.
We've got the CIA cam.
Super pushes Upset.
That's assault right there.
That's crazy.
That's harsh. That's harsh. What happened? You guys?
I mean, well, from what I understand, there's been some trash talk happening in the game, and I think Upset kind of got a little bit annoyed at this trash talk, because they were trash talking and then they kind of were losing as well. So then I think he wanted to deny Super a handshake, and Super took offense of that. And I think there's just a lot of heated emotions in these games.
I think Upset was just really upset because Upset was really upset because they were trying to end the game. They started trash talking when you win the game, which is always a bad mood. You don't you trash talk before, and then they failed to end the game, and then that's when the shove happened. But yeah, there's some hate over there, Finn.
Yeah, it's spicy for sure. It also will be in the game. I think it's there's so many stories to talk about in this bot lane alone, because of course, Upset played here when he was on Schalke 04. They played Fnatic. I think there is where we really thought this guy is going to be the next Reckless. He's going to be that next guy to look at, but he's still chasing that title. So I'm looking at him through that lens, and on the other side, I'm looking through Supa, who he manifested this, right? Quite literally, Jack. And I think we all didn't really believe maybe that he would get to the level that he is now, only he knew it and he showed us.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I mean, Supa came into the league with a very cocky attitude, right? The famous I'm better than Deft, and just he had always the demeanor that he was a great player, but I think it took him a while to develop and grow to become the player he is today, where especially I think in arena games like this and the more clutch moments, he can really be the one to show up and make the difference.
And I love the treating on that, because I feel like Supa is the most clutch AD carry we have in our league right now. I feel like last playoff round, also when the games get this exciting, he just steps up to the plate in a way that I don't see other people do. I feel like he thrives off the energy and just hones in on that and makes it his own.
Speaking of energy, it's right behind us. Look at them. MKOI with the drums, with the music, just bringing it all. Oh, absolutely fantastic. I mean, I've seen some chants here yesterday that I haven't seen in many arena matches. Like, they were having a blast the whole weekend.
And they were, and the atmosphere was absolutely electrifying. And even yesterday, I was thinking that Fnatic got, you know, some convertants and new fans for them for this weekend. But man, you can hear when MKOI gets in the house.
This is crazy. Absolutely love it. We did a little bit of a fan meet. We saw MKOI shirts, Fnatic. Actually, not that many Fnatic shirts. A lot of G2 ones for tomorrow as well, but I know they're going to be loud.
Yeah, well, it's easy, you know, when you know that MKOI is playing on the second day, you just book your ticket in advance, you just show up. It's a bit harder. Maybe Fnatic weren't really on the hype train. They weren't really ready to take the risk to show up, but MKOI fans definitely are.
Let's talk about something else that may be really, really hype. Alvaro. Listen, I think Alvaro is absolutely fantastic. The question I want to ask the panel, is he the best support in the league right now?
I mean, I think he is, and I think today is the day where he can show it. He's going up against MKOI, the most renowned European support we have ever had. And I think this is the series, this is the moment you have to seize, and this is where you can show that it's the new time now as the drums come in. He is better than MKOI, and he's gonna show it on this stage.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing, because when Alvaro came up to the league, it felt like he had, you know, he needed to become MKOI, because he was the one to aspire to. But right now I feel like he is completing the support role, because what he's doing, he's finding these clutch plays, even when ahead, even when behind. His champion pool has a lot of diversity, and he knows how to play the map extremely well.
Stop analyzing, just vibe with them, man. Crazy.
I want to give an opposing take. Alvaro is great, but Mickey now not needing to carry every single game, because Oscar is also a great weapon, allows him to play those range supports. I think we're going to see a much better Mickey and much more reliable Mickey than we've seen before.
Can I counter? Is this what we saw from Oscar yesterday? Is this what we have to expect now? Because I saw something that I haven't seen from him in a long time. So are we so sure that that's just going to be as stable as it was?
I just think Oscar right now is a massive enigma. We don't know what form he will be in, but he will come in and play his game.
I felt this on my own skin. Every time someone doubted Oscar, it was right before my game at one time. He came in with a broken hand, got a pentakill against me, carried his team to playoffs and further into Worlds that year. So he has the pedigree at this point, you know. It's just that maybe the issues with consistency, but right now when it comes up to amping up the pressure, he amps up as well.
I can't stop smiling. I can't believe we're gonna get this for possibly 5 games between 2 teams that are so evenly matched, it seems, because of how Fnatic played yesterday. But are they? Let's look at the mega predictions. And I already had a little bit of a teaser from Finn and Jack, but you can motivate your choice, Finn.
Yeah, so I don't think this day is going to be 3-0 from either team. I think we're going to see a lot of bloody games. I do have Mad Lions taking 3-1, because I know there's going to be one game at least where things go a little bit wrong for the Mad Lions, but just...
Movistar Koi!
Movistar Koi, I'm so sorry! I don't know, I'm just getting fuzzed up at his admins here because it's so crazy right now. And I feel like out of this energy, MKOI will translate this into a better victory.
I'm a huge believer in the fact that the more you play in the arena and in the weekend, the better you become. I did vote 3-1 for MKOI, but that's just because yesterday on PGL, I made a vow to upset that after 8 years, it's time for him to make it to finals and win a trophy as well. So, because I cursed them in the first day, I reverse cursed them as well. But at the same time, if MKOI ends up winning, I won't be upset because today is crazy.
Don't speak to me of curses. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Jack, you're there with your
the Fnatic fans are outnumbered. Nobody expects them to win, but that's right where we want them. They need to be doubted. They need to have low expectations on their shoulders because that's when they'll perform. And in front of this arena, Oscarinen already showed he could do it yesterday. Same with Razork. They're going to do it again.
I love it so much. A couple of final notes before we join Lore, who is actually going to stand by with the top laner so they can trash talk in real time. But just when we set the stage, Fnatic, they have not won a title in more than 8 years. They really want it. They need to get to that final. The weight of getting to Worlds is off their shoulders, but now wait to Behemoth, our current champions, our spring champions on their home court with Elyoya, who has, even though he's proven so much, he wants to go a little further.
Yeah, I mean, I just think about the quote from Offset, from Razork, that they feel the need to end their legacy with a victory. I know how much it means to both Offset and Razork, and probably all of Fnatic to go all the way. So the weight is on their shoulders, but this is their moment.
And at the same time for Elyoya, man, when the drums are here, you need to reward them, don't you? I really feel like this is the time for him to make it to finals.
Is this sometimes a case where you can't really hear that well and you really just have to rely on your instinct?
I mean, they're going to have to scream, but Mirwin has been screaming a lot, so we'll see.
Playing in front of crowds like this, I've done it plenty of times. When you sit there down, there's many times where you don't even hear your teammates. All you hear is the loud drums and the vibrations, and you play so much off of instincts and what you've been preparing backstage in scrims.
Oh, I love it. We have behemoths of the past in Fnatic who want to get back. We have the current ones in Movistar Coin. We have some personal beef, not in the least between the top laners. So Lore, take it away.
Thank you so much. We are seconds away from Fnatic versus MKOI, and of course I have Oscarinen with me. I was talking to Elyoya, and he said you guys overperformed yesterday. That it's not going to be as easy today. What do you have to say?
Well, I think it's not going to be as easy today for sure. I think KOI is a really good team, and about the overperforming part, I will show him today that he was wrong.
You also said that you're going to show Mirwin who's the daddy today. Do you want to confirm that?
What did you say?
You said you're going to show Mirwin who's the daddy today. Do you want to confirm that?
I'm going to show today who's daddy, yeah.
All right, well, let's bring the second daddy in. Maybe here, Mirwin. Thank you so much for joining me. You hear them. You hear how excited they are. Is there anything you want to say ahead of today's game?
I mean, first thing I would say is gracias Madrid. Es una locura todo lo que acabo de escuchar. Lo siguiente, voy a esperar un poco para que lo puedas escuchar bien. La última vez dijiste que iba a ser mi padre y solo vi a mi hijo y hoy va a ser lo mismo.
Oscar?
I couldn't hear pretty well, honestly. Not gonna lie. Pero bueno, espero que sea una muy buena partida. Te respeto mucho, pero hoy se va a ver quién es el mejor top lane español, así que buena suerte.
Anything that you want to add for the fans? Maybe yesterday the arena was for Fnatic. Might not be the case today.
Yeah, it's fun. Like I don't really mind. I think it's nice to be an underdog. I think we really like it in Fnatic. We are used to it. So yeah, the lower bracket buff is gonna pay off.
All right, let's see if the lower bracket runs pays off. The stage is set between our two top laners. They are ready, the fans are ready, the fans online are ready as well. Madrid has been getting ready for this matchup. They were born ready. It is MKOI versus Fnatic, and it starts right now.
Their event, it's their home turf. Only room for one king in Madrid, and MKOI are that king.
The highlight of my career has been winning previous LEC. It's with the team I consider a family, so the way we won it made it really special for me. It's a privilege to play in front of the Spanish crowd.
Stand for the cause and effect. I came for revenge, then I left.
We're still hungry, we still want to be the best version of ourselves, and we have a really good chance of winning this place. I think it's either us or G2.
La última vez fue un 2-3, fue así bastante close, pero ahora es en persona. Espero que no le puedan los nervios porque papá está aquí, o sea que mucho cuidado.
He's just dead already! Keeps on going and Oscar Munoz Jimenez, remember the name!
My first final was actually in 2018 in Madrid against Fnatic, and it was the last time Fnatic won. If I would finish this cycle in a way now, me being in Fnatic, winning it for the organization, that would really mean a lot for me.
The city's on fire, I'm the one lighting the flame, running the game. Said I was crazy before, but now everybody's insane.
My parents have watched me for a while, and they never saw me winning or lifting a trophy.
City's on fire, I'm watching it blaze.
If it happens in Madrid, it's gonna be a really good plot twist, and I'm gonna be the happiest man alive if that happens.
Stadiums everywhere filling up.
Needs to get out. The Redemption saves it! The Redemption saves it!
It's just gonna be as hard as it always is.
MKOI again.
Look at
Way! Dead to Jojo. He actually looked for a bit more on the front. In with the ult, he flashes in. Last breath of the objective.
I think Razork is a really strong player in early, but over the whole game, I think I'm just better.
We are so back. We're at work, baby. Fnatic take it. They'll go to World and they'll fight MKOI.
I want fans to remember that we had a great miracle run and that we persevered through very difficult moments. I still want it more than anything this LEC, so we're gonna win it all.
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis, Madrid? Ayer tuvimos un partido impresionante, pero lo que tenemos hoy tenemos una batalla a muerte para ver qué pasa a la gran final. Así que por favor, todos arriba, solo quedan 3 equipos. Ayer nos despedimos de Karma Incorp, que no pudo, con un Fnatic espectacular que los arrolló completamente. Se clasificaron al Mundial otra vez y hoy quieren llegar a la final. ¡Fuerte aplauso para Fnatic! Ayer se comió un coreano y se convirtió en el padre de toda Francia en la tablet. ¡Oscar N! Viene la cachorra, un madrileño en Madrid, en la jungla. ¡Razor! Es muy callado, nunca hace ruido, pero en la grieta se convierte en un asesino en la midlane. ¡Bobby! En 2018 ya jugó una final en Madrid y quiere volver a repetirlo como AD Carry. Miguelito para los amigos es el mejor en su posición de toda la historia de Europa. Como support, llegó el momento, es el turno de los vigentes campeones de Europa. Hoy juegan en casa. Madrid, ruido para recibir a Movistar. ¡Gol! capitán de España en la jungla, el Yoya. Fue el último en llegar, pero ya se ha ganado el corazón de todos nosotros en la mid lane. Yo, Pio. Le apodan el humilde, pero yo creo que le pega más el callabocas como ave carry. ¡Sopa! Todo el mundo le adora, es el mejor en lo suyo, como support, Álvaro. Hoy vamos a vivir historia del League of Legends europeo. Todo el mundo está mirando. Tenemos la mejor afición del planeta. Así que por favor, os pido que dejemos en el recuerdo de todo el mundo este día. ¡Madrid! ¡Quiero ruido para los jugadores! Ya sé la respuesta, pero os lo pregunto otra vez más. ¡Madrid! ¿Estáis preparados?
Well, hot freaking damn if that wasn't one of the most hype intros I have been accustomed to. Madrid, it's different. As Dagda, myself, and the mighty Vedius join you for this TriCast of our lower bracket that leads directly to our grand finals.
And it's our previous Kings of Madrid going up against the Miracle of Madrid after yesterday's performance from Fnatic. An absolute stormer from the Spanish top laner saw Fnatic find themselves now facing off against Movistar KOI to find that place in tomorrow's final.
We already saw these two teams meet earlier in the playoffs, and it was a nail-biter. We went the full 5 games with KOI coming out on top. Fnatic, after the momentum of yesterday, you have to wonder if they can ride that magic into today. KOI is fresh onto the stage, whereas for Fnatic, this now feels like home turf.
We've seen so many runs in the lower bracket lead through and lead to a grand final. Fnatic versus G2 would be classic, but MKOI would be deserved. After the spring championship, after their trip towards MSI, and following pursuit to get to this position again. We're about to go into pick and ban to open up your game number 1. Dagda, I love the word of miracle for Fnatic. I love the monsters that are Movistar KOI at the moment as well. There are so many good lanes to talk about, and I'm sure once we get our pick ban, we'll be able to accelerate that story for you a little bit. But that first round 1 matchup, it was so damn good, and I hope to live it again as we're finally here, MKOI on blue.
Fnatic sticking to very similar bans that we saw yesterday. It was Azir, Yunar, and Poppy that they kind of held on to for the majority of that series. And it looked like they're going to stick to that one once more.
Notice the approach from KOI at targeting Poby specifically. They really want to narrow that mid lane pool and really set up Jojo for success. With Talia being available, I wonder what the priority will be. Do they want to cement themselves a strong mid lane pick? It looks like that's going to be the direction.
And I think it makes a lot of sense for MKOI as well. Jojo Pyum, we saw in an interview with Hotspawn earlier this week talking about how he feels like his side laning is now the biggest strength of his play, and he wants to try and show that now on the Talia. We'll have to see if he's going to have that capacity to take over in that side lane, and if Elyoy can go for something like that Pantheon to try and support this as this very strong mid jungle.
I feel like, you know, the mid jungle pairing, as usual with Talia, is the most important part. There's a bit of a negation here as Fnatic look for the Galio, slam it in. So you expect that to be running into Talia here as an option to maybe pile on with a dive that thinks, yes, now to be locked in.
Yeah, this is exactly what we saw yesterday from Fnatic. We've seen it from them previously. They round this out with that Kai'Sa on the third rotation, and they're just going all in on the dive. Now, does Super try and react with something like that Xayah, take that early to try and keep themselves safe? Something like the Ezreal as well, which Super has played excellently on.
Yeah, I mean, having that defensive option, especially when you're very much expecting that Kai'Sa to come through from upset. KOI, when you've got yourselves the Talia, Pantheon is a very common champion to pair alongside it. We didn't see it yesterday, but look at the dive threat coming out from KOI. Yesterday, KC's approach was to play defense. Xin Zhao, Braum, try and mitigate the engage on the back line. KOI is saying, no, we're going to meet you on the front lines, threatening a dive of our own.
It's also a call out on this third pick. Do you take the Kai'Sa? Great, take it. We've now nailed this Ambessa pick for ourselves, and we can ban away things like the Renekton, some of these bad matchups for the Ambessa on the top side, and essentially get to sneak that Ambessa in on blue side where she can struggle.
And while the Ambessa talk there is really important, I love that you mentioned the Renekton, Dagda. I just see Fnatic straight away, though, do what they did yesterday in game one. They locked this full dive. It's not half committal. It is all in, and it feels like Fnatic comfort is the priority to entering a series based on the data we've now had.
But it is showing the decision-making here on both sides. Fnatic have said, we want 80 carry comfort, MKOI want top lane comfort, because you can see now Fnatic, they're targeting Supa, getting rid of those things like the Xayah that would do well in towards this dive composition, whereas MKOI, I thought they'd have a bit more focus on the top line, but more focus on the support.
Yeah, yesterday we actually saw similar bans from KC with the Nico and the Rakan, and I do think that with the Poppy ban coming through from Fnatic, Rakan will be the priority pick for them. The question is, will KOI look to remove it and force Mickey onto the Alistar like we saw from him yesterday?
So if it gets taken away, that conversation about Super losing out is one more. Let's finally see. Does Alistar get taken away? Do we get rid of partial dive? I mean, Nautilus as well as a side note. We haven't seen any of those Renekton bans that we were talking about. Rakan the priority instead, so this means Fnatic as a sacrifice for MKOI is shown.
And still manage to keep that counter pick in the support role if they really want to, and especially for a man like Mickey, he is so good with that counter pick in that support role. So options here for Fnatic. It's just a case of where they want to try and put their focus.
The right side top lane coming through from Oscar. We've seen this from both top laners throughout the playoffs. Just that tanky, sustained bruiser that can go toe-to-toe with many top laners that are currently in the meta right now. They're going to give that counter pick option to Mickey to try and help Fnatic get through the laning phase, because yesterday, that was one of the biggest concerns for Fnatic by going for this draft. You concede a lot of early lane pressure, especially when they were playing into things like the Varus. With the Tristana and the Alistar now coming through, I'm very curious as to what direction Mickey chooses to go.
I love this pickup from Supa though. Aggressive bot lane that can trade well against the Kai'Sa, but also something that you can buffer the rocket jump to get out of the Vi engage, which is so crucial, and definitely something that we haven't seen a huge amount in that bot lane, but a great pickup in the current situation.
And if this is a Gragas Oscar in it again, or if this is a Gragas top, I mean, or jungle gents.
I think it's Mickey Gragas.
Do you think it's Mickey Gragas?
His famous Gragas support, one of his all-time favorite champions to play in the support role.
Living in 2017, apparently, yeah.
Well, I mean, the iconic times, most fans will remember him for his the Mickey Perks Yasuo Gragas bot lanes that they used to draft. So this was something that is kind of an old classic for Mickey and is used as an answer into the Alistar. It is quite different from the dive that we saw from Fnatic yesterday. There was a Wukong being replaced by the Vi, and there was also that Ambessa providing that additional dive threat, which I think KOI did intelligently to take that away from them. It is a very skirmish-heavy game. So much fighting available for both drafts.
It's just going to be so difficult for MKOI, I think, to try and deny some of the engage from Fnatic, because even now, as you said, like Tristana, I think is going to work wonders in trying to keep one of these CC chains down, but with cast, with body slams, with everything else that can come through, Supa is going to need to keep himself very safe as you come into this one. If MKOI can find that early success, though, their side lane control will be absolutely paramount to the success in this game.
From what we saw yesterday, from what we saw from Fnatic starting off, a miracle run against KC. KC faltered, fell short, but Fnatic's coordination was off the charts. We've got the peak form, the final form of a roster that has been disappointing us throughout the year. Fnatic now come when it matters into World. They've locked their spot, but they want to go further. And I feel like, as having watched Fnatic fall short throughout the year, much like a lot of our rosters in the LEC, it was a sad story until now. But we are looking them in the face and saying, hey, they might have a better chance than originally first thought against Movistar KOI in Madrid. As we head into Summon's Rift, ladies and gentlemen, the Spanish top side versus the Spanish organization. It is the battle for the grand final.
The crowd is electric today. We know who the favorites are in the arena based on the turnout. We have a packed arena ready for some awesome League of Legends, and I'm excited to see. Now, of course, this is not the first time that we've seen these two teams face off. When we kind of look at the entire year between MKOI and Fnatic, we know that it is very much MKOI favored. MKOI have the advantage in the head-to-head series. They also have a slight advantage in the head-to-head game record. But overall, it's been a pretty competitive year between KOI and Fnatic. And this is also true the last time that they met. In their last best of 5, it was an incredibly tense back and forth. But it was KOI that ended up coming out ahead. But notice that they were long game times, averaging 35 minutes throughout the series. It was KOI that was generally getting early game leads. But they didn't really find themselves at a major deficit that much throughout the series. It was overall a very close series between the two teams.
And I think now when you're looking at the step up that Fnatic had yesterday, it certainly raises a lot of question marks as to where they can go. Even now, Supa burning that barrier in the initial trade as Mickey just gets a bit of a belly bop. So I think this is where we'll have to see what is the standard that Fnatic are bringing to the table. Because not only were we seeing Oscar step up fantastically, it was also the manner in which Fnatic were able to dictate how side lanes were controlled, how they interacted with Poby, and how they were able to remove their opposition from their own jungle. So MKOI, they want to go for this split push, they want to go for this 1-3-1, but they need to try and control Fnatic within that regard to make that work.
I think if we're talking about control, the hardest element's going to be this guy in the jungle. Quick side note, Yike and Razork, they're not the same. A lot of people criticize EU Vi, but this guy's Vi has been one of, if not the best in the region.
Absolutely. It's one of his all-time most successful champions. It's a champion that he always manages to find impact on, and we really saw that yesterday as Elyoya is looking to draw first blood.
Time gets move speed, but flashing into a stun in from upset, launching in his super, and a barrier will come, but it'll do nothing. First blood to Elyoya in game 1.
Really nice early aggression from Elyoya, trying to put pressure down on towards the bot side of the map. We know that Fnatic is typically a bot-focused team. Elyoya clears his bot side jungle, makes a nice gank happen. First blood for MKOI.
I also think he just avoided the ward. I didn't quite get to see his pathing, but Mickey, a little bit of trouble here.
It's all right. He's going to walk it out at the very least. Alvaro got chunked out, but he healed up to 3. The minion wave getting pushed in, and that can't be denied. Upset there to receive. -2, but the rest of the wave.
And also Jojo Pyun positioning well here, just keeping himself out of harm's way from Poby. You can see that Razork was looking for some sort of answer in that regard, but not able to find it in the mid. Now starting to move up towards that top Scuttle Crab. I think he just looked to reset after this.
Razork can't do too much. Junglers will face each other in the eye pretty much, and for top Scuttle as they retreat and back off at the time being. It is a small lead over to MKOI, and it is that bot lane dagger that you were interested in, I know, and that also started with that summoner disadvantage of Super you burning barrier. They now are massively ahead. Upset on a Kai'Sa early with no summoners. Scream's dead. And another gank for me as EMEA went great traders while we're looking at top lane, and Oscar doesn't really have the healing capabilities this early, as he tries to get that Fury bar up. We'll have it now.
We kind of look at the state of the game right now, and given the wave state, Upset was still able to catch a lot of that wave on the bot side, so even though he fell short, he still finds himself with a small gold advantage in the AD carry matchup. Vi is now hovering towards the bot side of the map with Elyoya looking for a repeat gank.
I mean, this repeat gank is going to hurt. As I said, Upset has absolutely nothing to jump in, and a satchel charge. Upset about to die again. Super gets the kill this time. Mickey's up for a kill as well, and they give the second one to the Legend AD carry, and MKOI are blitzing the bot lane.
MKOI are smashing the bot lane of Fnatic. It has been a focal point for Fnatic all split long, and MKOI are looking to make sure it has no hope of getting the lead in this game.
Top is getting a little bit close as well, and it's in Miawen's favor most of the time with the trades, but they are even, and Oscar heals it up a little bit, Praise Seeker in, but man, the bot lane from MKOI, when it's so important, and when we're talking about how important that 2v2 is in the series, it really feels like they know where their bread is buttered.
It's just because Supa has been just exceptional this year at how well he can transition these leads into taking over in team fights and being such the backbone of MKOI so often when it comes to these late game team fights. And Fnatic now, sure they will get the Dragon, which is a nice little bit for themselves. But that deficit, those 2 kills towards an early Tristana are game-changing.
I mean, to me, Elyoya really is the mastermind behind all of this. Those early gang spot just working flawlessly. Typically, we see Fnatic heavily investing into that bot side of the map, but the fact that Elyoya primed and ready here in game 1 to shut down that key win condition that we know Fnatic for. Now they've swapped Super up towards the top side of the map. Grub spawning in about 2 minutes' time. MKOI with a firm grasp here over the early game in game 1.
But that wave on the top side is in a terrible position. It's pushing in towards Supa. He is on Tristana, which makes the freezing a little bit more difficult. But Upset will still have to try and move up to get in position to take that wave control back. And you've got Elyoya now on that top side once more. So I'm curious how much attention is going to go into shutting Upset down.
Keeping my eyes on Elyoya once again. He's now on the top side of the jungle. Razork in a similar position, but Razork, while the ganks have been happening, has been prioritizing farm. Now he has ticked over to level 6. A strong ultimate has just become available, meaning that Fnatic can look to make plays, and here's Razork shadowing Mickey.
Okay, it's just Mickey going in, but Razork, Jens, I don't know if he was seeing he's level 6. Super can get buffed out here. There is no buster shot to send him away. Alvaro and Super, though, are super sus on this, and the body slam still connects, but it's onto the cow. Alvaro at half HP, instant flash away, and Razork doesn't pull the trigger of the ult.
The fact that the Q was down from Vi meant that there wasn't really any follow-up there, so Alvaro able to just get the pulverizing escape with the ult underneath the tower.
There was a turret shot as well, but Oscar's completely fine. He just burrows out, and Mirwin, as he clears that away, is now an ult down.
TP being used from Alvaro to get back to top lane. The contest over the Scuttle Crab that Elyoya and Jojo feel a lot more confident in. Mickey in a bit of an awkward spot here. Super takes a massive chunk of damage down onto him. The grub spawning in about 20 seconds, and we have to turn our attentions once again to the presence of the junglers. Elyoya controls the river. Super has the push in top lane. There's a bit of a fight over that midway, but it looks like Koi is going to be first on the objective.
Yeah, I think this would be a terrible idea for Fnatic to try and contest.
Yeah.
You just don't really have the damage, and you're just happy to try and get any sort of farm on towards Upset at this stage, because you can see like a 500 gold lead in the jungle, a 600 gold lead on that bottom side. That's not even to mention the coal that has been picked up by Supa. So even with this advantage, Supa is only going to snowball even harder. I think at this stage, try and make your cross-map play, and it looks like that's where Razork is already going to lend his attention.
But I mean, if he goes towards bot, he's not going to find anything off Mirwin, that's for sure. And Mbessa can be safe, and Oscar Rinning can't really do that much damage, so 3 grubs, and for a Tristana, guys. When you think about Mbessa and a side lane maybe later on with a couple of items, not a bad shout that MKOI are just running the early game right now on the Rift.
Absolutely, and I feel like Koi is a team that yesterday we were talking on the desk about how we look at the bloodiness of teams, how many kills they're getting within the early game, and it's Koi that leads the pack. They're a team that is ready to scrap, they're happy to skirmish, they love to try and make stuff happen on the Rift, and so when they have a lead like this, they know how to press the advantage. The biggest criticism I've always had of Koi is when they enter the mid-game, they blunder. They make silly mistakes. We've heard it from them on the Euphoria podcast as well. Both Jojo and Alvaro were talking to us about how they sometimes just make these really silly mistakes. It's like their brains just turn off, and we saw it in their series versus G2. They had full control over that game. They had the Galio in the top lane, overextending. Things quickly fall apart.
We can backtrack to round 1 where the same happened with Fnatic, and even though Fnatic had some blunders in that series, it feels like both teams were kind of playing catch and ball. And so for MKOI, it's something that they share with Fnatic at the very least.
And that's the thing. Coming into today, the question mark is, can MKOI clean up those silly mistakes? Because we have seen and we know the potential of this roster, and this is where I really do think the home field advantage will give them that edge of focus. They already find themselves with a 1.4k gold lead. Dragon is spawning in about a minute's time. That pressure is moving towards the bot side as Fnatic threatening a dive.
On the Mirwin, the wave is up for grabs. He wants to clear it all, but Poby coming in to help the dive. The miss of the oldie from Mirwin and hit into a wall. Poby takes the kill, and Mickey helps the dive with the tank.
And that's a little silly mistake from Mirwin there. He could have ended up backing away, not gone down. Now, because you actually get the cross map, you will end up trading at least on the plates when it comes to it. But I think Mirwin should not have been left alone there.
Big shot comes out. Oscar Renan, he's fine. He's the tank. He'll absorb the pressure of Jojo right now, but Obviously, Jojo didn't opt to ulti up to that top lane. The play was just too quick from Fnatic.
But I think it was the right call from MKOI to put those resources bot. You have a Tristana that is further ahead thanks to this BF sword, and she will tear through towers. So that's where your advantage is in getting those plates and getting yourself further ahead. It's just that Mirwin needed to back away and not just stick around by himself.
I like the lane assignments that Fnatic have set up, but Oscar's really starting to suffer in this matchup against Jojo. We know Jojo to be a hyper-aggressive mid laner. He loves to trade, and now Oscar Renan is experiencing that firsthand. 113 CS already. Flawless CS coming through from Jojo. Dragon now on the field, and with that control that Jojo has, and with Elyoya in the river already, MKOI looking to get themselves another objective.
It's the Sundered Sky and the Yuntals complete as well for MKOI. I really don't think Fnatic can take the fight, so they're going to try and find a pick instead, but great ward there will spot out Fnatic as they try to get into the bush, so it's wasted time from Razork not realizing he's been spotted.
It's a good entry into this game for the Dragon, especially, or rather second Dragon, as Calman starts ringing the bell in the crowd. It's unfortunate that you dress up for 5 hours as a potential, and Alvaro has one chance to pick the right skin that complements the man that's been here for 2 days straight, and he picks the high noon Alistar. What is the problem? Oh, flash Razork, instant dive, and a bomber in. Now the Super's up there, he buffers. A body slam now used, and a buster shot as well. Upset gets in range, flash away from Super. Upset running in to get the kill, helped out by Razork, but it's a trade. Fnatic used everything to kill this Tristana, and now as Mickey runs away, he's trampled, he's stunned. Great body slam, gets him out of dodge. 80 carries both in the dirt after the play.
Great response from Elyoya as Poby goes underneath the tower. Maybe he stepped too far. He's forced to flash away.
Jojo matches though, sends the rock out. Man is getting low seismic, shoving Poby's down. Jojo's back.
That was huge from Jojo. On the play in the bot lane, Jojo went to match Poby on the roam. Gave so much of his health bar to deny the Galio getting down to that bottom lane. And he then punishes Poby for the overextension afterwards.
This game is getting out of control as KOI find fight after fight. Elyoya is everywhere on the map, in the perfect position for the objectives, ready to counteract Fnatic's plays on the bot side of the map, and overall things are going all the way in favor of KOI.
Razork might have been born in Madrid, but Madrid belongs to MKOI right now, and it's Elyoya who's coming down to the bottom lane to cover the play with the buffer from Supa, and even the flash forward from Upset. He tries everything to get the kill, but it means they're able to turn it around really effectively.
The thing is that ulti from Mickey actually increased the distance between Upset and Super, making it harder for Upset to really get the damage down, and then Elyoya arrives, that stun to really lock down Upset, making it difficult for him to do anything. 0-3-2, now the scoreline for Upset.
As we come back in as well, MKOI have full control over this jungle. Now Razork is getting the scraps. That's the Gromp for now. But MKOI using that pressure to spread between mid, spread between bot. They control the rift, but have they gone too deep by themselves? Alvaro says not. He pops Razork away. Elyoya with the damage. Poby comes in to save the day. Exploits a Carskin. Poby's ulti was cancelled, but Razork is deep, and Super's firing away with lethal tempo. Shoves are looking good this game as well, to give Jojo his due on top.
The wall from Jojo was spectacular, arriving at just the right time to allow for KOI to win out on another skirmish. And we said this from the draft, with a composition like this with Taliyah Pantheon, it's very much about looking for fights, and they are just getting the better of Fnatic every single time.
Fnatic are trying everything that they can to catch people out, but as you say, Betty, MKOI are just not giving them a moment's breath to get themselves back on their feet. Alvaro now on the top side. He's spotted out late, Oscar Renan.
He's going to see him with the tremor sense. He's got a tunnel system, and that's going to get him out of dodge. I think Alvaro was close to wanting to get in with a Hex Flash, but could not.
But it's bought the time Mirwin needs to reset to come back out now for this Rift Tower, which is just about to spawn, and that's going to be the next focus point. And Oscar Renan still in trouble.
An angle, a great one from Alvaro. Oscar Renan might think he's tanky, but not against three. Alvaro will sneak it away as this Alistar has been everywhere.
MKOI are everywhere. Fnatic glance at a part of the map and it feels like MKOI have already reinforced it. They are playing with this semi-global composition so well.
2-0-5 for Elyoya, 1-0-6 for Alvaro. I mean, this jungle support combo is working beautifully in this game. 8-2 the scoreline. Fnatic is doing what they can, but again, Alro shows up to protect his top laner. It feels like that Fnatic is already out of options as Jojo is running rampant on the side lane.
We haven't seen Fnatic outside of 1 or 2 games actually be able to pull off this execute dive comp. And so far, there hasn't been a proper skirmish team fight of 3-4 people. It has been pick after pick. It has been MKOI outplaying after outplaying with Elyoya taking the driver's seat. And it does feel like Fnatic have been outpaced for these first 15 minutes.
And this is what MKOI talked about on Euphoria. Trying to play the faster game, trying to keep up the pace.
They're doing that.
So teams just can't survive. And we're seeing that come to fruition here. And MKOI talked about it, or Jojo Kyun talked about it in an interview with Hotspot, saying, we have been working on our strengths over the last couple of weeks. We know what our weaknesses are, but we want to really show what we're capable of. And MKOI are doing just that right now.
I think the best story for me so far, especially Jojo's performance, was crucial coming into this because versing Poby last time in round 1 and their recent performance, even against Caps, Jojo was getting solo killed. Jojo's performance did not look good in lane. Here today, while granted maybe an easier matchup, he has actually exceeded expectations to his last performance by far. 40 CS lead, 2K gold lead. MKOI are going to grow that gold lead for themselves as well as they get localized gold towards mid and ram the Herald in for their 3rd turret of game 1.
And this is just where it gets so difficult for Fnatic, because this is where MKOI thrives. Outer towers down, a Tristana that can open up onto mid waves, the pace to keep control over sides, and the Dragons are going their way as well. Fnatic just don't have a way to force MKOI to play their game.
I mean, Koi is playing insanely clean right now. The way that they focused the bot side of the map very early on, the way they've rotated Super and Alvaro around to keep pressure up everywhere. I mean, they've gone all through outer towers. Outside of the first Drake, they've had full control over early objectives. They're leading in the kills. I mean, this is one of the cleanest games that we've seen so far from Koi.
Yeah.
We now just need to see them close it. And that ultimately becomes the big question because, again, we talk about their ceiling. We know what the potential is of this roster, but we've seen them so many times make these silly mistakes that give teams ways back into the game. And with the vice script that they have on Fnatic right now, they can't afford to leave any of those windows open.
And if we're talking about those windows, I mean, Fnatic can climb through it with this Vi, with this Galio, right? They launch, they send, they press their go buttons, and MKOI can be caught out. So I see that as potential, but I want to see MKOI, as you say, close out this lead, because at 5K, with the Tristana almost 2 items with Infinity Edge and 2 Dragons this early into the game, it does feel like it is the Glaze MKOI show, which is fitting considering their success rate and their time at Madrid so far. The crowd's packed out, and we know, yes, for Fnatic partially, but man, MKOI are filling the seats.
Fnatic are definitely trying to set up for picks, though. You can see the amount of ward coverage that they have on this bottom side of the map. And even Oscarinin on that initial reset hovered in base and waited to see if that TP play could potentially work on these picks. So MKOI at least doing their due diligence of push out waves, then enter into areas that are dark. Don't give Fnatic that moment to find picks, because that's exactly what they did yesterday in game number 1 against KC to get the lead in their favor.
Let's see if MKOI are a different beast. Elyoya lying in wait. Fnatic moving around mid for now. No objectives up, and it's Mickey clearing walls while Elyoya plays a patient game.
Look at some of the items that have just been completed. Infinity Edge finished for Super. It looks like Jojo picking up the needlessly large rod as well. He's just so accelerated on the Talia with a 2K lead over Poby. I mean, the Arakan has to be the next objective, and Fnatic, that'll be their opportunity to try and find a way back into the game.
Sorry, I thought there was a gate from Elyoya, but turns out there was a line of tunnels. So Oscar in, and he just goes through, and he's out every time. That was a second time around that MKOI have tried to find something on Oscarinin, but he survives.
But it is Fnatic having to cede space as Mickey, he's on the wrong side, and here's the TP from Jojo.
He wanted to flank this. Elyoya even ultis in, and dead, and an instant Super with Infinity Edge just makes him meat.
Silly positioning there from Mickey. Didn't really have the pressure on the map to be that deep into the enemy jungle. And Elyoya has already demonstrated time and time again he's ready to collapse at a moment's notice. Jojo going to keep pushing in this side lane, getting good damage onto Oscar. The slow from their allies doing work.
Yeah, another tunnel though. He's going to be okay, but you can see, as you said, the damage is starting to mount up quicker than Oscarinin can get these HP items, and it's going to get worse as well as that needlessly large turns.
But this is exactly where MKOI want Fnatic. As you say, like, Oscarinen can't stand in a side lane by himself. Kobe can't really either. So MKOI are getting control over the side lanes. Supa already has push advantage in the mid. And MKOI are patient on making sure they're not giving Fnatic these picks, even finding a pick onto Mickey themselves. As long as MKOI can keep this slow burn, it's exactly what their game plan wants.
Fnatic, meanwhile, it's playing around this vision, isn't it? Mirwin walking in, Fog of War, Razork sets it up. Poby's going to ulti in, but Mirwin only just at the edge. Is Mirwin dead? The big question. Razork re-engaged in the whole of MKOI lineup. A weird ulti from Mirwin, but ignore that because Alvaro finds two. Over the wall, Poby runs for his life while Supa jumps in, but El Presidente is now down. He ran in without the security guard. Jojo's isolated. Good pop-up from Alvaro again, but now the Oscarinen's here. He'll get a shutdown. Elyoya also isolated. Mickey's dealing with Jojo. Elyoya helps finish that one as well. The Upset also dies. It was a close call, but I think MKOI can breathe a sigh of relief.
A very scary moment indeed when Supa jumped into the Dragon Pit by himself. I thought MKOI was making themselves into another mistake. Mirwin does a great job of surviving here. A quick flash as he uses his mobility to get as far away as possible. The redemption buying him a little bit more time. Three members of Fnatic find themselves now very deep, and it becomes easy for KOI to get the re-engage.
And then even with Supa going over, this is where I was like, uh-oh, hang on a second, lads. But as you say, MKOI just hitting them with their wallets at this stage. Poby can't really get involved. Upset is stuck in the pit, and it's MKOI taking the slow walk down to finish off Fnatic where they don't belong.
Mirwin coming back in as well, really saved the day, but Elyoya, target selection crucial there, and you said wallets, I see it, even in that whole play, even though it looks like they gave shutdowns over, it was a 1,000 gold lead. Fnatic are still in the dumpster right now. It is still on fire, and with third dragon up for MKOI, they can take that, or they can move their pressure towards top. The map should be theirs, at least 70% of it. As it's going to be solid by Elyoya, then other options to how they play out the side lanes.
I really just want to give a shout out to Jojo and Elyoya. Obviously, so many resources were invested into Supa in this early game. Just as I say that, Jojo, if Caster cursed him. Oh, never mind. He's just going to turn that around.
Brings Elyoya's ult in as well. Pops his own onto Jojo, tries to take him out, but with the Pantheon there, it's too much.
Perhaps a Caster blessing for the first time in history. Because it's that duo that really has been standout for me in this game. Jojo's just incredible laning has amassed his individual lead to an incredible amount, and Elyoya has been everywhere on the map. KOI is so clearly locked in here in game one, and they have been rampant from start to finish.
And how do you try and fight back against this as Fnatic? You're 6k in the deficit. You're still waiting on an upset to really come online. And the dive is just not working. MKOI are so strong and have so many ways to deal with that as well. The Zhonya's Hourglass now for Jojo. Supa with the buffers. And even we saw like Mirwin, who's using that ultimate in fights just to deny the CC, even if he wasn't hitting people. Fnatic just feel lost against MKOI.
And I think one of the biggest differences that Fnatic is experiencing now is yesterday it was kind of a slower mid-game, right? KC weren't drafting super aggressive compositions. They were more trying to react to what Fnatic was doing on the map. But KOI, as you were saying earlier, Dagda, fast-paced, and they're looking for another fight once again.
Poby, he's in the middle of nowhere, gets helped out by Razork, but he gets sent to the air, ability to move! Supa doesn't even get ulted in the end as Razork is down. MKOI 5 versus 4, a Baron up in 55, Razork in 35.
Fnatic are scattering against the might of MKOI. They continue to find the picks. They continue to push forward, and Mickey wants to go against Mirwin, but he has to back away because there is no way Fnatic can try and fight this.
It's a bit of whiplash, isn't it, after yesterday? After Fnatic's impressive performance, you're right. I love these points on the early game that Movistar KOI punished them so much more than KC could. They didn't get to scale. They didn't get these 1-2 items on things like the Kaiser, on the Galio as well, on that full dive. This game felt like it was over at the 15-20 minute mark, and it is a slow burn right now with 8.5k in MKOI's pocket being the difference. It is a great entrance into their home crowd. It is a great entrance into the series when yet another grand finals is on the line for the winner.
And look how clean that goal graph looks. Just the sheer steps to victory MKOI have been able to achieve, and it feels like the next two are soon to follow. 2 minute 30 until Seoul for MKOI. Baron has just spawned. And for MKOI, honestly, I think they can just start the Baron if they really want to, but I think the patience from MKOI will tell a different story of them just continuing to push in these side lanes.
I really think that they're going to force it. They've got a good push on the bot side of the map right now. I thought that they would actually move Talia into mid lane to get that push and then move Super up. They're going to have Super clear this wave instead, but you can see that the vision is coming down. They do have one deep ward from Fnatic that hasn't been cleared out behind. This could be a TP angle for Oscar Rinnan to contest this Baron. But I would love to see a Baron force from KOI really put that extra pressure onto Fnatic.
I think this is where you get to see what is the headspace MKOI came into after that G2 loss, where they end up throwing that near 10k gold lead. If the Baron isn't going to be their focus, I think it is just, hey, we need to just play it slow, because I think the only way Fnatic potentially come back into this is a blunder at Baron.
Agree.
I still think they, like MKOI, I agree with Vetty, are far enough where they can just force it, but maybe that is just playing on their minds of, hey, let's just play this out as slow and as by the book as possible. No need to put risks onto the table.
I'm not going to pretend like bigger games weren't thrown right as well. It ain't over till the next falls in our region, and Mad KOI, Movistar KOI, old habits die hard. It does feel like, again, they've really learnt from their playoff journey so far, from their split so far as well.
So my only criticism of KOI is that they had such a massive item advantage by not putting pressure on that Baron there. They've allowed Fnatic a little bit of time to get a few components.
That is true.
And I think that Upset is now actually going to go back to base, and he's going to complete the Nash's Tooth. And it's these small items that can make the difference in these fights. And there's the Nash's now finished for Upset. And so these small windows where Fnatic have been given a little bit of breathing room, like, I'm not saying that it's going to be game-changing, of course,
but it matters.
It gives Fnatic a few more options to fight back.
It does feel like MKOI, it's like, okay, not going to fully send it, and now we're not going to do it anything at all. But for now, MKOI still hold control, so it's not to say that this game won't come to a crushing end here with 15 seconds as Mickey gets away from the seismic shove. Alvaro gets tagged out. That soul is up for MKOI next as Elyoya finds Poby in the target, but Upset flies in, the shield blocks everything, but Elyoya is isolated. He flushes over the wall, he gets out. Redemption to heal only Mickey up, but Fnatic have a window, have a chance. Jumping into Alvaro, Oscar Rinnan, he's in the middle of it all. Flush from Razork sets up Poby's ult from afar, hits no one. Onto Jojo, he's going to be sent into the middle as Upset takes him down. KOI, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, Nealon says, okay, it's not over yet. Razork jumps in, Super runs out, he flashes out, lethal tempo, double kill, wait, Super, oh my freaking god, he could have carried there, but now we've only got Elyoya, we've got Oscar Rinnan into the midst of it, Razork just trying Elyoya, soloing them all, misses the spear, Oscar's close to running back in, but Razork running through slide, it's 2 versus 1, but why do I think Elyoya can win this, jumping in, that is the Jungle King of Madrid!
Elyoya saves it at the very end of the fight. He's going to secure soul for KOI, but my goodness, what a tense fight as Fnatic pushed KOI to their very limits.
That felt like the battle for Spain's approval, and it's Elyoya who stabs Fnatic through the heart, who will take the Hextech Soul and will push MKOI one step closer to victory.
That was so bloody close to an MKOI throw.
It starts with, honestly, an Elyoya mistake. Look at how much damage he takes as Upset ults into the engage from Poby, forcing him out. Fnatic know they have a health advantage. Razzle goes in super deep, but a good Zhonya's comes through from Jojo. Now the fight becomes scattered. Jojo falls, Upset becomes the main carry, but Super's still alive. We're back to live.
Poby gets a stun, he gets a taunt rather, flashes away. Elyoya on the chase with the movement speed, doesn't find it. It's because Baron is up, so Elyoya at the right place at the right time. And we are back to square one. We have a soul on Movistar KOI. So the game is just as doomed for Fnatic as it was before, but we now know if Upset gets up time, there is danger here for KOI. So Baron is the focus. Elyoya has a GA now. Let's see how it's played out.
It's just so much harder now with the Hextech Soul, though. You're such a short-range composition. The slows, the AoE, those chains can do so much work in a fight against Fnatic. And even in that last one, it was nearly as good as it can get. Like, you get on towards Jojo, you're able to get into position where Oscar Rinnan can keep Mirren off the back line. Fnatic need to make that miracle happen again, but Alvaro going all in.
Oh, and Oscar not as tanky as he thought. Mirren catches him by the tail. The Demon Gorgon is down, and MKOI have a 5v4.
Beautiful engage from Alvaro, and now they have the numbers advantage. Razork Trying to find him. He's on the red buff. It's going to be very difficult for him to get in as Alvaro acting as gatekeeper.
Unbreakable wheel flush from Alvaro. He gets a good pulverize. Seismic shove doesn't connect. Razork on the back line, but can't find a pathway into the Baron. It ain't no 50-50. It's MKOI's 100% success around Baron for this game.
Any small glimmer of hope that Fnatic was relying on is immediately snuffed out by a great engage from Alvaro. With the Baron secured, MKOI can set their sights on the base of Fnatic and look to close out game one.
MKOI, there were slight jitters at that last Dragon fight, but this has been clinical. It has been slow, it has been methodical, it has been patient, and it has been crushing for the Fnatic fans, as now the base will crumble alongside them.
It's been an interesting charade, at least for Fnatic in this first game. One moment only, but MKOI, they have been the daddies. If you want to take it to the argument, Jojo sent in, but nothing done. Fnatic to defend this seems so difficult right now as top inhibitor's going to drop. Mid-wave's getting pushed in, or rather, at least intercepted. 4 members with Baron keep the streamline of minions in the top wave, and Fnatic, this defense gets harder and harder. Poke damage is not even doing that much from upset.
MKOI, though, they don't need to rush this. They've done good damage on the top side. They have another wave now approaching in mids. Rather than try and play off the bot wave, they do seem a little bit indecisive here as Fnatic has amassed their members in the mid lane. But they're just waiting for the super minions to start stacking up in top lane. There's the first wave. MKOI, looks like they don't want to push their advantage much more. Mickey with a very deep position here.
Mega deep. Mickey with the flank of all flanks at 12,000 down. He's looking for super, surely. But who's with him?
Question is this a famous Sven flank, or is this a flank that could change everything?
Razork
They found Jojo.
Alvaro's by himself, but MKOI taking away the turret. Okay, they jump into Jojo, but he goes golden. He buys time. Poby's entrance does nothing. Elio runs in as well. They find one, and MKOI have super at full health, full ego, fully standing. He'll clear the right side of the fight while Poby dies on the left. When you thought Fnatic could come back to this game, where were you? It was one moment and one only, as MKOI are in front of a home crowd. It's Madrid, baby! Why the hell would they not beat down the foreign competition?
Fnatic thought their colossal composition was enough, but they stand before a Spanish god, El Yoya, decimating Fnatic in the early game.
Whew. What an impressive game one from MKOI, as they really made Fnatic feel the pressure here in game one.
Shocks, that was a stomp. I'm sure you agree to some degree, but that was a stomp.
I think it was. Movistar Koi, they don't know what it means not to be warmed up. They just absolutely go for it from minute one, as we welcome you back to the Marriott Bonvoy Analyst Desk. Incredible. I mean, Jack Spectra, we thought perhaps it would take a while to get him all warmed up, but it didn't, as we have Jankos joining us as well.
Hello.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite the stomp, wasn't it? I was really surprised. I think Elioya especially put on an absolute show with the early game ganks, getting incredibly fed, and then utilizing that lead to even carry later on in team fights.
Absolutely, yes. I think his early game was very good. If you watch closely LCK and LPL, it is quite popular right now to level 3 gank. And something that Fnatic was actually anticipating, they had that ward in that little pixel brush in the river, but they didn't expect Yoya coming from behind and getting that early kill. I feel like that just snowballs the matchup. I think as soon as Fnatic is playing from behind, they can't really snowball, they don't have enough damage. So I believe it was played well by Yoya.
And that's exactly what they need, because yesterday everything from Fnatic was, you know, still going through the top side, but at the same time it was always about Upset being good in the game. And what better way to cut, you know, a team's, you know,
strength,
momentum walking into a series like that than to just level 3 gank both off tempo.
Yeah, Jankos, what do you think about that, right? That MKOI, they saw the match yesterday. Do you think this is just an expert way to approach this best of 5? They said, no, you won't be able to count on Oscar because you're going to have to only look bot.
Well, I believe that not only the gameplay itself, but I believe in the draft already they were trying to cut their wings, right? Oscar was forced to Rek'Sai. It is one of his best champions, but I still think Ambessa is so much stronger, has so much more agency. And as soon as the early game doesn't really go well, when they cut Upset, when they cut Mickey, the team is gonna struggle, right? Razork, Vi, I am a big fan of his Vi, but I do think he has some bad games. And in this game, unfortunately, he was not really able to put out anything. And this is the gang that changed everything.
Yeah, I want to drop some like Cope Max take here. And I think because everything that could have went wrong for Fnatic really went wrong, right? Upset, your star player, starts this game off 0-2. At 18 minutes, the bot lane was combined 1 and 8. Yet still, Fnatic found some good fights. They found some good picks.
It was one fight. It was one fight.
I think they still showed quite a bit of life in them, which made me think that if bot lane doesn't go like this, which it shouldn't, right? If they ward better, they play better around Elioya.
I think that's insane, Cope. I think that's
I'm
insane,
really happy
Cope.
that you started by saying it's insane, Cope, because it was insane, Cope, because what MKOI did is just an absolute shocker, because right now Fnatic needs to go back to the drawing board, and, you know, it's the best way to have this first game, because you get to see, okay, this is what we're up to today.
We talked so much about Elioya and how he didn't really get to play so much in front of the Spanish crowd because he came up in the pandemic. He did it at the road trip. He's doing it again. Jankos, just between us, how good is Elioya really? And is he better than historical Jankos?
Well, actually, I did. Oh, wait, hold on, don't call me out like that. I mean, I did talk to him a little bit yesterday in the interview, and he did mention something that, you know, he loves playing from Spanish crowd because it is his home ground. He is in Madrid, he is in Spain. Same as Razork, though. But Elioya, I feel like he's a really smart player. That's his strength. Mechanically, he can play his champion. He can play them to a very high level. But I think game plans is truly where he shines. And you could actually see how well he prepared MKOI for this game, for game 1 already. And it is a very important opening game because let's remember, Fnatic yesterday against KC, they look way more solid. And not only that, Fnatic also had the stage experience. This was MKOI's first game, and already they put on such a show. I mean, I'm low-key supporting Fnatic, and I'm shaking right now.
Yeah.
And even for the captain role that we see him, even now, as you see, when everything goes badly for them, he finds this wonderful cue in a moment where it just sent the crowd roaring.
Look at the cojones on that match to go for this play.
It's all. This is what we wanted to see from him from early game, to get agency, to become the main character in the game, because everything was made around him, and he's just showing up even when times are rough.
And I don't know if they thought, oh my God, never mind. This is crazy. They threw a 10K gold lead versus G2, right? And that was not so long ago. I think he was like, this is not happening again. I will personally, Jack, make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, because you gotta feel if Elioya dies there and Fnatic gets the dragon, suddenly this is a pretty close game that could go either way. And that's, I mean, going back to my Cope Max take, like the bot lane was completely on fire and they still had this fight that could have turned out so differently, but Elioya was the difference maker, and my God, was he on today.
Imagine, Odoamne, that you are Oscar Rinnan and you are in this game and you come off the high of yesterday, right? It's all you. It's all you the whole day. You're playing phenomenally. How do you step into these games now that this is happening?
Well...
You're tilted?
No, I mean, okay, well, at this point...
I think Upset should say, my bad, I'm sorry, team, and then Oscar goes in with a fresh mindset.
Yeah, well, when you're in those games and you see your ball lane dying, you know, at 2:30 in the game, usually as a top laner, you sit there and you're like, ooh, I hope you guys won't die again. I'm going to try to do my best and do well, because he was doing fine. He was keeping the game under control for a while, but he's just like... They just made the sprint out of it.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree with this a little bit. I feel like Oscarin yesterday, in fact, was on fire, and I was praising him a lot, but I feel like today in this game, yeah, sure, his laning phase was decent, he was going even, but are you supposed to go even into Rek'Sai and Bessa matchup? I feel like you're supposed to get ahead.
He was like 20 CS ahead. He was 20
he was
CS
a little bit ahead from lane swap.
With the demolish.
Okay, he got two plates, but then he was getting caught on silent every time. And you can argue with Avengers going to his lane.
This game is so hard to play.
I'm the top laner, you listen. So as a top laner, if the game is on fire, you get the you
blame
can't
the
do
jungler.
anything. Yeah, you blame the jungler.
You need to
blame
play
the
like
bot
the
lane.
boss.
No.
Get waves deep.
As a top laner, you need the game to be even, to have maximum impact, and that's what he had yesterday, and that's why he was able to get so much agency in the game compared to this one.
So what I'm hearing is you need to coddle the top laners, otherwise they will just...
Of course, gang top lane.
So it means basically you have to be ahead as a top laner or you can't play, which means you have to be careful with your team, which means top lane is useless at all, which means you have to buff it. But whenever Zeus plays top lane, suddenly it's the most OP role.
There we go. And listen, I don't know if you guys are new gens, they used to be on a team together, so...
Yeah, that's why he never ganked top.
A long time ago.
I mean, actually, it's the perfect time for the little joke.
But when I played with him, he never ganked bot.
When I was playing with Jankos, when I was asking him to gank top because top is OP role, you know what he would say? don't worry. If the enemy jungler is there and you die, you don't die in real life. It's only a game. And guess what? Guess what? Jungler was always there. And then Janko says, well, at least you didn't die in real life.
Hey, but imagine with that mindset, we made it to World Semifinals.
Good point. World Semifinals. There was nothing fraudulent about that run.
Yo! I came here to get roasted by everybody.
You even got to the World Finals, didn't you? So
That's true.
we don't talk about it, though. Hey, we didn't even talk about Supa because he was also, even though Elioya was there, he did exactly what he needed to do, right,
I
Jack?
think this Tristana pick was just genius. Like, honestly, I don't know why this champion isn't being played more. It's so good into this Kai'Sa. It shuts down the Gragas Mickey pick. Like, Mickey tried to go for these creative plays on him, but you just always buffer every single combo. It's so hard for Vi to play into it as well. And his spacing was really good. His laning phase was really good. Like, even if Vi can get an ultimate off here on to Supa, he's just going to W it away and he's fine.
It's just overall a great pick because it's so clear and cut what Fnatic's teamcom wants to do. We saw that yesterday, multiple games where they just want to dive, pull the trigger and assassinate the ADC or pretty much anyone they find. And with Tristana, you just have unlimited mobility off of resets. Yeah, you know, it sucks he died in that fight, but he still got a lot of damage now. But at the same time, it's just a pick that gives him a lot of agency.
Jack, give us some cope then, going into game 2 for Fnatic.
I really think if bot lane looks more stable, you ward better, you play better around the US early ganks.
Something I don't know.
That's like lame analysis.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, but the bot lane was 1-8. What do you want me to say?
I actually am counting for Fnatic as well, so I'm going to say that I think it is going to be on Razork. I believe that we need a pro jungler with more agency. I don't think, yeah, sure, he's great on Vibe, but I think we need to put him on something that he can actually shine with. Maybe a Jarvan, maybe something else like a Sejuani, Sinzao, anything that has early ganks, and then he has to be the one going to bot lane, he has to be the one supporting his teammates. And then from early game, if Fnatic is more stable, I think we can see them, you know, winning.
Something's never changed. Jankos and Sejuani. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you. This was really entertaining. And when we come back, game 2 between Fnatic and MKOI.
Upset has absolutely nothing to jump in, and a satchel charge. Upset about to die again. Super gets the kill this time. Mickey's up for a kill as well, and they give the second one to the Legend AD carry.
Maybe he stepped too far. He's forced to flash away.
Gojo matches though, sends the rock out. Man is getting alongside. Big shove and Poby's down.
Hold. My son.
Running for his life. It's 2 versus 1, but why do I think Elioya can win this? Jumping in.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp.
Join the WhatsApp?
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
And it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground.
MKOI opens up the score here in this best of 5 series, and I had the chance to be at top of the mountain by the time the game ended, and I can only tell you one thing: it is boiling warm up there. Honestly, you guys don't realize the players are gonna have to stay focused, stay steady for as long as this series goes, and it is already super hot up there. Something else, you might have heard the atmosphere from the fans on stream, but I can only tell you one thing: you can feel that crowd, you can feel the energy that they're giving the players, and that mountain, when the crowd is roaring, it is absolutely shaking. Now, I was with Fnatic during the last moments, and I was trying to grab some reactions, see how the players were feeling. Not defeated at all. The first player who took his headset off was upset, followed by the rest of the players, and the first thing they did when they stood up was patting each other on the shoulder, giving themselves some words of reassurance, especially to the mid laner Poby. They look great, they look focused. On the side of MKOI, business as usual. They won game 1 convincingly, and they want to do it again. Now, casters, what do we think is going to happen for game 2?
That's a good question, because I think it's going to be more than boiling warm. I love that simply because that's what game 1 felt like. It was getting a little bit hot, but then I realized it was still warm because there was only one big team fight where Fnatic almost came back from 6-7k disadvantage. But MKOI destroyed the game otherwise, gents. Like, that early game, I think, was pretty clinical.
Yeah, especially when we looked at Fnatic yesterday, they looked like hot stuff, but MKOI found a way to turn up the temperature even further. And now, as we get ourselves into draft,
let's go.
What's going to be cooking on both these sides?
All right, my attention draws towards that mid lane for Fnatic. Poby's Galio is a comfort pick of his, but we saw that KOI really pinched that pool in game 1. They wanted to get themselves a strong mid-jungle duo, but now with the Talia path gone, Ryze going to be removed. Does that increase the priority on the Orianna? It's looking likely the lock-in comes through for Fnatic.
Yeah, the Cassiopeia ban said to me that at least Fnatic were eyeing up the potential for the Ryze early, but with the ban, the immediate Orianna pick, and I imagine now we're going to see things like the Xin Zhao, the Wukong for Razork potentially being, unless Elyoya steals away that Wukong there and sets up for a really strong combo between that jungle and top lane.
Now, we are looking likely at either a Jarvan or a Xin. The problem with the Jarvan early is there's still a lot of options that can do well against it. Ezreal, of course, a champion that's still up and available. Right now, it looks like that Fnatic, considering their bot lane, no, they're not going to even think about it. Locked in the Xayah and the Rakan to be paired alongside it. A tried and true bot lane to really give Upset and Mickey the playmaking power they need to have an impact here in game 2.
I really like taking the Rakan away so consistently over like the LCK and the LPL. We actually see Rakan on a third rotation red side with this draft specifically, because you've already got that engage tool with the Wukong and you can dash forward with the Rakan and then follow up and set up so well with the rest of the team. But in this situation now, you're going to go with the Yone instead. It has been a bit of a Jojo and Jackie special, but Jojo definitely been more than capable of taking this Yone to its win.
Something you mentioned, Dagda, was his side lane prowess is something he has a lot of confidence in. And in the matchup into Orianna, that's the one thing Orianna does very poorly. She hates sitting isolated on a side lane, but Jojo with a champion like this can really wreak some havoc and really put some pressure onto Poby. And paired up alongside the AP of the Rumble, MKOI do have a nice damage portfolio being built, with Aurora being taken off the board. The Ezreal ban heavily suggesting that Jarvan is the direction Fnatic's thinking.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Betty. The Ezreal taken away definitely feels like a J4 option. I thought they'd go with the Gwen second ban here, though, for MKOI, because Oscarinen had a fantastic performance on that yesterday versus Kana, and it's something that can do very well into that Rumble, as well as Oscarinen showed. So I think this is going to be a pretty simple of Razork taking the engage, having Oscarinen on the Gwen, and rounding out Fnatic for a very strong teamfight composition.
I think Fnatic might be thinking about Cassante if they just want something safe to play into the Rumble, because I would assume that Aurora would be the usual response with Rek'Sai gone as well and Sion taken out. I don't know if Fnatic have many good carry answers into the Rumble, so instead I wonder if the tank will be that direction. Support should be the priority here for KOI, but of course they could pick AD carry, given that they do know what Fnatic is locking into the bot side of the map.
If this was a role reversal, I'd say Varus top for me when, you know, would be something we'd consider.
Absolutely.
Obviously for Oscarinen, it's like, he ain't that kind of player. So I like the Cassante mentioned being one of the greatest tanks left available. Engage option for MKOI is rounding out a very solid send it draft, right? There's good tools to start a fight.
But the thing is, by not taking the AD carry here, you leave the option to go for Zeri if Razork ends up taking something like the Jarvan. So now they're going to go with the Nocturne Orianna combo instead, actually with the Zeri ban, and it is going to be that tank in the top side.
How could we forget the classic Ornn in the top lane? We haven't seen him for a while here in the LEC, but he's back. A relatively safe option into the Rumble will, of course, struggle early, but the long-range engage. The last time we saw this Nocturne come through from Fnatic, it was very much centered around this kind of Nocturne-Rakan combo, where the Nocturne would dive into the backline, the Rakan would immediately follow up, and then it just kind of fizzled, and Fnatic couldn't really make the comp work. Now the additional follow-up seems so much stronger, with an Ornn there as an alternative engage to the Nocturne. Nocturne isn't relied on to be that primary engage tool. It's a scrappy comp that really wants to fight. MKOI looking to do a very similar thing, though.
But it's also an MKOI composition that doesn't have access to easy Zhonya's. This is kind of where a lot of these Nocturne Orianna comps start to fall apart, when you don't have targets that you can pick, but Corki going to be vulnerable. Even the Yone can be vulnerable to some of these engages, as Betty was alluding to. That Ornn follow-up makes it so potent. So if Fnatic can control this with the Nocturne Oriana, they have a chance. But again, MKOI, they were the ones off the bat first. They were the ones that told Fnatic where and when they couldn't walk. And now MKOI are going to see if they can run away with this.
And I feel like when Elyoya dictated the pace so much in game one, giving him a champion that can run to 6 and then run the Rift is once again giving him opportunity to run the game. MKOI, it's their home crowd advantage, even though Fnatic are sporting Oscarinen and Razork. And after yesterday's support, you know that it goes so much further when Movistar Koi already started off with a bang. And when Madrid is supporting them, I hear trumpet guy, I hear a drum guy. I think we need to get the band back together again as we run into the Rift for game 2. Let's see if Fnatic can finally show up in this series.
Game 1 was very much about Elyoya in the early game. Ooh, that was a close one. Upset gonna go back to base in time. But Elyoya is the man that was kind of the star after game 1. The fact that that final team fight came so close and he was able to have the performance that he did. The fact that his early game impact was absolutely monstrous. He was all over the map. Elyoya, playing in an environment like this, you can really see the impact and the caliber of a player that he is. Now on the Wukong, we expect him to have less of an early game impact. That level 6 is what his priority is likely going to be, but what a standout game 1 from the man in the jungle.
I gotta be honest with you. Elyoya, someone who, again, like, doesn't really fall off too much. I feel like runs the region. I still think of him as like a newer jungler, but then I'm like, hang on a minute, it's like 5 years. You know, and I started watching LEC back in the time of Misfits, Betty. Like, I was watching afar, watching the Hans Ignar roster. And during COVID, I was doing a lot of LPL. And I didn't see this guy's rise to fame. But over the years, what a success story. I think one of the most exciting stories currently in the LEC is how this guy also just doesn't seem to miss out on Worlds.
Absolutely. The man is kind of stock standard when it comes to international competition. And with the Koi roster that he has right now, I think he, along with so many others, see the potential of this roster. And we want to see it realized as they fight to make their way back into the summer finals.
Interesting to see, though, Fnatic again opting into the strategy we saw from them yesterday. This lane swap coming through with the AD carry. So Upset solo farming into the Rumble on the top side. It's Oscarinen who's down on the bottom side. And the idea, again, being Upset can get a decent time on this top half of the map. Oscarinen was going to fall behind in the matchup anyway. So it means that in this position now, you end up with Upset getting out to an early lead and Oscarinen getting to kind of scale relatively well as he farms up under the tower and Mirren gets hurt.
And the swap timing is very specific for Mickey as well, as Jojo getting very low.
Sorry guys, I'm on the edge of my seat because even with the potion, with an auto attack and dissonance like that, if he didn't level up, Jojo could have been dead meat. Misses the Q, gets the W in the end, but Poby's in a very good position in mid.
Keep your eyes on Mickey now, because of course, due to the changes in the lane swaps, if Mickey had just gone to top lane early, the game basically says, nah, don't do that. And so you have to now time your swap at a very specific time, and Mickey gonna arrive at just the right time. So he will be a little bit behind in experience. But you look at the 280 carries, you can see Upset with about a half a level of XP up. And as you said, very much a strat that Fnatic use into Rumble specifically based on what we saw yesterday. And Upset already off to a good start here, even if Super doesn't really find himself that much farther behind.
Getting busy though, heal from Mickey, dive stops there. Look at how far the wave is.
Big mistake from Upset. He tanked the tower early, which meant that Upset had to bail, Mickey had to burn the heal, and they end up falling apart. So Fnatic fumble the dive, but will MKOI do the same?
Biggest question is Oscarinen. He's very hard to dive. He can get a shield up, and he does indeed. Bellow's Breath tanks up, but Super's tanking from afar, but the damage needs to come through. He gets low. He wants to take this into round 2 territory, and with a pillar up and another E on the way, the flash away, Oscarinen on the weak side, acting like a king. Another searing charge. Come at me, say the top laners. Elyoya almost died. 3 versus 1, and Oscar's being daddy to 3 kids.
Beautiful outplay from Oscar. Upset even goes back to bot lane. Razork.
He's coming in red hot. Elyoya's got his flash available, but Razork's going to wait for the fear and look to match it. The movement speed there, tagged out. Elyoya goes invis and plays it very well.
Well played by Elyoya, using the brush to make sure that he didn't get the tether off immediately. And Elyoya doesn't even have to burn the flash to get away from it. But Oscarinen, fancy footwork in the bottom lane.
The man is still locked in. what an outplay from him, navigating through all that CC that Koi was threatening. Upset able to push in this wave bot. Super likely not going to lose too much off the back of this as he arrives just in time to catch the cannon.
The crucial thing, though, is that Mirwin was able to get that CS in the top side. Oscarinen had to forego the CS, so a little bit of a gold lead, even if the experience isn't that big on the top laners. So at least for Mirwin, he's going to be fairly happy with the way things have been going in the early stages.
In Fog of War, in darkness, fear spreads. Oscarinen with no summoners. Is this where he could be dead? Elyoya is coming in. He has no knock-up, though. A searing charge out of there. They want to do some damage. Flashing, full committal, overheating, burning down. Mirwin's heat is stronger for first blood.
A nice gank from Koi. Elyoya says, hey, it didn't work out the first time, no problem. Let me just try again. And they make it happen. The wave state was very nice for Mirwin. You talked about it earlier, Dagda, that the fact that Mirwin was able to catch that wave, the fact that they could get the wave in a position to make it very awkward for Oscar. He's super extended in the top side of the map, and there wasn't much that Razork could do to help. Well played as MKOI once again draw first blood.
And it's very close to going sideways, to be honest. I think if Oscarinen had actually got that brittle proc off for the auto attack, it would have been enough CC for MKOI to actually go down underneath the tower. But again, it's Elyoya kind of dictating the pace of this early stages. And it needs to be on Fnatic now to find some way to take him down.
Again, by the way, dictating early game on a champion that has less dictation in early game. Fate is sealed onto Poby at level 6, won't be able to do a thing. Jojo hit what he needed, and Elyoya was there when he needed to be.
Again, he's on the board, and again, he's making the differences happen, and that was kind of the one shining light for Fnatic. Poby had opened up a good CS lead for himself, was punishing Jojo, but Elyoya turns that around in favor of Jojo.
Elyoya continues to be the star here in this series as he's making his presence known on the map. Early ganks converting into early kills as Razork desperately tries to get 6 as quickly as he can. Poby, good guy Mickey, keeping the wave safe for him so at the very least he doesn't lose out on too much, but
he's such a homie.
Jojo getting that kill puts him at a gold lead over his mid lane matchup.
Now, gents, quick check-in because the early game has been a lot about these overloading dives. It is a small CS lead, or rather gold lead, I should say, not really much, but Upset does have something in the bank. Mid lane, because of that kill, Jojo was able to catch up on what is a 12 CS lead and probably going to minimize a little bit more. Once again, we already highlighted Elyoya with the assist CS gold, but that rumble in a great spot as we're tunneling in. Call the Forge God at max range. Razork and Oscarinen on the same page.
Fnatic finding something back. They call it everything to make that one happen, but they needed that to make things work. And Mickey now trying to get aggressive on the top side.
I think it's super important that as a Nocturne, you're able to use that ultimate as often as you can. It's such an effective tool in the early game. I wasn't expecting Oscar to join in on the gank, but hey, Fnatic find themselves a kill. The gold remains even, and Poby immediately puts himself back in the driver's seat of this matchup.
I think it's also big for Oscarinen. Shockwave goes mid. Jojo looking for a bit more. Doesn't have the Fate Unsealed available, so he just back away. But for Oscarinen, he's having a miserable time. 36 CS, 8 minutes into the game, but being able to move around the map and look for these ultimates, help out the rest of the team, is the only way that you're going to be able to try and drag Fnatic back into this game.
You know what Finn told me the other day? He's like, you know, if a tank can get to like 20 minutes and have 160, 170 CS, I think Duanby said they're having a good time, right? But you're right, it's that little bit lower in the threshold. It is all that attention that Oscarinen's had it. Let's see how relevant he becomes in the mid-game. As by the way, MKOI just picked up 2 grubs out of 1. Razork's getting invaded on now that he's level 7. No relevance in the level. Just wanted to let you know that he is above Elyoya. So Elyoya's trying to get in the way. He comes over in his shadow. Alvaro on the way as well. Cyclone out. Razork trying to bide his time. He's got help though. But Fnatic a dove on. Great engage from Alvaro. Jojo gets the ult but misses it. Upset sends the feathers out. And as Jojo's there, he still gets through. Takes the turret shot from Narnia. Okay. Comes back out of the wardrobe. Jojo's okay.
Good aggression from Koi as they realized that Razork, isolated in his jungle, was an easy target. But Razork plays that beautifully. He spell shields to knock up from Elyoya so that he can connect the Fear Tether to allow him to create space. But I thought that with the stun coming through from Alvaro, that would be enough to actually convert some kills in favor of Koi. Unfortunately for Koi, Jojo and Super just weren't quite there in time, allowing for Fnatic to get away to safety.
And it also gives Poby a little bit more time alone in that mid lane again. So even though the kill initially went across the Jojo Pyun, still that little bit of gold lead for both the jungle and the mid of Fnatic. And I think this is where you have to try and put your hopes and dreams on. Poby even opting in towards the more aggressive build from the Orianna, going for that Ludens, even with the early Dark Seal as well. He knows if he can make this combo work, he can really start that snowball into things like the Magi's.
Mickey looks towards top. The level 4 Rakan has been perma-roaming. A little bit further behind on the EXP train than Alvaro. He's not able to find anything but a little bit of pressure, and just giving Poby that little edge of reason to push further under the tower. Razork, meanwhile, trading on the other side of the map. Call the Forge God. He's going to get a flash out of Mirwin, but the lights go off. Now, no target found. Razork just quickly blinks, turns around. Meanwhile, top goes through, and Poby does shockwave again.
Yeah, the lights go off, and no one's home in that bottom lane. They can't connect on towards Mirwin, and Fnatic. That's kind of just the ult wasted now from Razork. And you were talking about earlier, Veddy, you really need to make every one of these ults count for Fnatic.
Yeah, losing vision there, somewhat ironic against the Nocturne. But Elyoya now wanting to make his presence known once more as Oscar isolated in the bot lane.
Look at the mana bar steering charge already used. He's got time for a Bellows Breath, so he's trying to wait it out. Good bonk. Elyoya gets out of there, but Oscar's low and sent packing.
Elyoya just didn't quite have that ultimate up and available. Just a couple more seconds, and that could have worked out because Oscar didn't use the Bellows Breath to try and clear the wave. That could have been a play, but just couldn't quite find that cooldown that he needed.
Gojo looking for the 1v1, more so Poby looking for the trade. Guys, I feel like MKOI's early game has just been Operation Bully. Bully Oscar Rinnan. I feel like it's like Daddy's Home if you've seen the Will Ferrell movie with Mark Wahlberg. This feels like the second one, where Oscar Rinnan has to burst his stepfather as well, and Elyoya making sure he gets everything down in this bot lane in congregation with it. That's the first dragon of the game, by the way. Fate Sealed misses onto Poby. Alvaro coming in for the engage. Jojo takes a bit of a walloping. It's a good shattering strike, but Poby stays alive, gets the push, and continues to flourish.
Poby doing a great job sitting solo in this top lane. Mickey has to provide cover because we know how vulnerable Orianna is in a long lane like this. And with the threat of Alvaro present, Poby, though, doesn't have to use the flash. He's got pretty much half a level lead over Jojo, given all the early game shenanigans that have been playing out. Looks like that he's heading in the direction of the Blackfire Torch.
Oh, Alvaro, you annoying man.
Going to continue to interrupt those bases. First item now completed for Razork. Going to get a lot more value when that ultimate comes through. Cannon going to be missed there by Upset as Super. Remember, a lot of these swaps early were to try and get Upset a little bit more of an advantageous position, but XP is the same. The farm is in favor of Super, and he's just been doing a great job of keeping up with all the action that's been happening on the Rift.
The thing is, though, as Fnatic are hitting these item breakpoints, there's not really objectives on the map for them to take, right? Void Grubs were split 2-1. Dragon was taken by MKOI as we're looking towards that top side of the map. So you have a bit of time as MKOI to try and hit some of these item breakpoints, and it really will be 2 minutes at that Rift Herald where we really start to look towards these big scraps that could potentially happen. And at that stage, I think Jojo should have his Blade of the Rune King completed, as long as Alvaro can help keep him safe, because Fnatic looking to put some pressure up towards Poby.
I feel like if Poby's in a good position, for Fnatic, they have that solid all-round player that, again, is quite reliable. And especially yesterday, we saw that communication step up to a new level of coordination as well. And what I mean is Poby right now, as he gets this push in, he's going to be heading towards that first item. A lot of plating available as Mickey continues hovering. Jojo at half HP, easy to poke under turret, while also there's a Nocturne nearby.
Yeah, Fnatic should be able to just back away from this, though. Fnatic aren't actually trying to overcommit, because keep your eyes in the mid lane as this keeps happening. Because all they're doing is forcing MKOI to bring Super to the top side, overload the top half. And actually, Upset has just been silently farming and got a plate for himself in the mid lane as well, just before this happens. So this is where, again, Fnatic just kind of using that map pressure.
Turning into a dive. Paranoia, the lights are off. Shockwave only finds one. A Fate Seal to get out of it. A nice Magnet Storm, but will it be enough? Jojo, and meanwhile, Poby goes down to a turret, will still die. Razork for the chase. Alvaro's up next. There's an exhaust from Razork's like, how do I get out of this? The answer is, you're done. Super comes up for his first kill of the game, while Mickey's on the great escape, but Alvaro is on a horse, and it's unfair for the bird person. The flash, Mickey responds thusly, forward to the Valkyrie, and Super Duper back on the board big.
A dive goes horribly wrong for Fnatic. Poby getting executed by the tower. The dive only getting a pick onto Jojo. And we'll keep track of how Poby actually gets aggro. First he takes that initial tower shot, the shockwave comes through, then he gets tower shots again.
Fainted Ashes.
The Faded Ashes ends up drawing that aggro. Razork does secure that kill, but then the arrival of Super means disaster for Fnatic.
Yeah, Razork ends up falling. Fnatic crumble. You can see again, Upset was kind of sticking in this mid lane, and this is where I thought Fnatic were just going to be patient like they were yesterday. Play for these small advantages on the map that accrued into this massive lead, but they try to pull the trigger and only shoot themselves in the foot.
Hurts him a lot, doesn't it? For Fnatic, that anti-dive gives Super so many more resources. We were just talking about Upset, keeping track, keeping up, getting plating, and keeping on bar with where Super is in the second game. But MKOI now have a Corki that's got a gigantic lead for what the comparison was before. They've also got a top problem. They've now got a Rift Herald problem as Alvaro continues to zone out. And Jojo, with Wave being neutralized, is going to help get in and make sure that MKOI get this. Fnatic are coming into challenge, but Mickey misses the engage. Herald's already gone. The paranoia in. The shockwave is a good nuke, but where's the damage yet? Running forward at DGC, it comes with Upset, all on one target. Now on the next, Alvaro onto his horse, re-engages. Magnet Storm's huge. The feathers though, they fly high. Elvira has no escape. The quickness from Mickey interrupted. MKOI thought they could turn and burn, but Fnatic, they learn.
The re-engage from Alvaro was perfect. The follow-up was not. And Fnatic find their moment to take the gold lead in this game.
I thought that the fight was overforced there from Fnatic. Trying to get something back once the objective had already fallen felt desperate. But they turn it into 4 kills, 2 towers, and now that's just short of a 3K gold lead.
It completely blows open here. Supa is going to be the focus from Fnatic as they force him out of the equation. But Poby barely gets the ball into Razork in time. A great shockwave sets them up, and they get the pick onto Supa. And again, that's where so much of the goal from MKOI was.
Yeah.
And Alvaro, it's a great turnaround, but they just aren't ready on MKOI. The ultimate from Jojo Pyun isn't quite up. You don't have enough of that follow-up damage. And Fnatic managing to get the kill, and even Razork barely surviving the tower shot.
Yeah, I mean, once the ulti from Alvaro came through, I just kind of looked at the cooldowns and I was like, you don't have any. Really nice play from Alvaro, but ultimately not converted into much as Fnatic. 4 kills, the momentum entirely swung. And look at Poby sitting at the top of the table in terms of damage done. Razork with a 3-1-3 scoreline. This is the Nocturne Orianna combo that we were promised. The question is, can they continue to pull it off?
Quick side note as well, Upset. The ability to buy time in that fight. I feel like when comps run into you, Xayah gets free will. And it feels so nice, especially when this Dragon seems to be the over result of Fnatic buying this gold lead.
And it's MKOI who have to buy that time now. It's no first item completed for Jojo. You're kind of scrambling for some of these items as well across the board. This is where, for MKOI, if you can buy time for this Yone to get into position in the side lane and he can farm up, you can look to take these fights. But a 1.5k that's about to increase as Poby finishes off this tower gold lead is huge. And when this is the focal point of the composition for Fnatic, this is the platform that they can stand on and look to take MKOI down.
I just love that we're seeing a hyper-aggressive Poby. I feel like all game he knows that in this matchup, you can't afford to relent.
Yep.
And just every time you have an opportunity, watch what Jojo does when Poby throws down a bit of damage. He's eating in. He's not backing off. He's looking to trade aggressively, and a lot of Oriannas would retreat in that moment. Poby is just constantly fighting Jojo and keeping that pressure up. That's what's resulted in a 30 CS difference between the two mid laners. And while Jojo had the better of Poby in game 1, Poby has flipped the entire script here in game 2.
He did that this summer. Everyone questioned bringing in Poby in over Humanoid, and I think it's already been proven that this player is solid. Not always the flashiest, but exactly what Fnatic need for someone like Razork to step up. Oscarinin to find this new life when he's been criticized over so long. And when Upset and Mickey are in this dangerous bottom lane, you think it's a perfect piece that fits in the puzzle. Alvaro's going to get a stun here, and we might get a fight. And I'm ready to break the puzzle apart if MKOI feel like they have something. But it's danger zone, there's deep vision. They need to clear that first.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too much forcing from Fnatic. You still see Mirren pushing into this bottom side, so we'll have to go and collect that wave. And you also had Razork who's in his own jungle clearing stuff out. So at the moment, Fnatic just going to try and play this nice and slow, collect their waves. Atakan is up in 35 seconds, but I don't think either squad really going to try and rush that.
Well, here's the thing. The items are just so in favor of Fnatic. There's a world where I think that it's worth forcing. Something that I think LPL teams have been accredited for so many years is how they play around those item spikes.
Yeah.
And I feel like that this is a position where Fnatic should try and leverage that.
I do agree, but the Atakan has been a danger point for Fnatic.
Absolutely.
Yesterday was fantastic. Before this, miserable. So I think for Fnatic, maybe taking a second might be better. I do 100% agree with Eddie. Like, their item breakpoints are so strong right now, but I'm always a bit nervous of Fnatic around this objective.
Absolutely, but it's also one of those things where looking at Atakan on the top side, Oscar.
He's slowed down. Electro Harpoon flash in with a Cyclone as well. Now, meanwhile, there's tension going on top because Atakan will be started, but it's at the cost of Oscar's life. He truly is a weak side team in this game. But as he goes back down into the abyss, Fnatic this trade, worth about 3,000 gold, I think they'll still call worth.
An absolute worthwhile trade, and I think Koi ultimately did do the smart thing, because I think they're on the same wavelength that we are, that Fnatic want to actually try and force a fight here, and they don't feel strong enough.
Wait, all in, what Upset waiting, he thinks he can get the better storm, he gets it, but in the end, Upset is gonna die. You're playing in the weak middle of the map as Razor runs in as well, gets the trade, Deer saves his life, but he flashes away. What?
It's the delayed Atakan first! It's the delayed! What does it all mean?
The first thing that I was surprised by, I have to understand why Upset went up rather than down. My initial instinct is the Nocturne's range. I thought that perhaps maybe he's working towards Razork so that if Razork can arrive, then they can turn the fight in their favor. But I felt like that there was such a clear path for Upset to just run towards his towers. We'll look back at the replay now.
But it's also like, as this comes in, it feels so over-aggressive from Mickey, right? Like, sure, you can get some damage off the charm, but in this position, Upset really needed to just ult away from that flash Q from Alvaro. And even here, I think you're right, Betty, like, running up into Razork, but Razork didn't have the Orianna ball. Hobie is resetting on the top side. There was no combo.
I didn't want to fight, Mavis.
I didn't want to fight. That's what he said.
Okay,
and I can understand also, that's why he didn't preemptively get the flash or the ulti off early, right? It was like,
I mean, also,
surprise, I guess.
Just credit to Alvaro. This man's engages in this game.
Bloody good.
The first one didn't work out for the team, but still fantastic nonetheless. He finds another one there, and what an angle to find it too. We've praised him in the past for finding these crazy creative angles, but to dive a mid lane tower when you've got your jungler and top laner on the bot side of the map, just super creative, very well executed, secures MKOI a tower. Remember, Fnatic was sitting at a 2.9k gold lead. Now, that gold lead disappeared.
Also buys a bit of time for this Yone finally to catch up, right? This 2k behind Yone needs some items. He got played a little bit ago, now looking towards an IE, it looks like, and if Jojo can finally get into this game and they can solidify those ultis and finally see a Rumble grouped up, maybe MKOI can find an angle into this game overall.
It feels like, again, though, MKOI have to give up another Dragon to Fnatic to try and enable that for Jojo. And my biggest worry is, by the time we get to another objective, look at the items for Poby. That'll be a Rabadon's death cap that he has completed. And then that combo becomes a deleted member of MKOI. I think that's where they're going to struggle.
I do wonder if he goes in the direction of Zhonya's next as well, because that could be the more defensive play, depending on how he's feeling. Whether he feels he needs more damage for the team, and he has the required protection, or whether or not he wants that slightly more defensive itemization at the threat of a dive. You can already see the damage. The damage is good.
Yeah. I think it's just the way I see Fnatic winning fights is not like elongated, where Poby survives with his Zonya's, right? So I think it's just nuke someone and get out.
Yep.
I think that's where, if I'm Fnatic, that's where I'm putting a lot of my eggs into that basket. And for Fnatic, they're still covering that golden goose on the top side as they try and get vision and control here for Poby.
And it's deep vision as well. Look, they see Jojo. Mickey's got a ball on him as well. Jojo takes the dissonance and it hurts again. All for the red buff to be secured. Elyoya will pick it up, but Fnatic lie in wait, looking for who comes over. Elyoya gets tagged out. Has to use the smite for the Krubs here. And again, it's desperation to get his camps. He's currently sitting 20 CS behind.
Just small little interaction there. The Horizon Focus actually providing vision onto Elyoya and the small vicinity, meaning that stealth has ways for Fnatic to counterplay it. Fnatic really testing the limits here in the enemy jungle. Look at Mickey's flank.
The TP as well, they want upset.
They do, but he has ulti available. He has also got Flash and Ghost. TP going to be burned. Fnatic, this is deep, but Mickey's on the other side
Everyone's
of it.
TPing in.
Are running away.
Top tower's now exposed.
And there's no one there. This is easily taken. How far can they take it further?
Well, it looks like MKOI want to try and counterpunch in the mid-wave, so how far do Fnatic want to go? The wave doesn't exist, so MKOI, they trade tower for tower. So at the end of the day, TP for TP, tower for tower.
I miss base races, I'm just going to say that. I wish we kept going, but I do feel like Fnatic with more members would win in the question mark. Either way, as you said, inner for inner. Baron up in 10.
There's Zhonya's picked up by Poby, choosing to go for the more defensive route. The fact that he just straight up bought that. Man sitting on a ton of gold. Second item finally finished for Jojo as Poby draws closer to level 16. That third point in his ultimate going to be a lot of additional damage for these upcoming fights.
Razork also very close to that the GA as well. So I think across the board, Fnatic really starting to hit these breakpoints.
And I like this. Just completing your item. No Infinity Edge yet for upsets. But Mickey acting as gatekeeper.
Alvaro is there over the wall. He's got an exhaust, not a smite. Mewin finally going to get involved in the fight at 5k. Turns the livestock to burn down the Baron. He turns it for a kill. Smite out. Fnatic turns to engage in the shockwave. Super's caught. Flushes out. The exhaust won't save his life. Alvaro with a good engage, but their numbers down. Here's Mewin to burn down. Flush away. Upsets alive into the redemption. He's okay. Elyo's Cyclone doesn't do much on the first attempt. Now the chase continues. Mewin looking to get out, but he's knocked up against the wall. No chance. Fnatic putting the nails into this game. And this series, once again, like round one, is heating up.
Fnatic sneak the Baron right underneath the noses of MKOI, and there's little they can do.
Such a fantastic force, and Razork doesn't want to lose the momentum. The Orianna Nocturne combo makes a connection onto Super and shuts him down. Alvaro with another fantastic engage, but the Zhonya's providing the value for Poby to dodge away from Jojo's ultimate. Upset in the clutch, gets the ulti off, gets the redemption heal as well. Fnatic just outplaying Koi in the fight.
Is Razork caught out or not? Elyoya chose his fighters to come back in the replay, but the fear starts us off. Mickey gets a beautiful knockup. Jojo does nothing. Elyoya doesn't have an ult. Lands on and a 3-man from the weak side. Kang sets up MKOI to die. Jojo in the dirt for 45, and Fnatic are on a roll.
Fnatic are finding their fights, they're finding their skirmishes, and they're finding the weaknesses in MKOI's game plan. Finding everything that they need in that fight, and now more towers to go alongside it.
Mickey trying to bait out. He gets poked out by Super, but only enables Fnatic to open up the inner turret in bot. Elyoya is deep through the mid lane, so bottom is freestanding, free gold rather. And Inhibitor go with it as well. It's gone from a 2k gold lead to 5, and Fnatic have an equal series in their eyes.
Game one, I sung the praises of Jojo and Elyoya and their coordination and execution.
Oh, and engage again, turning off the lights. Where can Mewin go? He was the lead. Alvaro with a good engage. Low health pass. Mickey will die first, but they can't kill Oscar. He tanked up, but will survive. It's one for that attempted dive, and still not enough from MKOI.
A nice defense from Koi keeps their base from falling. They'll protect their mid lane inhibitor.
I guess so.
But my goodness, the coordination that we've been seeing from Poby and Razork, this Orianna Nocturne, somewhat of a horror story here in Europe, is working to perfection as a Magi's is secured for the man in the mid lane of Fnatic.
He did it on the Galio. He follows his father in the best of times, and I feel like Poby, again, on this Orianna that is 3-0 in the LEC, is not going to be adding 1 into the negative column today. It's a 5k gold lead, Dragons up in 15, and Fnatic looking to get this will be on Soul Point.
And look at the Red Bull Baron power play. Like, that is where that gold has come to from Fnatic. And now they're going to be able to rotate that over to this next Dragon. As you said, Asterix, pick that one up for themselves. And for MKOI, now it feels like you got to start to focus on what is essentially going to become a best of 3 between these two squads.
I really thought after game one, this was kind of MKOI series. With the aggression that they came in with, the coordination, the way they played around objectives. But then Fnatic in these fights in this game, the way that they just didn't hesitate, the fact that Razork with the Nocturne, the way that they found these engages was fantastic, and we're heating up for quite an intense series.
Well, we heard from Lore during the break, it wasn't Fnatic stepping up and heads held down, it was them patting each other on the back saying, we'll get him next time. And the next time has definitely gone their way. And I think it does say something. Fnatic came in with very little pressure on themselves. We saw Upset talk about it in interviews, being like, I don't know, on Euphoria, saying, look, we don't need to be the best in the world. We need to show that we can continue this project, that we can do ourselves proud. And Fnatic now feel like they free themselves from a bit of a curse at this stage.
So now, looking forward, Baron in 2 minutes' time. KOI have time to work towards their third major items, and that's going to be the pivotal point. They've got about 2 minutes. They've got to get what farm they can. If they can get a pick, that'll make things even better. Jojo gonna TP away. He had a nice flank angle, but the rest of his team on the top side of the map not gonna have that TP available to him. Fnatic though also building up that itemization. There's that death cap now starting to be built by Poby. If he's able to get that ahead of the Baron fight, I mean, he becomes enemy number one for KOI.
I feel like already, if it's not Upset, it's definitely Poby, isn't it? Supporting staff have to be commended. The reason that I feel like, you know, Poby had so much freedom was, again, Razork hovering, that Oscarinen played weak side continuously, and as they look for Elyoya here, Fnatic is a weak side guy. It's almost 3 items, by the way, and 1k gold down still. The Ornn has so much value.
But again, we're seeing this patience from Fnatic. It's not Mickey flashing after Elyoya because they think they're hungry and they found that pick. It's Fnatic understanding what they need to achieve to close these games out smoothly. And that's where I think we're seeing the biggest growth for Fnatic coming into this weekend, is when it's at its highest and you think the blood should be boiling. It's cool, calm and collected for the boys in the black and orange.
The last time these two teams met, it went all the way to 5. We know how competitive these teams get. And there's fans on both sides here in the arena today. While it's definitely KOI favored, we've seen the Fnatic faithful come out strong. We saw the support that they had yesterday. And now the Baron, 20 seconds away. Top wave pushed in, bot wave also with the super minions present. Poby, does he? I don't think he quite has enough gold for that final item.
But Jojo has completed his items. 3 items now completed on towards his Yone. This is where he really can pop off. So if Fnatic do make the mistake of grouping up and setting up for this wombo combo from MKOI, it is not going to be a fun time. If there was ever a time for MKOI to find that fight,
here we
and
go.
for Alvaro to find that engage, it's now.
Can they bring it? MKOI bring Alvaro at least first. Oscarinen with the zone into a Bellows Breath. He gets knocked up and damage is good. He flashes away. Baron down, but an engage, a shockwave. That slips by. And a great call to forward. Got the feathers follow it as well. Fnatic played that to a T. Elyoya finally comes in, but way too late with a searing charge that sends him skyward. Monkey down. And Mirwin, although he can take one with him, it's a triple to Upset. And Fnatic are just on form.
It felt like Jojo was CC'd for Infinity. That Infinity Edge did nothing for him in the fight as Fnatic land another beautiful combo and a look in to equalize the series.
And it was the drive-by from Poby. Razork's going after Super and just knocks 2 members of MKOI down as he goes for it.
It does feel like the clutch factor is winning games today. Much like yesterday, Fnatic are showing up. And we equalize in Madrid.
We couldn't ask for more. A dominant game 1 from KOI, an immediate bounce back from Fnatic. This series is heating up, and both these junglers, both these mid laners are going back and forth like nobody's business.
Fnatic is already done.
It's a series to behold, and I cannot wait to see what happens over this next 3 games.
More, Law, we want more! Give us more!
Yeah, absolutely amazing recovery from Fnatic, and I'm joined by Oscar just now. Oscar, tell me about this recovery here in Game 2. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, with the swaps, it got really crazy with the dives and everything, but yeah, they were also freezing a lot, but they don't know that I'm Ornn and I don't care, so yeah, they are kind of trolling, so yeah.
Big Chungus Ornn, indeed. Any comments on your jungler, Razork El Cachorro?
Any comments on what?
On Razork.
Oh, on Razork, he's completely 1v9. He's unleashed for the next games, so be careful because he's gonna do something crazy now.
Thank you so much, Oscar. I'll let you join your team for now. Fnatic comes back here in Game 2. Let's see what happens next.
Thank you so much, Laura. How amazing to hear from Oscar. His smile couldn't be wider as we can welcome you back to the Marriott Bonvoy Analyst. I am so thrilled that we're gonna get at least 4 games out of this series. And Finn, you're really feeling it now that it could go either way.
I mean, just huge game from Razor, completely stepping up. Last time we saw him play this Nocturne against MKOI, he was completely lost on the map. He kept getting caught, he kept getting trashed. But this time he was the one pulling pulling out all the plays. He was turning off the lights and just finding these Orianna combos in the most crucial moments.
Yeah, we've got Tolkien joining us as well. Just walk in front of the camera. Who cares? All right. Tolkien, hello.
Hello.
What did you think?
I love this Razork against the US storyline. It's like the best thing to happen to this entire arena, I think. Because he's also from Madrid, right, Razork?
He is, yeah.
I mean, cinema.
Yeah.
And as Oscar mentioned, he's probably gonna pop off. I really hope, you know, in game 4 and 5, lots of junglers, they just pick tanks.
Yeah.
Like Maokai, some Sejuani, some Skarnas. I hope they keep on playing carries. Some Kiana, perhaps a Lilia. Some are fun champions.
It's so much fun. And I gotta say, Odoamne, specific credit to Fnatic because the early game did not go their way. Elyoya again had a great start.
Yeah, Elyoya is doing the thing where he's doing what he needs to do because even in game 1, he was just skipping camps and doing a lot of ganks, and he did it the same this game. But at the same time, there is only so much you can get in the early game department because once mid-game kicked in, it really felt like ease of execution was on Fnatic side, and just this graphic shows it best. You don't see it often in our league where junglers are just so active early game, but him, by minute 5, he was just all over the map in both of these games.
I mean, especially in Wukong, when I play with junglers, they play Wukong, they're like, I cannot gank before level 6, I don't have any damage, I don't have any CC, but he proved them all wrong. He kept finding these crucial plays to really set up his lanes ahead, but still, after that, it was still Fnatic that took the lead in the early game with some great rotations and some great swap plays.
Yeah, Tolkien, we saw it in the beginning. I mean, Oscar was getting bullied again, Mickey was getting a bit bullied as well. How do you feel? What were the instrumental choices that Fnatic made to get back into this game?
You know, you're on an NSS right now with 3 top laners. We are used to suffering. Oscar's used to suffering. He got dove by 3 men. He's just like, as he said, he just picks on, he survives.
And what better champion to survive with than with Brother Ornn? You go 50 CS behind, 60 CS behind. All you need to do is show up to a teamfight, press your ult button, Nocturne closes out the light, the ball gets delivered, and all of a sudden, he's the best top laner in the game. It's just that easy.
I love it. Commiserations for the 3 top laners who you
We're
probably...
just coping hard. That's the only thing we can do.
That was a good cope.
You probably won't have Razork to back you up if you do want to get back into the game. And you are so excited about this storyline, right? So talk to me through how Razork really kind of bounced back here.
I mean, first game we had like a global jungler popping off with Pantheon, doing lots of plays, right? Nocturne is somewhat similar, but most of this game is kind of due to rotations and diving side lane. This replay we just saw, I think Mickey really misplayed because he dropped Torrid aggro and then, you know, Poppy died in the process. But Razork never failed to pop off. He goes in, he delivers Orianna Shockwave. He's like the primary source of engage. And it's really kind of his role in Fnatic as well.
And it just shows that as mid-game comes in, all of these team comps become ease of execution because both of these sides have a lot of engage. You have the Rel on one side, but at the other one, you have Nocturne. You can engage from off-screen, and in these crucial moments when tensions are high, all that is most important is how easy you can find that engage.
And I love the fact that you mentioned the tensions are high because, as you say, Tolkien, first game Pantheon, second game Nocturne, I feel like these global abilities are so good in these arena games because people feel the stage, they hear the shouting, the crowd going wild, and they're like, I want to fight, I want to find angles. And the champions that punish this over-eagerness is just these globals because they catch people off guard all the time.
They did, and in the end, right, Tolkien, just slam the Ornn. When things are difficult, just go for that wombo combo. Even though you know that in LCK Challenger, Poby had like a 20% win rate on Orianna and he's undefeated on it in the LEC. What does that say about us?
I mean, he's playing the most aggressive Orianna, I believe, in the world. He's playing Cutdown, Aerie, Scorch, everywhere else they go for Road of Ages. He's just dominating early game. So I guess it says about EU that Poby is just lane dominant, which is kind of precisely what you want the Korean import for.
And then just EU is just so much better than LCK Challenges because you have teammates that can set you up for success because even in these fights, it just shows how easy it is for him because realistically, what does he have to do? He has to put the ball on Nocturne, press it at the right time because at the same time, you just get so many angles, and for him, it's just so easy to play this team comp when enemy doesn't see anything.
We're better than LCK challengers at least.
Yeah, and the team of the day, the team of the day is full Kobe, you know, so we might as well go all in on that.
I mean, just look at the damage. And I know you're talking about these crucial team fights, because it seemed like every single team fight, it's like MKOI is running in, they're trying to find something, but we gotta pay attention to the Nocturne ult. It turns off all the lights, and as MKOI is struggling to find the remote, they don't see anything that was coming their way, and the Nocturne Orianna just finds these crucial opportunities so well.
And I will say that for MKOI, I do consider them a team, Tolkien, that even when they're put behind in situations, I know sometimes they don't like when we say instinct and clutch, but they have it, and it's important. And I feel like it's big from Fnatic that they, even when Elyoya started finding some angles again, MKOI got some, I want to say, centimeters back in this game, but Fnatic pushed it through, and I think a Fnatic of the past that didn't have that series they had yesterday might have still dropped the ball.
Yes, it's also what I especially admire about Elyoya, because to me feels like lots of teams are built around one player, and especially super teams always fail. But this guy was told just build a Spanish team, he did, and they swapped mid this year, I guess, but it always works. And what you mentioned, this kind of clutch instinct, they seem to have it. I hope Fnatic does too.
I feel like now I'm starting to be a believer, but that's usually when they knock us down. So let's talk a little bit about this Game 3 and who gets to match point first. We saw a very simplified approach coming from Fnatic, even though you still gotta execute it, of course. What do you want to see from MKOI now that they're moving on to the blue side?
On the blue side, I really want them to go back to what they did in Game 1. It wasn't really so much about the global for me, but it was about the early game agency, because we saw Elyoya get the lead this game, but with Wukong, you still need to wait for the mid game. You still need to find, you know, opportunities to team fight and skirmish. I really want to see him on something a little bit more proactive early, because if he got this on Wukong, he can do even better on champions like Jarvan or for even Maokai, for example, because it just you need to make the early game bloody, because it really felt like in Game 1 Fnatic was not ready for it, and in Game 2, when everything slowed down, it became so much easier for Fnatic to get the foothold back in the game.
It's crazy we live in a timeline where Fnatic is good in a slow game. Well, like, looking ahead as well the next game, for MKOI specifically, I really want to see them try to include Jojo more in his pace, because I feel like this game, it was Jojo under a tower on side lane, Alvaro coming to help him, but he was constantly sharing XP, constantly having to drop waves, and it was a little bit tough, because the tempo that Elyoya sacrificed in the early game kind of came back to bite him in the mid game, because he was always farming these camps, and that just resulted in so many timings for Fnatic to just dive Jojopyun.
Yeah, is that a pitfall? Because you said at first, okay, he skips the camps, he goes for it, but sometimes it can bite you in the butt.
I really feel like right now, especially with Jarvan coming back to the meta, I believe in Korea he's 6-1. They always level 3 gank. It's not that bad if you drop some camps. True. It's only bad for your second clear. And we saw in the Vi game, right, when Pantheon ganked bot lane, she couldn't even counter jungle. She didn't even see blue buff. It's fine, guys. Drop some camps, go gank a lane. It's great.
Okay, Tolkien, what is your prediction for the rest of the series? What does your gut tell you? How's it gonna go?
I predicted 3-2 Fnatic, but I kind of want them to win this whole 7-year thing. You know, they last won 7 years ago and 2018.
2018.
It's way too long, man.
It was in Madrid.
Yes, it was.
I'm just saying.
Just reach finals for once.
Do you believe in poetry? Do you believe in a date with destiny?
Let's not talk about finals, because you would get the Fnatic G2. But anyway, to keep it back to today's series, I still feel like MKOI is going to take it, because it felt like, you know, Fnatic found the cheat code with the Nocturne Orianna. I still feel like MKOI is just a little bit more diverse, because I think that Elyoya still has a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
Okay. Like it, Finn?
I mean, I predicted 3-1. This is just falling into pieces for me. I knew MKOI would lose at least one game to some shenanigans.
And this is the one.
This is the one. 3-1, baby.
You don't even need to cope. It might just be, we'll see. But it is fearless, so we'll see indeed, because it does get trickier as we continue on in this series. But Fnatic, they want a date with Destiny, but MKOI, they feel exactly the same. Who gets the match point first? We'll see it after the break.
Come behind. I'm killing the Rel. Rel is dead. Look at the Zone 2. He's dead too, I think.
I tried tank.
Nice, boys.
I hear now even.
Yeah.
Nice.
I give you. Look at Corki. He's trolling.
I'm out of.
No flash, no flash. He's dead. I give you a burn. Yeah. Fight now, Bobby. Look. Okay, it didn't work. But I have GA. He's feared. Anyone in? He's feared. Okay.
Let's go.
Hey. Yeah.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand.
Thank you, Mr. Kia. That is a nice car. And you know what? I want to see nice gameplay as well. How do I transition like that? I've worked in this industry for over 10 years. It's been a crazy My name's Asterix Thaddeus. It's Dagda. You know what? I don't need words. I'll cast in the game, and that's when my words will come. These fine gentlemen overlook us because they've been here. They've been around. Not as long as you. You've been here for ages. I don't know where I'm going in this. I'm just hyped for the games. Honestly, I'm just here.
Should be a banger, though.
Yeah, it should be. The first one was good. The second one was even better.
We're getting ready for Game 3, and we've equalized the series. Dagda, as you mentioned earlier, it now simply is a best of 3. And as a reminder, the last time that these two teams did meet, it went all the way to 5. I'm hoping that we get the same outcome today. But Fnatic showing up here in Game 2, I think surprised many people. But it just goes to show the potential that this roster does have, and I'm curious as to what the approach from both teams will be, what the priority will be as KOI find themselves back on the blue side here in Game 3.
For MKOI, can they find a way to honestly continue to wrestle this early game control away from Fnatic? Because it really does seem to dictate so much of how these games start to play out. Fnatic managing to get off to a great start here in the early stages in game number 2. And now the continued ban sticking to the same with the Azir and Yunara, red side, coming through for Fnatic. And that Cassiopeia ban would signal a Ryze first pick. But again, we're seeing that final Ryze ban coming through for red side.
Fish for sure. Okay, with no Yunara up, let's see. We get a priority 80 carry here, or maybe a jungler left open the Jarvan early. Yep, okay.
Wow, this opens up for things like Lee Sin as a possibility. We know that Razork is a really big fan. You can also go for things like the Viego, maybe even Trundle if you want to. Poppy has been banned away, which does make sense because if you want to lock in Jarvan, Poppy's mega annoying to have to deal with. But also Razork could go for a little bit more defensively if he wanted to. Right now it does seem like that the direction is very much that Xin Zhao.
It still though is kind of going back to what you said earlier, Vedio, the opportunity to bring out the Ezreal though for upset. Like, you still have the ways to dash around, or even the Zeri, to be honest. And even though we've seen limited Zeri in the LEC, it has been huge for both Supa and Upset. Upset yesterday taking over double-digit kills by the end of that game. We'll have to see if that's where he wants to try and go for, or if he's happy to throw a few mystic shots as the game goes on.
What will the mid lane direction be? Ooh, Victor gonna be locked in. Okay, so Poby gonna stick with the traditional control mages. The downside of Victor is easy target for Jarvan, one could say. But the good news is that when you put that gravity field down, Jarvan likely going to stun himself, trying to hit onto within that ultimate. So KOI are going to need some good follow-up alongside this Jarvan in order to make some good stuff happen. Looks like bot lane might be the direction that they're thinking about. Is Zeri going to be the lock-in? What mid laner will they look to try and pair alongside this? A lot of options for Jojo as he explores through. You want something that can pair up nicely with the Jarvan. I saw that Syndra hover. I think both Ahri and Syndra are actually both solid matchups into the Victor, and also just provide him with great setup as well. But he's just filtering through a large number of champions, and they're not even going to go for a mid laner. Instead, going to be that support. Alvaro going to be getting his hands on the Nautilus.
Now, do we round this out for Fnatic with the Ezreal, just to continue Upset having some sort of safety net for what is a lot of pressure that is going to be going towards him with the point and click on both Jarvan and Nautilus? Or are they just like, no, we need to try and solidify ourselves into the support matchup? Because I think that's where you are going to start to struggle as this goes on, is the limited pool that can answer into the Nautilus.
Makes sense, easily.
Yeah, the problem is, we saw it from KC yesterday, when you have a Braum, you need strong engage elsewhere, otherwise you basically act as a passenger. You become very reliant on your opponents being the ones to force things, and then you being allowed to react. But depending on how strong the engage is, Braum might not necessarily be enough to stop the opposition from just running the map rampant and doing whatever it is that they want to do. So Braum can be an excellent pick into hard engage compositions, but I do think you need some reliable form of engage yourself outside of just a Xin Zhao diving in by himself.
Yeah, I think the idea for Fnatic is, look, there's still things like the Scion we can take in the top side. There's still other forms of engage we can get through Oscarinen, and we'll be happy enough with that, unless it does get banned away. But we're looking at MKOI taking away things like the Ezreal that we were talking about, those kind of safety nets for Upset. And now we'll have to see what Upset wants to try and go for, because in the grand scheme of things, there's not a huge amount left on the table. And Lefty wants to go for the Sivir and try and just spell shield the initial Cataclysm damage, but he'll still be caught in the cage.
The Vayne ban. Bit of respect being given to Upset, but a champion that we haven't seen a huge amount so far in the LEC playoffs, but does have that inherent mobility, is the Lucian, the hover coming through. But Fnatic just kind of playing with their options right now. I feel like that's the direction. Lucian Braum is something we saw very prevalent in the LCK through a lot of summer. has been very popular throughout the world. And I think it's just a duo that provides you with fantastic skirmishing potential.
Yeah, but you did see the 0 wins, 8 losses that popped up after that. It has not been a strong LEC pick. And one Mr. Daniel Dracos is not a big fan of either. So I think a lot of work on Fnatic to make this Lucian work, where you're able to pair alongside of it strong skirmishes, get off to early leads, and try and use that culling effectively in the mid game.
Oh, now Jojo Ziggs is something that we have seen him really pilot beautifully. It was a champion I wasn't expecting out from him the first time that we saw it, but his use of the bombs, the way that he follows up on engages, has just been exceptional to watch. And I think that it's a really good control mage pick. And now, rounding out with the Cassante means that they've got a very traditional front-to-back style of composition, with Nautilus and Jarvan being your primary engage tools. Good scaling from the Ziggs and the Zeri means that these neutral objectives, they're going to be violent.
What's Oscar going to take into the top lane to deal with this tank? The Vayne ban obviously targeted in some regard.
I think you just go for the Scion. I think just plunk a tank into that top side, make it nice and simple. You still got decent gauge. Actually going to be the Yorick, okay. Yeah. So very, very limited on the engage, essentially hoping that, look, there's enough people that are short range on MKOI that they'll have to play into a Fnatic effectively, and you can get your CC off that way, but always a little bit of a risky strategy when you try and opt in towards it.
Yeah, so the problem with Fnatic's comp is, let's say Koi is second to an objective. Fnatic has started off the Dragon. You're dealing with Ziggs bombs, you're dealing with Zeri poke. At any point, a hook could come through from the Nautilus. And how do you stop it? How do you stop Ziggs from just harassing you with his constant poke? And my answer to that is, I don't see a good answer to it. You're relying on maybe a Braum Q connecting, Xin Zhao finding a nice flank. Like, I think it's going to be quite difficult as long as Koi play patient around these neutral objectives. And that's my biggest concern for me when you go for these very limited engage drafts.
That's the thing. It kind of feels like this was nearly wanted to be a 1-3-1 composition, but then you got Victor in there. And it's like, oh, maybe we can try and play for side lanes, and you can try and play, even if, like, say this Victor was a Twisted Fate, I'd be like, oh, okay, now I understand what the angle of attack is here for Fnatic. But I 100% agree with you, Betty. It feels like you're kind of lacking setup for the Victor. You're lacking the ability to gap close on towards MKOI. And MKOI have just got a much better all-rounded composition that enables the carries in both lanes.
Ladies and gentlemen, into game 3. The odds are equal. The draft concerning for Fnatic. But let's see if they get their early game off the ground. That 2v2, mega important. Those lanes are scaling, but I mean, Oscar, if he plays weak side in this game, he might be a useless Yorick in comparison to Mirwin. It's been good so far. It's been a good series. Now we're going to see who moves to match point.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hysterix. It's been an interesting series so far. A dominant game 1 for MKOI. A convincing game 2 from Fnatic. Now here in game 3, I do favor what Koi have brought to the table with their draft. But Fnatic have shown us all sorts of things so far at this tournament. At this playoffs, I should say, rather.
True.
And let's see if they can shine. And I'm very much keeping my eyes on this bot lane matchup. Upset and Mickey, Lucian Braum. It's a scary, scary combo to play into, just because of how easily Lucian can proc that Braum passive and set up for Razork to make an easy gank.
That's scary if Zupe isn't going to lane into it. Again, MKOI opted into the same strategy we saw from Fnatic in the last game of just avoid the matchup entirely. So Mirwin and Alvaro just going to try and farm it out for a couple of minutes until we eventually get the lane swaps. And I think this is perfect for MKOI.
Yeah.
Oscarinen wants to try and punish this Cassante. Won't get a chance. He's taking a heap of damage himself. And you avoid the biggest strengths of this Lucian Braum, which is the early game.
You know, at some point, Riot is just going to have to ban AD carries from the top lane.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter what rules they implement, pros just find a way to break them.
And think about how much top laners are going to rejoice when it's you have range, you can't go top lane. Yeah. That is going to be a celebration for the ages.
Oscar does hit the morning mist, so the shovel comes in hard. And with all the little pandas coming out, Oscar actually gets a pretty good trade.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. AD carries forget that those little pandas are difficult to kill in the early game, especially for an AD carry that doesn't have that much AD early on. pot already spent by Super. I know that Razork is on the top side of the map, level 3, full clear top side. He's setting his sights on the Super.
Thought this was a horrible lane. I'm going to take it back, and even so, as you said, Razork coming in and skirt of vision. Perfect angle. Super's in trouble. He might have flash, but is it going to matter? He gets in over the wall. Nice terrain hop, but now no flash. And I believe our last sighting of that wave was pretty good for Oscarini.
Yeah, I mean, now it's quite awkward for Super, losing out on his flash, but Alvaro...
The roam is really good. A knock-up from Elyoya as well. Razork takes a 1v2 as he now discovers Audacious Charge in, won't matter. Dredge line and Super yoinks with electricity from afar. Flash, prop, Winter's bite, unstoppable, not in time. Close to another kill, but Upset doesn't have the damage, and Biscuits are a mini Warmogs.
It started off so well for Fnatic, but MKOI get the kill, and crucially, it's on towards Super. Takes a little bit of damage there, and Mirwin escapes the bot lane play.
An early gank that goes so well for Fnatic, a team that has done this swap before, and Razork doesn't respect the swap from Alvaro.
Oh, Super.
The Pandas.
Oh, the Pandas! Okay, he's all right.
He's able to just skirt away at the edge of death. The wave. My goodness, no mana on Oscar is really the saving grace.
I feel like the only thing that Super's confident in, the fact that he had red buff from the kill, that he can slowly heal this up and stay in EXP range.
Oh yeah. I see him on the minimap making his way to top lane.
Solution on the way as well. Upset moving into position. Elyoya will be seen on a ward shortly. Gets a scuttle. Oscar's though so deep. And with no mana, how do you get out of there? Super doesn't get the range on the zap, but he won't need it anyway. Knock into the air. And Fnatic, their game plan as Oscar flashes away. He's tumbling down. He heals up. Alvaro has to get out, but Elyoya still takes down the enemy top laner. Alvaro running for his life. Upset gets one. Now the jump in is good, but Elyoya timing on the cooldowns comes in clutch. 2 for 1 in the game so far for MKOI.
The biggest problem is for Super. He's just been hovering top lane this entire time, and he's been losing out on XP while all of this is happening. Look, while the gank is happening, sure, he gets a little bit of farm here and there, but the engage happens. I'm kind of surprised Oscar doesn't flash earlier, but ultimately he buys enough time to allow for Upset to arrive, ends up being a 1-for-1. On the bot side of the map, Muin's getting a bunch of farm and XP, that's great for him. Yeah. But notice that Super's still here. Like, he's just kind of been hovering around. I think he misclicks as well, because he also presses his barrier while underneath the tower.
I didn't see that.
A very awkward situation for him as he now finds himself pretty much 2 waves down in farm.
Yeah, and it's going to be Fnatic are very happy as Elyoya caught.
He's got a flag. Winter's bite was really nice there from Mickey. It's all about this top lane, no matter who's in it. This early game has been ramping up, and gold is somehow even. As you were saying, Betty, it's because Super got the EXP, but didn't get the gold from the mini lane after getting zoned out. It means top laners are even in CS, but bot laners, not so much.
Yeah, it's the fact that you have that jungle advantage there for Elyoya with the extra kill is kind of keeping them within touching distance, but it is really becoming difficult now for MKOI in this 2v2. This was kind of the focus, and Super kind of got a little bit of a Hail Mary saving grace with that early kill, because otherwise he would be so far behind.
I'm keeping my eyes on where the junglers are once again. We know how impactful they've been throughout this series.
Wait, static field comes down. Oh, just out of it. Jojo otherwise would have been dead to the Arcane field. Arcane Storm, rather.
Nice trading coming through from Poby.
He's having another good lane. I mean, match up against Dependent.
I mean, Victor is a massive lane bully, and it's what you need to be doing. You'll see on his champion icon on the right-hand side that he's at 79 stacks out of 100. Once he does get to 100, his wave clear becomes that much scarier. But for Ziggs, he's also a champion that scales really well with levels, getting those points in his queue, and with not that many items under his belt. Like, he can just start clearing waves like a madman. Eventually, this lane is just going to be, I clear wave, I leave, I clear wave, I leave.
And it can be difficult as well for the Ziggs to try and trade back effectively against the Victor, because so much of how you try and trade with the Ziggs is using those ranged minions to explode your bomb onto the Victor as well. But because of Victor's auto attack range, he actually is able to outrange a lot of that and makes it quite difficult for the Ziggs to really make that play happen. So Jojo having not the best of times. Still though, MKOI trading for Dragon here, and we'll be looking towards Void Grubs in 45 seconds, which is going to be the next one for Fnatic.
We talked about the ability to pull triggers, having dragons and being able to force neutral objectives I think is really important. The little pathmaker from Mirwin. The cats come out once again, sorry, Pandas. And the wife is here now. So Oscar in low on mana, but A little bit more damage to play with as his teleport half the way off cooldown. Worth noting if we see another lane swap as Alvaro, this is deep. Mickey going all in. Concussive blows, one more. Gets wind, becomes lightning on both. Super slowed down as well. Passive, but doesn't go through Alvaro. It resets. He does not get stunned up, and Razork simply zoning out so the upset can get more gold. Meanwhile, all out on the bottom side. Pathmaker in. Oscar's dead. Near one puts one on the tally.
Nearwin gets one back, but it's the bottom lane for MKOI that are struggling to get to the lane.
Winter Spike comes through, stunned up as Alvaro, good engage. No, Razork pops his ulti first. Mega Inferno Bomb does nothing to Mickey, and Elyoya thinks, hey, what can I add in? He's got a Cataclysm, doesn't bring it in. Super flashes away, gets over the wall, but now Jojo's in. His mana's a little bit low. I wonder, flag and drag in, upset, now in harm's way, and still a concussive blow, or rather, a Cataclysm to come through. Jojo lucky to be alive. Razork, though, finds a re-entry. Mickey with an auto will die under the turret. We're going Chaos Incarnate. Razork has nothing to get out of dodge, and Elyoya has it all. Dredgeline max range, and Mirwin's here to claim the glory.
All 5 members of KOI find themselves in the top lane, and that's beautiful timing because the grubs are up for grabs as they convert those kills into an objective, and just like that, KOI swings the momentum in their favor.
They swing parts of the momentum, but wave after wave is down to that top tower as it ends up happening. And you can look at Super after this, but we're looking at the bottom lane here as Oscar in. That wall will not save you, but look at that top wave. Like, more and more of this CS is down to the tower. So even though MKOI are trying to operate on, can we get these people into position, they still lose one, they still lose another off the back of this. And it will be, 3 for 2 eventually for Fnatic off the back of this. Or, sorry, 2 for 2 for Fnatic off the back of this. But honestly, Super is in a terrible position now.
Okay, well, let's see if it gets even worse from here. The 2 kills area that shouldn't be 2 kills up. Dredgeline saving the day under turret. The dive going horribly. Mickey dies and Super does not. The save from Alvaro. These hooks are coming out of left field.
Beautiful play from Alvaro to keep his AD carry alive. They're trying to keep the minion wave away from the tower.
Razork ready, but a Dredgeline in the way again. Razork will ulti, another turret shot almost takes him down. Upset's close to dying as well. Razork's thinking about sending it, but Alvaro, wait, no minion wave. Dredgeline, Mega Inferno Bomb. Alvaro is freaking crazy this game.
KOI are not slowing down. They're constantly looking for fights. They are outplaying Fnatic on the map. The gold lead now 1K. Upset made his way bot lane against Jojo. This is a risky position to be in.
Fight again, kill. It's like an LPL game. There's 12 kills in 10 minutes, and we have just thrown caution to the wind. The defining game in the series. And gentlemen, I don't know who's winning. Help. Hang on, Jojo, Calstom, good satchel charge. Held on by Jojo, he will escape Poby with a level lead. Wanted to take it to him. We'll get a little buzz cut for Jojo's hair on the back end, but Super, meanwhile, with the grubs, it's finding ease of access with turret plating mid.
But this is the thing, MKOI have done everything they can to not just bandage Super. He's propped up, he's got a cup of tea, he's reading the newspaper. This man has been set up with a trust fund thanks to MKOI, and now all that lead that Fnatic worked so hard to set up for their AD carry has gone out the window thanks to Alvaro, thanks to these roams from Jojo. And Fnatic now find themselves in a gold deficit almost everywhere.
A 30 CS difference, and the Zeri has the gold lead. Is definitely an offside to see. Looks like, though, we're getting more action here in the bot lane. Mickey's caught out.
He is indeed. He's bought some time, though, and he has the ulti in his back pocket. The heal is the only thing gone. Elyoya has Cataclysm, too.
Interestingly, Poby choosing to evolve his Q over his E here in the early game.
Oh, yeah, true.
The fact that he doesn't have that extended laser, the fact that he doesn't have that additional wave clear, instead going for the stronger trading tool, definitely a little unconventional here, but getting that extra movement speed may be something that he needs to help survive some of the early Jarvan ganks that we've seen thrown his direction.
Fnatic right now are just not stopping. The constant aggression, trying to find picks out. I feel like they took this comp seriously. They're like, hey, yo, we need to find a lead coming out of these lanes. As we said, bot is already an issue. Poby has a 20 CS lead. And while there is top even Stevens, Mirwin might have solo kills, which is giving him a gold lead, but like, you see Fnatic don't want to slow down.
But it's the crucial breakpoints on items for MKOI with that slight gold lead that is making the difference now. First items almost entirely across the board for MKOI. Nothing apart from that Sundered Sky and Redemption on Fnatic. And with Dragon now spawned, MKOI can fight for pressure on bot, pressure in mid, and look to turn these first items into more
Black
kills.
and Drag into a dredge line. We start the fight again. Super's over the wall, free firing the 3-0-0. He's a Mega Inferno Bomb. Does nothing because Razdork is in the ulti. Cataclysm comes out, max range, so Mickey hits the perfect icebreaker. And that's how you get in a good social situation as Mirwin now into a cage, in trouble. The Maiden hitting from afar, so close. And there's the Morning Mist, but no cats up and available till now. Mirwin survives only if just.
Mirwin just barely getting out of harm's way. Remember, he did find a solo kill earlier, but just the power of Yorick in the extended fight. The Maiden doing some serious work. But my goodness, Fnatic at the very least getting a kill back, getting their hands on the Dragon, definitely alleviates some pressure as Elyoya overstays his welcome in that mid lane. He thinks that he can get a kill onto Mickey, but the instant flash punish from Mickey by utilizing his ult was a nice response as KOI find themselves now once again equal on the gold front.
And it's just those little advantages that MKOI could have used there. We just said it, first items across the board, but we get the replay here as MKOI try to go on to Mickey. He gets the shield up though, which means Super's damage isn't doing anywhere near as much as it should. He's able to get away from this ultimate from the Ziggs as well. And that flash, it just sends lights out for Elyoya. Again, as Super just not in a position to follow up.
I feel like Mickey's been playing 2x KO Brom or something, man. That chain combo was gnarly, and you know, hitting the Winter's Bite on the turnaround fade, that was perfect way to seal it. Both supports hitting the clutches as you said before, Betty Gold is just about even. The turnabout play gives Upset, who still has that 20+ CS lead, a better avenue for gold. He's got his one item and on the way to the second now. 40 seconds till Herald, that's the next turn of play. Fnatic are trying to hold control in top, and we're going to get rid of some of this vision first and give a bit of priority to Poby again, which I feel like they've been doing all series long.
It's just Fnatic understand they are very strong off of these one-item spikes with the composition that they have. So they're trying to see if they can leverage that into picks, into plays, and they might have found Alvaro as he starts to crest up. Still fishing just for control around this Rift Herald that's about to spawn.
Right, blind dredge line here. He puts out a lens. Mickey is found. Super by his side. Super with a cloak of agility alongside the Yuntal. If you can't see it, I apologize. But I mean, look, Alvaro keeps fishing. This is the point, over the wall. Pulls out the Warden's Wrath and gets a range while Oscarinen is going deep. And it's Mirwin rather who was proxying before, but Razdork's on the right side of the map, slowed down with the wind becomes lightning. A flip back is nice. The all-out will surely be coming soon, but the wall too far. Pathmaker though, Razdork still in trouble. That's Cassante. He runs in, Mirwin takes one. He shields out, flies on, flips again. Wait, double Pathmaker. Cassante Mirwin truly is the organic father.
Yesterday belonged to Oscarinen, but Mirwin says today is his day. In a 1v2, he nets the kills, he nets the Rift Herald, and nets MKOI this mid lane.
We've seen Mirwin have Cassante performances before, but with a 2 versus 1, such a massive outplay. The arena erupts as the mid tower falls. The second takes 50% of its HP. MKOI are riding this momentum beautifully.
And this was so well set up. MKOI managing to get the play on the bottom side. Mirwin ends up getting the flick back. As they held off and using the Audacious Charge in the middle of this, the Redemption, perfect to keep him alive. And here, I thought Razdork had got enough distance so he doesn't take the damage. But it's the knockback onto Oscarinen gets him the space he needs. The shield just in time to keep him alive. And then the healing from the all-outs.
What a chance! Oh my god, he stood up and he pointed at Oscar. I mean, absolute cojones on that man. Mirwin is 4-0. And while Cassante is one hell of a champion, let me just live it up to the hype of the player behind it. That 1v2 changed the whole state of the game. Not only did bot turret go down, not only did Big Crush, top is now dead. MKOI with a 3k gold lead, and I think Mirwin single-handedly just broke this.
I mean, it was already hard to kill Cassante before. Lucian isn't really the type of champion that's good at melting through a Cassante's armor. We discussed how, with the limited engage that Fnatic have, if they try to set up around an objective, the amount of poke that can come through from KOI is going to be difficult to deal with. But now there's a side lane threat that they just have no answer for. Mirwin is just this raid boss that can do whatever he wants. And this game is only going to get harder for Fnatic. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. The resets have come through. MKOI are making a beeline towards the bot side of the map where Mirwin has full control.
It is seldom seen that I think one player can change the pace of a game. And while, yes, MKOI had really a lot of signs of life, gold was quite even. I'm shocked that one player can do so much. And with this Dragon up in 15 seconds, it does feel like those 2 items across the board are enough for Fnatic to start fearing. Let's see if they just send it anyway, gents, because they've lost so much control in this river. And now he's back again. Mega Blast Cone gets Mickey out. Oscar, he's back into his shell because he can't step up in this wave.
They're sending Poby topside. Upset is on reset. This is a no contest from Fnatic. They understand that they need to buy themselves some time and hope they can get to a later stage. But at what point does that come? This Yorick is no longer in a position to be the front line that you need. All hands seem to be looking towards Poby to try and get to that late game point. But you're up against the Zeri, you're up against the Ziggs. These are not exactly champions that fall off.
I mean, Mirwin, he's the Elden Lord, he's Thanos, he's every final boss combined. Fnatic are gonna need all 5 members, I think, to even put a scratch on him. And that doesn't even take into account that you've got a Zeri with 2 items completed, Jojo in the mid lane doing the same thing. It's all blue in the bot side of your screen as KOI is the driving force here in Game 3.
You have a scaling AP threat and 3 AD versus double armor Cassante. Oh, holy yikes. Who is going to kill the tank? It's a very good question posed by you. In this game, I mean, for MKOI, I feel like to get to this point, after almost falling to Fnatic in the first round, after falling to G2, which looked like a massive gap, the preparation for today has to be commended. The preparation for today has been exceptional. As Alvaro also back on form, Satokaj, beautiful. Mickey is going to exhaust, but he's in trouble, half HP. Stand behind me, Poby gives him a way out, but MKOI might not be done yet, as continuously fishing, he's still looking for something.
But if Jojo is getting this pressure with Alvaro, what hope do you have of an Atakan that's now just about to spawn on the bottom side? Or sorry, on the top side. Like, this is just so much control from MKOI, and as long as they can poke and push people back, they get their value.
Mickey, ulti, max range hits, connects, Winter's Bite turns into concussive blows. Jojo, 2 autos to go. He'll get stunned up. Double redemption, Mega Inferno Bomb misses. Winter's Bite does nothing this time. Oscar and TPs. There's another one though. Raid Boss is coming. Raid Boss is coming. Stretch line doesn't connect, but Mirwin has arrived. As you said, Atakan just spawned, and Fnatic are on the back foot again.
I mean, that was a really nice disengage that we saw come through from Jojo and Alvaro. Mickey with a super creative engage, put a lot of pressure down, got the flash out from Jojo, which could become a big factor in the upcoming fight. Right now, Oscar just doesn't want to cede full control around this topside river, but Super being left exposed means that he will just pick up this mid-tier 2. Razork working with Poby, but they're not going to be able to lock him down.
Beautiful side.
But you talked about it earlier, like, Fnatic want to fight. And Benny, how do they start a fight?
That's
Again,
a great question.
They just don't have ways to find engage. They don't really have ways to threaten Jojo Pyum with no flash. The reason Mickey had to get creative is it's the only bloody way they can find anything. So for MKOI, it feels like at this stage, the composition is stronger, they're stronger, and they're only getting better as they become more and more online.
We only said MKOI have to be patient, which historically would be something too hard to ask. But today they've shown it. Game 1 and now, they can be really patient with these drafts, and it was their weakness now turned into an obvious strength. I just talked about the single work they've done throughout this tournament, to use your phrasing, Vetti. And again, it's impressive. 4.5k gold lead. Dragons up in 2 minutes. Ignore that. That Atakan top still seems to be something we might end up focusing around. For now, though, MKOI getting a little bit frisky down in the bottom lane, seeing if they can find Razork. But he too backs off, and in time, Poby gets back to base.
Okay, so Dragon and Atakan These are the two objectives that both teams will be thinking about in the near future. You can tell that the pace is definitely slowed down as Fnatic realize that there's very little that they can look to try and force on the map right now. KOI are happy to just continue to scale up. BF sword now picked up for Super. It means that he is getting much closer to what we expect to be the Infinity Edge. And I'm thinking of what options Fnatic have. A flank from Razork, a nice ulti from Mickey, an overextension from KOI, a potential pick onto a member.
Here we go.
But KOI not going to waste any time. They're going to start the objective. And I mean, I think Fnatic might just have to give this one up.
Mirwin is going to start zone controlling. He's got to flip back. Oscar in dredge line. Great. Again, the flip back there. The path maker into range of the whole team. And Oscar has to flash out. Yeah, Fnatic say we'll just get bot turret. What else can we do? Atakan achieved. And this game feels like it's soon to be coming to a close.
Yeah, they can't even try and contest. They're just hoping that Poby can be some sort of win condition. The scaling can potentially be there, but
oh my god, on the edge of Fitchin, Oscar Rinnan gets nuked, gets Thunderdomed. Fnatic for the turret, it's not going to be a clean trade at all.
Now, Oscar Rinnan goes down, but it may be more as Mickey has to try and escape, manages to get away, but honestly now, Elyoya, no flash, no ults for the next dragon. TP, I think, should be up for Oscar Rinnan just beforehand. Maybe a window for Fnatic, but it's a very, very small one. Razork.
Okay, the flank's nice. Flashes, doesn't do much to Jojo though, but the culling into the corner gets a shutdown. Now something onto the tanky Cassandre, but Mirwin's going to take a while to die. The all-out over the wall. Razork has no ulti to buy time. Mirwin again, a problem, gets the flip on all pathmakers in. And the raid boss stands tall. Flash again onto Upset. He's just out of range. It'll simply be a double for Upset. But Mirwin refuses to die.
The collapse from KOI was so swift as how 4 members quickly convened on the top side of the map to help get KOI out of this situation. A beautiful engage from Razork locks up Jojo, giving him no avenue of escape. And Fnatic, as they rightly should, feel like this is their big moment. But Alvaro on the right-hand side, Super from the south, he gets chain CC'd by Mickey. He's forced to flash away, but it doesn't matter because from over the wall, he's still able to dish out the damage. Alvaro with a great ulti, limiting the options for Fnatic. Mean that another fight is won for KOI.
There's just no one, as you say, can kill Mirwin. That man just stood in that front line the entire time, and while Super was dealing damage, Mirwin was almost dishing out just as much, and I think at this stage, that's the crux of the problem here for Fnatic. They killed the mid laner, and they just can't get through the rest of the lineup. And now it's MKOI picking up more, Fnatic trying to teeter more of that gold into Poby, but I just don't think it's enough.
What shocks me is that somehow, through this carnage, Poby is still 0-0-0. He's just been sitting most of this game in a side lane.
Yeah.
And again, I hate to come back to it, but this comp from Fnatic, I just don't really see how it comes together and works. KOI seems to have such a fluid idea, and of course, Cassandre getting a double kill helps. The draft really doesn't matter when things like that happen in the game.
Yeah.
But in terms of the comeback options, Fnatic feels super limited. Jojo going to bounce his way to safety. But yeah, Baron now, a card that I think KOI should just force.
Yeah,
I think they're so much stronger that even if Fnatic do come to contest, you just turn and you should win the fight.
I think Mirwin and Super alone could win that fight. I don't even think they need anyone else, to be perfectly honest. Like 3 items on towards Super, the Mirwin is just unkillable. And as you say, like, the game plan from Fnatic has been, let's try and feed Poby all this gold in the side lane. Now they got to see if it can pay off, but he's just shy on having that magic pen item fully completed. And now Fnatic's hands are being called.
Dredge line narrowly missing onto Mickey. MKOI so confident in this side of the jungle, looking for yet another pick. Elyoya's in. Doesn't pull off the Cataclysm yet, though. Super's also alongside him, almost level 16 on this Seri. Half the way to go, and you see Mirwin stands his ground. He's now got a caning Rookern, so Poby affects him a lot less. Baron sits up, but MKOI, the name of this game has been not to rush. They continue to show us how.
But the problem you just saw is that Poby hit Mirwin and didn't do very much. Yep. So I think that's basically where the issue is going to stem from. Now we get Super and Mirwin collapsing onto Oscar in the bottom side. Can he get out of here?
Gonna back in place, not seen by the ward. Super comes in over the wall, stops it now. A Maiden is not gonna make it a fair fight, even if this was Super by himself. The damage is too much. An easy kill picked up. And for the turret, they had to do what they could.
And there's no cross-map play available for Fnatic. They're all on the top side jungle, but Jojo alone was sitting in the river with good vision control. And if Fnatic had decided to start it, Jojo would have just torn them to pieces. Super going to steal away these camps as well. Fnatic being denied everything. As KOI, I mean, they've had a firm grip on this game for a while now, but it feels like that it's just moments away from the final nail being planted into the coffin, and MKOI looking to take match point.
They'd get a rematch against G2 from the upper bracket. They'd get a rematch against G2, who they beat down in spring to go as the first seed at MSI. It's been a fun little rivalry this year, at least in the later portion. Like these players, I mean, consistently in stepping up to the plate.
I think it's also like such a shining difference from spring. Like a lot of question marks were around MKOI coming into spring, even the playoffs, saying, hey, look, it hasn't been as clean. They have been able to solidify that team play. But this playoffs, this split from MKOI has been a very different story. It has been clean, it has been aggressive, it has been fast-paced, and it is a struggle for teams to keep up. And now with Super in such a strong position, this is MKOI's house, this is MKOI's territory where they feel confident, and it's Fnatic who have to tread carefully.
KOI do still sometimes make those individual mistakes, and Fnatic, I mean, they're kind of relying on those mistakes right now. KOI, though, they don't appear to be... Okay, this could be it right here. Super gonna remove the blast cone, get away to safety. But yeah, right now, KOI are playing it patient, they're playing it clean. Again, I do think that they should be forcing a little bit more with the advantage
like
that they do have. Because the longer the game goes, you're just giving Fnatic more items, and you just... It might not feel like much, but the later a game goes, the more meaningless the goal difference becomes.
Of course, yeah.
So, right now, KOI, of course, still firmly so much stronger than Fnatic.
Yeah, I think it's things like the Lord Dominance Regard being completed, but Oscar Rinnan.
Oh, here we go again. Look at the path making true damage. Oscar with the maiden can't do anything, flushes away, but Jojo's here to dunk down and take the rewards. Oscar 0-6. And to be fair, he has been bullied this game again.
Yeah, but overextended a TP behind, and that may have been the mistake that MKOI were waiting for to really start to put this nail in the coffin. Again, though, like you're getting that push on the bottom side. Fnatic still unsure as to exactly what MKOI's plan of attack here is. But the reset's coming through. I mean, MKOI would get it here too, but I thought that'd be the signal to all hands on deck. We're going for the juggler.
Spike connects, Culling comes through, Jojo flashes away. Culling also escaped from a minefield placed out, but it's going to be soul claimed regardless. Flashes don't matter when they're engaged, it's simply a Brom. MKOI, the nails continue piling up. It's Elder next. If Fnatic can get a flip there, sure, but now it might open the window to Baron as Oscar is respawning, but might have to TP in.
And with the soul secured, I think, yep, definitely the safe approach. I'd really love to see them force the Baron. They talk a lot about wanting to increase the pace of the game, and with the position that they're in, with the soul at their backs as well, like, you thought that Mirwin was hard to kill before. It's objectively only gotten harder now that he has a soul.
Oh, wait a second.
Okay, that's ambitious onto Alvaro. He flashes away, but remember, Mirwin is here. Tanks up, doesn't have the all out, but still going to take a while to die. He does flash. I don't know if that guy had to flash there. I think Mirwin was fine, but hey, he's the pro player, I'm not.
Yeah, I think if it was anyone else, Fnatic, that play might have worked out. But Mirwin was not really losing help off the back of that. I was about to say, you know, upset he's got his IE now. Maybe he can do some work.
Jojo,
but
by checking, Mickey flashes in, gets the exhaust. Jojo gets out with the stats charge, Mega Inferno Bomb does damage. Oscar here with the main, but Mirwin shows up and they say no. Mickey takes a wild chunk from Elyo, who gets Cataclysm over the wall. Culling at melee range. Elyo manages to get out of Super. Joins in as well. Poby now there with the Chaos Storm, but on top of himself, doesn't do too much. They were fearing the dive, the jumpers. Meanwhile, another target found. Mirwin brings him in to get kissed by the whole MKOI lineup.
That should be everything that KOI need to secure this Baron and close this game out. You could see how close that actually was for Fnatic in terms of the damage that they were outputting, but the difference maker being Mirwin acting as this wall of protection. Jojo face checks a brush that he had no right checking, quickly throws the ultimate down, but as we've seen so many times, the reaction from KOI is swift and ruthless. Super arrives, forces Upset out of the fight. Poby flashes in to try and get a kill onto Super, but he doesn't have the damage, and MKOI just, single-handedly bringing Razok to his own demise. Baron secured. KOI looking to take match point.
And now from 5 to 8 to 9 almost. Yeah, there it is. Like MKOI finally found the trigger that they needed. We were, quantifying like when is it finally going to happen. Mickey face checking. Oh no! The wall centered his own team. And Super gets a freebie.
It was Fnatic who managed to step up yesterday against KC and find themselves here. But in spring, it was MKOI who destroyed KC and went on to beat G2 in that final. And MKOI are looking to send themselves once more into that fight against G2.
And as your headphones are obviously breaking, your eardrums are now bleeding, as Cowman lifts up the cowbell, it is signaling the death knell. Alvaro is going to get out of the culling, but MKOI are going to move to match point. It's now just dotting the I's, crossing the T's with this Baron in 3 lanes as Jojo resumes top. Flash from Razok misses the engage. Bit of a whiff, but finally onto Elyoy. They're going to get him into GA. That's nice, but look at the damage and response. Mirwin here on the side. The GA, will it be punished? No. Mirwin keeps him in place in the Thunderdome. For the time being, Mirwin not stunned up. He gets a shield, gets to an ally. Cowstorm does his damage. Stretch line in again. Another good engage. A double for Super off the wing. A third goes down. MKOI the victory march to try and get this series tied up.
Fnatic tried everything to get the early lead, but it was Alvaro's hook, it was Oyoya in position, it was MKOI fighting back, and now they will push forward to match point.
This Madrid win rate is getting extreme. This series win rate is unbelievable, and Movistar KOI are 1 win away from playing a summer final in front of their home crowd.
Smiles on the faces of Elyoya as he's happy with the team's performance. Strong stuff from KOI. It was a little bit touch and go at times, but they end up closing things out.
Law, take it away.
It is an MKOI win here once again in Madrid, and the player just finished the game. Fnatic is going off stage now. They're gonna join their coaching room backstage. MKOI is gonna follow shortly. They are the first team taking us here to match points in Madrid. You heard the atmosphere in the arena. It's electric right now. Let's see if MKOI can close it out right after this, or if we're gonna go to game 5.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jake, I needed to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. They asked me, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He should change his in-game name to changing lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, changing lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind.
The roam is really good. A knock-up from El Yoya as well. Razor takes a 1v2 as he now discovers Audacious Charge. It won't matter. Dreadfun and Super yoinks with electricity from afar.
They cannot win. I'm coming as well.
Nope.
I ulti everyone. Queuing 6. I don't know, 5. Good enough.
Kill him.
Bro, 0-8.
Movistar Koi, they want that date with G2 again tomorrow. They get to match point first right here in Madrid as we welcome you back to the Marriott Bonvoy Analyst Desk. And wow, I mean, although there were mid-game skirmishes, it was pretty sovereign from MKOI, wasn't it? Or am I reading it wrong?
I think you're reading it completely right. Completely literate. I mean, I think MKOI, this game, they just dominated almost every play. Sure, there was a little bit of mishaps. Maybe the Jarvan ultimate wasn't optimal, but in general, MKOI kept the pace of the game stable and standard. They didn't really give any openings to Fnatic.
And even though Fnatic was the big aggressor, it really felt like MKOI was always in the position to pull up a great counterpunch, and it all starts with the early game, because we saw the infamous LCK level 1 lane stop, and I felt like there was a lot of crazy things happening there, and that's why I just really want to show it, because it was out of this world. So if you can bring up the clip and roll it, that would be great. So
I mean, this looks so good. I was so happy seeing this. Oscar is winning the trades, like normally always when the ADC goes top. The top laner is the one getting fisted under tower, but this time it's Yorick who's just hitting the E's onto Supa. It's looking great. Razork fights away behind, gets Supa's flash. He's like 200 HP, so now Razork can surely just...
Yeah, so if he pause it right now, so...
Oh wait.
He has to...
Well,
is he supposed to...
looks wrong now.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to do this. Like, why is he here? Like, look at the minimap. You have the Zeri under tower, 1 HP. Your bot is winning. Braum is already rotating. You saw Nautilus walk into the mid lane as well. And then you walk in here, just roll the clip and show what happens. But why are you here?
Wait, we saw Nautilus on mid?
Yes, we saw him.
No, we didn't see him on mid. No.
But
oh my God.
It's still okay.
It's
still
okay,
Jack,
I mean,
right?
Seri got a kill, but it's not that bad. Like, Seri getting fed, it kind of sucks, but Oscar here is hitting another E onto Supa, gets him really chunked. I mean, now suddenly, okay, we're back here, we're back. This looks pretty good.
So is it time to pause again and look at it again to see what's happening? So,
okay. I mean, this looks good.
So
Oscar can now just try to maybe
so this guy is 1
Super
HP, right? This guy is 1 HP. Braum is still here. We blew the Cassante. The Cassante TP is on cooldown. You see it over here. So
I mean,
what should happen?
I think we can maybe dive Supa if he misplays. Maybe we can land an E.
No more of this. Just stay in the 1v2. You're already winning. You don't need to do this. And now you don't need to kill him under the tower. The map is already won.
Yeah, I guess you could have done.
But okay, pause it again. Pause it one more time. Like the pause is late, but I don't really care.
out.
But just flash the EQ. Like Lucian is right over here. He's about to arrive and collect the kill. Surely they're gonna chase you more. The Cassante is still top. You need to base and you need to catch this bot wave. You don't need to do this. Why?
I don't know.
Why? I just want good games.
Honestly.
I just want this series to be worth and be great because both teams are making great plays. I don't want to see one team making misplays because these teams are so good.
Okay, listen. Valid crash outs. And also, I think Fnatic fans watching, they're really feeling you right now.
They feel like me.
Yeah, they feel like you. But there's other people who are feeling very happy.
I didn't predict them
believe
going to win, to be honest. But
it's all right.
I just want good games.
That Laura is standing by with a family member of one of the MKOI players.
Hello guys, I'm Noah. I'm here with Mirwin's mom, Charo, for a brief interview. Charo, ¿cómo has visto a tu chaval en esta partida? ¿Qué ha hecho?
Eso es sinvergüenza, literal.
¿Eso es todo lo que tienes que decir?
Es que yo no se lo he enseñado, es cosecha propia de él, ¿eh? Que conste.
Okay, so I just asked, okay, Charo, what happened with your son in this game? And she just said that, I mean, he has no shame, that all that you've seen in the Summer Suite, she never teach him, he just learned it on his own. Charo, ¿cómo ves a tu hijo de cara a pasar a la final? ¿Cómo ves a tu hijo que se va a ir a jugar los mundiales? ¿Qué tienes que decirle a tu chaval para darle ese extra de motivación para la siguiente partida?
Día a día van mejorando, Noel, todos. O sea que a seguir aprendiendo, por supuesto. Y nada, ahora a disfrutar de un buen League of Legends. Yo deseo que ganen. Y nada, a los mundiales, a China.
So I just asked for her mom to give some support and words for his son, who's not only one step away from making it to finals, who's only going to Worlds in this year, and she just said that he's just learning step by step, not just him, but all his teammates, and that he's going to Worlds, and he's just making it. Charo, ya para cerrar la entrevista, algunas palabras para arengar a todos los fans de Movistar hoy para la siguiente.
Los fans son el alma del equipo. Lo viví cuando estuve con ellos en Berlín. Son realmente geniales y sin ellos el equipo no existiría.
So Charo just said that without the fans, the team would be nothing. The crowd is cheering. Guys, make some noise. Un poquito de ruido para la última partida. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Charo. And back to you to the desk.
Thank you very much. That was, of course, the lovely Noah. Mirwin was... Imagine this, you're a pro player, you're walking in, you're one game away from the grand final, you look up at the big screen, you see your mom who's giving all her support to you. It's beautiful.
I mean, that's a bigger curse than your monologue curse, so I feel like...
Why did you bring it there? It's so heartwarming, it's so beautiful.
What? You don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, let's talk about her son.
Yeah, let's talk about Mirwin.
Let's talk about this Cassante moment, Finn.
I mean, I know showmakers crying right now all over in Korea, because when you see things like this happening on your screen, I don't know whether you should laugh or cry, because Mirwin's Cassante this game was demonic. Like that 1v2 onto bot lane, he was constantly put under pressure. With that swap, he was laning 1v2 against Upsets and the Braum, but because of that early swap that Odona broke down, he was put in such a good position, finding the solo kill on level 6 against the flashless Oscar Rinnin, and now this was just so beautifully played. Uses the vamp and gets this super clutch double kill.
What a tilter.
What a tilter for Oscar Rinnin and Razuk. And I know when he stands up and screamed at them, I know that adrenaline was going crazy and he was just feeling himself.
Absolutely monster performance, because even though this copy pasta has been here for such a long time, K'Sante got nerfed hundreds of times, but still, he is here and he's putting up such amazing performances on this champion.
Jack. Este es K'Sante, un campeón de 4.700 puntos de vida, 300...
De armadura y
12 y 1 de resistencia mágica, que tiene habilidades imparables, escudo y salto de muro. Okay.
It doesn't even need to speak Spanish. Everyone knows this. It's global at this point. The hate for K'Sante will never die.
Yes, follow the poster of that as well. Oh, okay. It's a little bit warm on stage, I presume, and he's been jumping.
If I would smurf this hard, I would also be wiping, my
it's
forehead.
overloaded right now.
So, let's take stock of a couple of narratives, because we love those, but honestly, in finals weekend, I think it's apt. Let's start with the people on screen right now. Jack Spectra with Movistar Koi, who nobody actually, except for their own fans maybe, believed in them when they went into that grand final. Most people would have said they're not going to win versus G2 and they're not going to win a championship this year, and they did.
For sure. I think the whole evolution of this roster has been so surprising and such a nice development to see. Just the fact that they keep getting better and better under the leadership of Elyoya. Every single player has improved massively, and the fact that any player can step up. In this game it was Mirwin, in the previous it felt like it was Supa, and it was just everybody has the capability to carry. It's wonderful to see.
I just feel like they have channeled all their aggression into the correct areas right now, because they came into winter, even last winter, and they were all over the place. The drafts were crazy, the gameplay was even crazier, but right now the drafts are strong, stable, consistent. Their gameplay precise, clean, beautiful League of Legends that they are playing, and I love to see it.
It's true, but we had some predictions at the top of the day. Finn saying it's going to be a 3-1 for MKOI, and Jack Spectra saying a 3-2 for Fnatic. I want to hear your win conditions for Fnatic, because they need it, Jack Spectra.
Both of the dreams are still alive. I mean, for Fnatic, I think in this game, they just didn't have Upset on a more reliable enough of a carry. You could see he was trying his best on the Lucian, but he couldn't get through Mirwin. I really want to see him on a champion that just has way better scaling. Put him on more of a hyper carry that once you get to that late game, because all of these games, it feels like they're bound to go kind of late game. They're going to go past Soul, maybe even the Elder. And especially when you're in an arena like this, scaling is the way to go. We saw K-Corp, the one win they got, that was scaling. That's the way to go.
I also say gold differentials are a bit more fake in an arena, it seems like, because sometimes you're ahead a lot, but it doesn't take much.
The items don't matter, it's how you use them that matters, how well you click. And I feel like if I'm going to talk about the victory conditions for MKOI, on the other hand, I want to keep seeing Elyoya and Alvaro unleashed. I feel like their activeness on the map is crucial, and a key point for me is that I love seeing Jojipyun on these follow-up champions. Game 1, it was a Talia who could join any fight, whether it was started, because he's not a playmaker. Game 2, he was on the own, a little bit more, the ball was in his court, but I feel like that's not where MKOI is successful. They're successful when Elyoya and Alvaro can link up plays and he's just following them, which is why the Ziggs was peculiar, because he could just ult into any fights, and sure, Jarvan doesn't have enough damage to keep, but with that Ziggs ult on his back, it becomes really easy. So I would love to see them hone into this playstyle.
I love it. A nice combo for MKOI for Fnatic, and grabs up against it. Odo, as we go into this draft, what do you make of the points that they presented, and what would you like to see?
I mean, it's been clear because it's been the win conditions for both of these teams. I really do wonder, so even though these teams have a lot of various play styles, it really comes down to what's going to be open now. And with Fnatic being on blue side, the ball is in their court to figure out what's the most OP, because in Game 4, you need to be properly doing your homework and make this tier list of champions. What is the most OP? Because it's a little bit more difficult to navigate right now, because you need to find these archetype of team comps that fit well your win conditions.
And I'm so surprised already that Fnatic decided to go for the Sivir, because there was one champion in my head. I'm thinking like, Sivir, you want a first pick Sivir? Alistar's out, Jarvan is out, so many of the other carries are out. But they banned it instead, which makes me think they want to first pick maybe another ADC.
Yeah, like a Jinx or an Aphelios is what I'm thinking. When I think about hyper carries, I think of Upset and Mickey on their fresh Aphelios or the fresh Jinx. I would love to see that for them, because Engage is fleeting. There aren't that many strong Engage champions left in the game. Nico being banned out, one of them. It's only like Leona right now that are kind of still up and available, but they're hovering and looks to lock in the Varus, which is a champion that Upset has had middling success with, and it's not really fitting his playstyle.
Varus is not really the greatest of champions when you think about it, but now we're in Game 4. All all the other OPs before Emma are out, so this is the time when it starts to shine. But I do wonder if this was the correct choice when you have the likes of Maokai, because as you said it, Finn, when you don't have Engage, you need to find Engage in different roles, and Maokai would have made your team comp work so much well. But my God, is that the Sion? How did Sion get through from blue side? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I mean, now the problem is that this Virus is going to be forced to go on it, and you really need to win that early laning phase to get a lot of value out of this pick. And I don't doubt that Upset and Mickey can do it, but with how Yoya has been playing and how good he's been at shutting them down, it's hard for me to see it.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Ryze lock-in. Game 1, they banned Casio to set this Ryze up, but it seems they don't even care about it. They just picked the Ryze. They want that split push threat. They want the side laning, those ults to go into the team fights. And I really want to see how he uses this ability, because once again, we see Jojipan playing kind of a facilitating carry. Wardle is a little bit more in his court this time on the Ryze, but he still has to make use of those moves.
Now, it's especially important that blue side does find the correct answers to this, because when you have Sion and Ryze picked in so early, the Trundle is already a great pick, takes away the mobility from the Ryze, and locks down the Sion.
I love Casio. I really love Casio. I'd love to see Casio here. You touched on it, Finn. I'm sorry I had to interrupt you. I just really want Casio. Please don't go some really low damage champion like Galio. You need a high DPS.
So it's, you're okay, you're okay.
Yeah, okay, but they need some high
Casio
DPS
or Hui is a winner for me.
I just feel like Casio, you have more survivability.
Finally.
But Hui after the buff.
Finally, the Hui is here after the buff. It was such a huge buff, and I expected to see a lot more from this champion in this weekend, but I'm finally happy to see it here because it plays so well into the Fnatic's team comp. They won. They don't even need to go on hit anymore on the Virus. They can double down on this range advantage they have. Neutral objective setup is just so much easier when you have this sort of zone of control with the Hui, with the Trundle, and the Virus.
To me, this was a flawless tier 3. The Trundle pick is absolutely crucial, because now suddenly Super has to second think, does he want to go on an immobile hypercarry, because suddenly there might be a Trundle pillar that's blocking your escape path. So he goes for the S-roll to kind of keep himself a little bit more safe in these fights. But I wonder, I feel like they really wanted some more damage from the bot lane position with that Sion, with that Ryze. The Jinx would be nice, but the Trundle kind of denies that. And the way, as you say, so beautiful pick. They're starting to ban the Cho'Gath, and it seems like they want to put a screener on something that's a little bit more volatile, not one of those tank champions that can just go even, scaling.
I mean, both team comps kind of have low damage to tanks. S-Roll Ryze, as the game progresses, will kind of struggle with that, so it makes sense that they want to try to target that out. I wouldn't mind seeing Oscar go for more of a bruiser, try to play more side lane and outscale in that sense. He's had decent success on it, but if he could get a free tank, I wouldn't mind that either.
I think the big necessity that Fnatic really has right now, and they need to fill it out in the draft, is a big frontliner, because even though one might say that Cho'Gath ban is useless, why would you ban a Cho'Gath into a Sion? You're banning frontliners, you're banning these sorts of champions that walk in to provide space for your carries, because on the other side, maybe MKOI's draft is not really, as spicy as Fnatic is, but they already take out so many checkmarks to make a good team comp.
Yeah, and we saw in game 2, Oscar had a great game on the Ornn, and it really seems to be working for Fnatic when he's able to group up with his team and create space and take all that deep vision. So I really like what you're saying around there right now. I'm looking at things like Renekton, Gnar, but it doesn't feel great to pick here. And
is there some cool top lane tank pick that they could bring out here that's like,
I mean, you could go Shen into Sion, it's a pretty good matchup, but you don't have a great Shen carrier. My eyes are on the Leona right now for Mickey, because it's like the only good engaged champion left in the game that can kind of fill that criteria for beefy boy.
I think Mickey needs to take this burden of responsibility when it comes to the front line, and it also will play into the red side advantage of having support counter pick on 5, because a lot of this power into neutralizing the Varus will come from Alvaro potentially picking on 5 here, when you get to see the fact that Mickey at least needs to pick a melee champion to make space, and even if he doesn't, then maybe, yeah, the bot lane is a little bit hard, but when it comes to team fighting later on in the game, it's a lot easier for MKOI.
And it's Nafiri for Elyoya here. We saw Razork on it yesterday, had a stellar game, and I remember Elyoya previously in Spring was also really good on this Nafiri. Has incredibly good snowballing, but does take a little bit to get going, and especially if then Fnatic can get that front line, get that CC, can make it really hard for this Nafiri.
Yeah. And the Leona pick Poppy top into Sion. It's not a great matchup into Sion, but it does fill that role that is so desperately need. Maybe she can walk up and find some of those keepers verdicts in these team fights to kind of zone out the team comp of MKOI.
If you remember, Poppy is one of Oscar's one tricks, because when he came into the league, the Poppy was his main pick. He would always find a lot of crazy plays and have the most impact on the champion. So even though it's not the greatest, it still plays into Fnatic's team
but
comp.
Be honest, is it not the worst Poppy game you've ever seen? There's no dashes.
It's fine, you don't care, you just rock up to an objective, you spin your hammer above the head, and then you just knock someone away.
Yeah, I like it, I like it.
Fnatic win.
But you know what I don't like?
Oh,
no! Why?
I mean, we're seeing this pick time and time again when people desperately want to engage, and it hasn't really found the success. Maybe Alvaro knows something we don't with this Maokai and can make it work a little bit better. He doesn't need to be main engaged because he does have that big sign to walk up together with.
I put all my cards on Fnatic and I'm doubling down. It's a Fnatic win. They got the pop in.
Get ready to dance, buddy.
Is it a Trundle top?
Wait.
It might
Wait
end up
a minute.
in the Trundle
Does it
top.
change? Does it change?
It changes a lot.
It changes a lot because all of a sudden this Trundle is a split pushing machine. You have a lot more proactivity on the top lane. You can even play for the dive. There's just so many more things that you can do.
I'm smelling a game 5.
I love this Trundle rotation flex. I think that's genius. Picking that into the side makes it so hard for Sign to find any ult. He'll constant side pressure, and it's going to be great for Fnatic.
Ah, amazing. We think we're getting the silver scrapes. Des, do you feel the same?
We're sitting here vibing because not only do we want to game 5, but because us as casters, we thrive in these moments. It's not just about these two teams that are sitting in the up echelon of our league. It's about the crowd, the environment that have gone nuts so far. Actually, both Fnatic and MKOI. Surprisingly, there's still so much support. But enough about that. Let's get into game 4. Let's see if this draft works out because MKOI, this time around, the draft ain't coming from Alvaro. The engage, rather. I feel like a lot of the drafts have been hinging on how he starts fights, and MKOI basing himself around that.
But I think it's a lot of the creativity coming through from Fnatic, right? Bringing the Trundle out, you kind of expect to go in towards the jungle. That's where we preliminary seen it over the last few weeks, and instead they end up sending towards the top side. And I think it's a fantastic switch up. The fact you get this matchup into the tank, you get to steal those stats. If you're ever left alone with the tower, you can essentially just take that turret underneath Sion's face as well.
Hang on. Minions in the arena.
Somebody get that.
Last hit them.
Holy crap. How much? It's like 25 gold right there, 23. Oh my, wait, there's more of them.
And the gold prices the way they are, you really need to get onto that.
Yeah, where the range creep? What is that wave? Yo, Lux, get out of the conga line. What is that Lux doing?
Look, I hate mid laners like this, blocking the path into the minions, trying to make sure they mess it up level 1. It's just
banned for that actually, I think. Wait,
my question is, where are the other minions, okay?
Yeah, well,
this is a long lane.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're obviously on the other side of the arena, right? So they have to meet in the middle.
Oh my God, is this just that whole segment? This is that whole early game, watching minions around early game. I mean, this is what we look at in League of Legends daily anyway. Okay, so that's happening. Welcome back. Now, while this is going on, I just can't cast this game. I just can't cast this game.
Look, already, Fnatic taking a little bit of an unfavorable trade on the bottom side, Hobie as well. So I think at the moment, it's going to be a case of Fnatic again kind of playing in the early stages to just try and sit back, relax. Like, eventually Upset will be able to just out-push Supa in this bottom side. Hobie will begin to outrange. Jojo Pion will be in a decent spot. And already it's Fnatic just trying to play full range and let Oscar and bleed that split pusher in the side lane.
Vedius, if you got anything?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I have so many thoughts.
Completely distracted. Yeah. Okay, now I feel like taking that away was important.
My first thought is Elyoya once again looking for an early gank.
Yep. And he's going to find an easy angle, isn't he? Oscar Renan has done the damage, but to find a kill here is going to be hard. The chomp onto a minion instead. He's dead. Tries to deal with the wave. First blood to the dog.
And quite frankly, that is just a very basic mistake to make. Early on, if you have an advantage and your jungler is pathing away from you, you have to be way more respectful of the enemy jungle. We've seen Elyoya do these types of clears before, clearing one half of his camps, immediately going for a level 3 gank, and he's doing the exact same thing. Now, the good news for Fnatic is Razork's able to steal away the blue buff.
Zenith Blade cleanse comes out. Arrow misses from Upset, but Mickey's quite low. Pops a pot, and Supa gets away with simply a cleanse.
Still, though, Elyoya is on this bottom side after the reset. Double longsword. They may be looking for the fight, and with Mickey somewhat low, and there's no wards, that could be it.
Look towards mid. Poby, good chain as well. Gets a combo in after the claws. Low minion help bars. We look towards the engaging bot. Cleanse comes out. There, Bradlock now shows himself onto Alvaro. He's in death's grasp, but Mickey dies first. Flash away, Upset's gonna die too. Bradlock couldn't finish the kill, and under turret, close to being a third. This early game is a disaster for Fnatic. And meanwhile, the lightning doesn't hit from afar, and Elyoya's going in deep. This back from Razork. It's going to be delayed a little bit by Razork. Takes his jungle. Oscar in, I believe, took a turret shot top. Fnatic are crumbling.
Fnatic thought that they had read Elyoya. They thought that they would be able to get the outplay, but he just decimated them. He melted through Mickey like he was paper. He turned his attention onto Upset, and Razork could do nothing but watch as Elyoya secures himself a 2-0-1 scoreline, and we're not even 5 minutes into the game.
And now you've got MKOI who are looking for the swap as well, sending their bot lane topside, which means that Oscar is already in a bit of a bad spot because he just TP'd back to the top lane.
Poby's got
We'll actually let Mirren go bot, but here we go in mid.
Elyoya just waiting for time. Poby has no mana either, and he's not going to get speared out. Lucky.
But look at the way the lanes are now set up. So Oscar has just reset. He now needs to walk all the way bot. A massive wave has just been pushed in as Razork.
I mean, Razork, he's going to put up the steadfast presence, but Alvaro follows regardless. This Maokai, we were like, how's the engage going to work? So far for MKOI, really good. Alvaro, even on the EU tree, is styling this series.
But Elyoya and Alvaro were the duo that we talked so much about in game one. And now they're working together once again, stealing away camps from Razork. And it all kind of cascades from that first play in top side. Elyoya converting that first kill into an immediate bot side gank, now just putting constant pressure onto the enemy jungle. It's Fnatic that's playing catch up as MKOI is running away with the early game.
And in the last game, it was Fnatic who were making these plays, being the aggressors, but it was MKOI who were able to turn it around. This time, it's MKOI finding success in these plays and top of the lead. Jungle and AD carry with a near 600 gold lead each. It is disastrous in this early game.
Now, I would be remiss not to mention Game 4, the last time that these two teams met. A Kiana in the hands of Elyoya was decimating the early game in MKOI's favor. But as the game went on, Fnatic continued to find good fights and scaled their way back, bringing us to a Game 5. I'm not going to count Fnatic out just yet because I do like what their composition brings to the table. The scaling on this way, the fact that Oscar in the side lane is going to be very difficult for this Sion to deal with.
But decimating smash and ulti melee range, Merlin! He doesn't even try for that solo kill.
But this was the moment where it's supposed to start to turn. You hit the level 6 and you can find the play. But Oscar hits 6, doesn't hit the orb button, and Mirren slaps him with the hammer and ends up taking that kill.
This would be a scream FF, I'm just saying it now. Like, this game is so dominant early. And guys, you know, I feel like MKOI just have fate on their side. In series, it just seems like in front of their home crowd, this team levels up.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in the year, we had the road trip to Madrid. In this matchup, we had that incredibly epic Game 3, the fabled Lichbane not being bought by Humanoid as he's at the Nexus. And it could have gone Fnatic's way, but KOI end up clutching up the series. MKOI lead the series with match point, and now with a 2k gold lead, 7.5 minutes in.
Oh, engage, a pinch. Mickey's coming in as well. Steadfast presence, true shot barrage. Alvaro, though, does so much work. Mickey kites away. There's going to be a realm war for Jojo to get his support out, and only him. Everyone up around Grubs, 20 seconds, and a lot was just burnt.
Jojo still has no flash, and Fnatic still hovering around this mid. The ward will spot out that Mickey's in the area.
Dude, Oscar's doing no damage to this Sion. Mirwin is just chilling. This is like the dream Sion game, where you just get the farm and get free grass stacks.
I mean, an early Bramblevest is doing some serious work.
Wait.
Mirwin, his ultimate still on cooldown.
Thank you, Betty. I couldn't see from here, and I was a bit worried it was going to happen again.
I mean, if he just hits him with a minion...
Or a decimating smash.
Yeah,
he could be dead.
This matchup not going the way that Oscar envisioned, I imagine.
or a lot of people, I guess.
Well, kind of the matchups across the board not really going their way, right? The only one who seems to be working is Poby, who is getting some good work done with Supa now.
Trouble waiting again for the poke to come out. The flash from Mickey behind his support. Beautiful flash. Mickey clutched at being the body in the way, and Supa came close to averting expectations. The spike comes in meanwhile. The fight continues over at the Grubs, and Razork has done good work. It was actually MKOI to get the grubs in the end, but Razork's bought time. The ulti out, avoided by Elyoya. Now a fresh target. Mickey with the Zenith Blade. One goes down, and Alvaro. A trade as Elyoya gets over the wall. He then reignites onto Mickey with his ulti. Dodges the hail of arrows. One Dark and Dagger out. A second, and almost gets the trade. But then Jojo fixes the deal. A double kill over as Poby runs his way out, and Grubs will stay standing after the fight goes awry.
MKOI expected upset to reset because of how low he'd gone, but doesn't actually back off. It means he can come into the fight a little bit later and help out his team in securing at least something back for themselves in that regard. But MKOI still pushing and fighting back.
My goodness. Remember that this play sort of started with Upset and Super going toe-to-toe in the top lane. Super came crazy close to getting that kill back onto Upset. But then, as you highlighted, Mickey being the bodyguard helps his AD carry get out of that sticky situation. Grub's still alive, one secured by Koi, of course, but that objective's still a point of contention for both these teams, with the Dragon poised and ready to be taken as well. A very tense affair we find ourselves in. What felt like a stranglehold from Koi quickly loosens his... Let's look back at this 1v2.
Yeah, you can see Super, great timing on the cleanse here to keep his auto attacks up, but just not quite able to get the damage as Mickey's able to body block one of the Mystic shots, and then Razor goes in, gets the spite, I believe, on towards the Void Grub. But here, like, Poby gets so much work done. Gets the flee onto Alvaro, then sets up for the ult, which actually spreads on towards Elyoya and does a lot of work. But because Upset doesn't reset on that top side, he's able to come in onto this play and work with Mickey then to finish off Elyoya alongside Poby. It could have been a lot more dire if Upset hadn't come to play.
Glad you brought up Poby. Shut down for his Hui as well. The Hui that we seldom see. I mean, it's only been seen once before, and with these changes that have come through, it does feel like Poby's a good study case for here today.
Important to remember that Jojo got a double kill off the back of that as well. So both mid laners kind of being set up as the carries here in game 4. Of course, when you look at the scoreboard at the bottom of your screen, it's Elyoya that's kind of stealing the show, given how effective his early game has been. And
spiraling despair from Warp. Hang on, Jojo, he's out. He's gone.
A solo kill for Poby. As we were just discussing, the two mid laners, Poby gets the better of him, finds the outplay, and just builds himself his own lead.
And it may not have netted himself that big CS lead or, you know, some of that experience lead, but he has been getting the better of Jojo in these trades all game long. And finally, we see Poby now picking off Jojo, getting some much needed life back into Fnatic. As Oscar in looking for some trades, but again, definitely not getting the better of them.
He's better now. At least lifesteal is giving him a little bit more to hold on to. As when you're right, just no damage being inflicted.
The thing is, though, for Fnatic, if Poby can get a lead, that immediately just becomes a win condition.
Yep.
Fnatic want to play at range. They want to try and force MKOI to run into them, where you can have Oscar in and steal away all these resistances from Mirwin, make him very squishy, and it's difficult for Alvaro and Mirwin to try and provide those engage tools because they have to try and go for these long-range run-in plays to make it work, and you're running into all this free fire from Fnatic and all this CC as well. So if Fnatic can play through them, that could be it.
Severing Bolt doesn't connect. The Fear doesn't either. So a bit of a whiff. Mickey does launch an ulti, and meanwhile Elyoya is getting Dragon. So for MKOI, this is a good position. Despite them losing out of the solo kill. Oscar, nice interrupt. Mirwin gets the ulti though, and in melee range, Oscar's still in trouble. Decimating Smash dodged away, but here comes the dive. Elyoya's going to send it in. The Neferi forces a flash, and that might be enough. Mirwin's able to tank up and get out alive as well as Poppy. Keep his verdict. Sets up something for top lane. Fnatic have a chance. Good Fear. Jojo the target again, but Razork was rooted and disrupted. That dive looked bogus in the end.
Poby choosing to do the QE rather than just the QQ, or even just getting out the lightning bolt.
The QW, the severing bolt.
I felt like there was so much more damage that he had access to, and I mean, Jojo did exactly what he needed to. He rooted Razork underneath the tower, made it easy for him to get away. There was no point in Razork even flashing because he wouldn't have gotten out of the tower's range in time. Questionable place there by Poby as Jojo just gets something back, and just like that, Koi find themselves with the same gold lead that they had earlier.
Jojo's got 3 kills. We're complimenting the 2 before, even after the solo kill. Jojo, he's up in gold, and still, look, it's it's the effects of this early game that for Movistar KOI went so well, bounced back a little bit for Fnatic, but these leads still have impact. And I see 500 towards bot, I see 680, 700 in jungle for an Nefiri. Oscar's getting some gold back now, but as Meowin clears the wave, it's simply going to be that. One turret shot's going to lead into something else with Grasp as well. Meowin doesn't have the ulti available. Meowin is just going to know that Oscar, as he takes the wave, could be in trouble if another decimating smash is there, but the pillar's in the way. At least running away this time, and with Ravenous, he's okay.
And that's what we'll eventually see this just turn into, right? Is that Meowin doesn't have the damage to get through him, and Oscar can just take these towers in front of his face. You saw how quickly he got through one of those plates, and then with the Demolish took a second. And even though Oscar Rinnan is behind quite substantially, he's still going to be a major threat on these side lanes, and I think that's where MKOI need to find a way to set Jojo up against Oscar Rinnan, because maybe you have something then.
He had flash, didn't get away. Spiraling Despair as well, the combination. Jojo close to dying again, but once more he is the ruse. Razork going to bring in the Keeper's Verdict, gets Doldy, but with a block, Razork says no to the dog. Elyoya would have killed Mickey, and luckily Razork was there to save the play.
Beautiful interrupt from Razork. You can see the value of the Poppy as Poby's forced to flash away from the ulti of Meowin. That's 4 members on the top side as both AD carries meet in mid. Now Oscar on the bot side of the map. This is the very scary thing about Meowin TPing away.
In trouble, waiting for that W once again. Elyoya can't dive in. As you said, Oscar's getting time with the turret, so a plus for Fnatic. But there is a Herald up in this top lane. MKOI have control, thanks to the Scion, thanks to what mid's going to become with Super getting the wave clear and able to step up with his jungle nearby. I thought it would be started. In fact, it's Razork that starts it instead. Elyoya is going towards bot.
I mean, I think that the fact that KOI committed so many members, Oscar, I think he's going to die.
He is just going to run in, subjugate into Jojo. Good damage here, running out of mana, but Chop doesn't cost much. Now going to take on Elyoya, but it's just a little bit too far. A close call. Jojo kill number 4, and Herald going to be taken for Razork in the meantime.
So that brief interaction is a great demonstration of how scary this Trundle can be. His dueling ability is something that you can't really afford to trifle with. And if he had been level 11, having that second point in his ultimate, I wonder how different that could have been. He had to use his W earlier as well, making it easier for him to get kited. But it's just a great example of what Dagda was saying earlier. On the side lane, Oscar, he's definitely not down and out of this game just yet. The Merc Treads pick up for him as well. A big purchase, especially into this rise.
I think it's also, as you say, like, the second you leave Meowin out of that lane, it just really goes sideways. So I think this is where, again, as we start to see a minute until this next dragon, how do MKOI try and get Meowin out of this top side? And this is why I was talking about Jojo needs to be the one to face up against Oscar Rinnan. At least he can join in a lot of these fights late. He's actually the one with the TP as well. And I think if MKOI don't have that frontliner, you don't have someone that really wants to set up for Elyoya or be the one to face check a lot of these areas.
40 seconds till Dragon. It's going to become real important right about now. Solar Flare thrown out on a whim again, but this time it gets a flash from Alvaro. Remember, again, we talked about the engage. Comes from Sion, comes from Maokai. There are combos for MKOI. It seems easier than Fnatic's last game draft, but Fnatic have the easier tools this time around. And while they don't have the gold lead, it does feel like harder for MKOI to face check, especially with that flash gone, with some abilities down like the Realm Warp. Let's see how the approach looks here, as in 15 seconds, that Dragon's up.
Yeah, Fnatic want to try and play this very slowly. Every step that MKOI take to try and get into River, hit them with some spells, hit them with the arrows, try and force them back, make them work for every inch that they manage to take. But it'll be Rift Herald first, just to plunk down in the mid.
Recharge, okay. 1300 the lead. Herald gets angry, but Shelly goes bye-bye. Now, Elyoya moving into position. Mickey Zenith Blade just out of range. A W just in case from Elyoya as the pack mates increase.
The game is becoming more tense. Oh, that's a TP.
They are committing. They're saying, forget the Drake. Let's go kill Oscar Rinnan again. This is just like the Yorick game. Kill him once, kill him twice, kill him a third time. Hell, let's make it 4. Oscar Rinnan must die.
They're doing everything in their power to limit his impact in the game. As gold continues to be invested into Meowin, a top tower is going to be secured for MKOI as well. They know they don't need to contest this dragon. It's a small victory for Fnatic. As KOI continues to run the reins on this game, an objective will fall in their favor as Jojo continues to get stronger. 5-1-0 now, the MKOI mid lane.
Jojo's terrifying. He is a big old rise, and Mickey trying to see if he can on to him, but...
Well played dodge. Jojo, fancy feet. This guy, obviously been watching a bit of MJ before the show, is again steps away. Look, man, I know, I've seen bad as well, and Jojo, he's playing damn good with it. Mickey gets poked out. MKOI get full control of topside after that turret falls with it.
MKOI now getting control over mid as well, and that's really the important part here. Realm Warp available for Jojo if they really want to overextend on towards mid. Razork shifting over to cover upset underneath this tower and make sure that he can actually farm successfully.
Anakan going to be spawning in 45 seconds, but I don't think either team is immediately going to want to try and force that one down. This mid tower should be the focus for KOI as they continue to play through their side lanes. It's kind of been the story of the series for Jojo specifically, in how he has been controlling those sides and just keeping pressure up. Farm in a very good spot. The Rod of Ages continuing to stack up, and Fnatic thinking about what options they can go for. That top tower, there's possibilities for a play, but KOI setting up this deep vision makes it that much harder for them. So really, Fnatic need to reclaim control their side of the map. They need to clear out what vision they can. Instead, Mickey's just going super deep, and he's fishing for Jojo.
Just sending it again. That's why Mickey on engage looks a lot better. Exhaust out there, the play, not match. Shield of Daybreak for the flash, but there's no follow-up. Mickey goes deep, gets nothing.
He flash queued, didn't ult, and then left?
I think they're a bit worried about the collapse from MKOI, but Alvaro has no hope.
Okay, well, he lost his flash before, so this one's a lot better, gents. Fnatic get a kill finally after Mickey's been trying his damn hardest. Razork was here before, that was not a good look. Jojo, he's just attracted, he's rage baiting.
Fnatic still aren't sure what they want to do though. Is it a dive or is it go towards the Anakan? They're trying to cover on mid as well. And now maybe they turn towards it, but they're not actually able to get much on the top.
It's a scary thing to start.
Subjugate. Oh, Mirwin squishes.
Oh, here we go.
Finally, we might actually see a 1v1 go right by Oscar in, and Mirwin won it before, but with Subjugate down, so much trouble. Mirwin has to ulti out. It can't be covered by Oscar. He had no flash.
2 levels down, 0-4. Oscar just confirmed, okay, I win now.
Be Trundle.
Yeah, he is just going to shred through those resistances. The ultimate does so much work for the man in the top lane. And Oscar now regains control over the side lane. That doesn't diminish what Mirwin will bring to the team fights, but in that 1v1, Mirwin has to be a lot more careful.
But you can see that Trundle ultimate almost halfway off cooldown as well, so it's such a short cooldown, you can just continue to do this, get the pressure, but upset.
He's deep. And Super has everything. Chains Corruption has to be used. Mickey here to cover as well. Oh, Yoya had ulti, and if Upset didn't, he would die.
Ulti used from Upset. I was concerned it wouldn't be available for the Dragon, but still a minute 45 away. Artican hasn't really been the focus for either side as that top wave continues to be pushed in. We're seeing Fnatic continue to play around this side of the map just because it's the easiest objective to play for right now, threatening those dives onto Jojo, but he's weathered that storm beautifully. The tower's still relatively healthy, and MKOI's still in a comfortable spot.
I did think at this stage, though, with the Dragon in a minute 20, they would swap Oscar into this top side and be like, okay, we want you to look for that tower as we look for the trade, but I think they're still scared of MKOI potentially rushing down the Anakan if they overinvest on towards this bottom side. So Fnatic kind of stuck on how to get the value out of this Trundle right now.
I think also something you mentioned earlier was how MKOI want Jojo into Oscar, and it's something that Fnatic deliberately want to avoid. So as long as they keep their eyes out of that Trundle lane, Oscar will continue to come back into the game. But here we are, objective started, TP available for Oscar.
They don't do this quick though, Betty.
No, they don't.
They really don't. Upset his lethality. Poby is cycle-based.
That's what they wanted though. They wanted that TP from Mirwin. So now it gets easier to start to play at the map. They can easily look to escape. MKOI weren't really in a position, and Oscar had already started walking towards his top side. Mirwin looking to keep it leashed for the moment. I think he'll drop that in a second. But now they've got ways to play on both sides with Oscar Rinnan's TP.
It's going to be a Fnatic rush against Fnatic. The irony would be there. Razork not going to willing to face check. No one stepping out into River. Alvaro probably affirms suspicions with the sapling thrown out. MKOI still here, clearing vision now. In River there is a little bit more. Mirwin spotted out first, and Jojo's getting pushed in top. 5 members of MKOI are in this top lane with Realm Warp. Razork, that's mega ambitious, but He kites around, he really wants his Grom, but he will not be disappointed.
MKOI are going to start up this Atakan. They need to try and get Trundle out of the spot side. He will rip through structures.
He will.
He does not need an awful lot of time. It's JoJo's reset. Great interrupt from Povey to buy Oscar in the time he needs.
Okay, again, and the poke from Povey to add in as well. Atakan is going to debuff MKOI. Teleport from Oscarinen. 1-for-1 for the TPs now eventually with this objective, but they're hitting it away. Keeps Verdict. Beautiful. Doesn't hold Atakan. Solar Flare onto JoJo and top. Zenith Blade as well. The pinch together from Povey. The range fantastic. The Maokai ulti, not too much done. The pillar forces the flash. And meanwhile, Fnatic are healthy. Upset kills Alvaro. Treebeard is down at 3k, 2k. Elyoya getting sent away. No steal. And the yoink from Fnatic was freaking damn clean. Pillar out again. Decimating smash. Razork. Sneaky, sneaky. He's not going to get caught out.
JoJo is sneaky. Look at the mid lane. JoJo is just pushing through, looking for the tower. So keeping the pressure up. Fnatic needs to back away, and MKOI don't want to let them.
Razork in the end, not acquired. Mickey's low, baiting in. Razork getting hit away against the wall. Steadfast presence. Elyoya flushes out. Look at the blinking health bars. Super wants to kill, but he has no true shot barrage. Upset loses himself the shield. As you said, JoJo's going to get a turret out of it, but Atakan for Fnatic is still a breath of fresh air.
My goodness, a crazy sequence from both sides as Fnatic, with great coordination, navigate their way through a complex Atakan fight. Koi is forced to scatter as the Trundle arrives and creates chaos in the midst of the pit.
Yeah.
A beautiful ultimate is going to start this one off from Razork, connecting onto two, and already Koi is in an awkward spot. Alvaro throws out an early ultimate to try and protect his mid and top, but Elyoya joins the fight far too late. The ultimate isn't going to connect from Upset. Elyoya can't really contribute much to the fight, and Alvaro falls, forcing Koi to retreat. But JoJo does so much work on the map following this fight, turning his attention towards the mid tower, putting pressure down onto the dragon, and they even secured that objective as well. Koi still hold on to the gold lead for now.
And it's really well played from Fnatic to play around Oscarinen, but great headspace from JoJo to realize this fight is done. I need to make value elsewhere. And you can see in that fight as well, if Oscarinen presses Aura Mirwin does not survive. And that is basically what Fnatic are looking for, as a lot of members of MKOI here. But sheer aura from Oscarinen sends them away.
Everyone's converging top because Baron's now up. And this game feels like it's on a whim. This one is very close. There's a lot of stats now for Fnatic, thanks to Atakan. Also note, Hullbreaker picked up for Oscar, and when we're talking about his side laning, left alone for a while with his TP up, that's dangerous. As Alvaro, speaking of danger, presents himself next to a wall, waiting for the pillar. He will not escape. Realm Warp in vain. Upset picks up the kill, and Fnatic have numbers.
They're trying to keep it going. Elyoya going to try and redirect himself to the bot side with the rest of his squad, and JoJo flanks.
Mirwin thinking about an ulti, TP's in at 8k, half the HP, disengage, Razork misses, Mirwin pops an ulti beautifully, Dennis played in, Mickey flashes over the wall, it's chaos, JoJo playing on it as well, he's spreading to everyone, Fnatic are throwing round Baron, Fnatic are throwing round Baron, it's 3k, it's leash, it's free, and Fnatic just lost their chances at game 5 around the freaking Baron.
MKOI disassemble Fnatic around the Baron. Razork's ultimate was made nullified thanks to Mirwin's ulti. And even with a man down, Alvaro getting picked off is what incentivizes Fnatic to start this objective. The TP comes through, but Koi are attacking on multiple fronts. JoJo chipping away at the HP bars. Beautiful use of the ulti from Mirwin. Mickey goes in, is disconnected from the rest of the team, and Fnatic are trapped within the pit, allowing for JoJo, Super, and Elyoya to wreak havoc.
Fnatic's pick was good, but JoJo was better. Finding all of the players he needed to in the back, getting as much of that AoE damage off as he could, and just with that, MKOI might have found themselves a ticket to finals.
The MR debuff gave that guy, while only 3k, some significant damage. Standing behind the Baron, Super not to be missed as well, 8,500. This Baron sieges everything, and Fnatic have to find a miracle to recover what was lost. A beautiful fight from Movistar Koi. Once again in their home arena, it just feels like They seem to be inevitable again.
Boy, I was worried because they had such a good early game, but things were starting to slip. It felt like Fnatic were finding good fights with the comp that they've drafted. But just like that, they cement themselves, and so much credit needs to be given to this man in the mid lane. Super right alongside him, dishing out the damage that his team needs.
Caught out though, Solar Flare. It's a pick. It's a pick. And Jojo taking a while to die though. That means Spiraling Spear doesn't do the damage. It's just what Movistar KOI want. They've snapped on him. Jojo's out. Chains miss. And Mirwin is unkillable again. Super goes over the wall. Maybe too far, but who's going to punish him? Fnatic's base is burning again.
Jojo will not die, and it feels like MKOI will not lose in Madrid as they step forward once more into the base of Fnatic.
11,000 gold, Baron minions in, 2 inhibitors about to be falling. Razork has a target on Elyoya, but Fnatic need to pick, not choose. MKOI have 3 top, 1 in bot. All the base keeps rolling. The longer Fnatic are in with indecision, the worse it's going to get. Upset has a shield. That saves his life from the decimating smash, but triple inhibitor. True shot barrage. Toby doesn't get hit. He doesn't do too much, but the wave clear needed desperately. Upset by himself. Runs into Mirwin, gives him a free smash into the dirt. Mirwin proved this series who the real boss is. But Solar Flare comes through, and Movistar KOI can work their magic on the turret. The Kings of Madrid will not be usurped. They have a date with G2 in the final once again. Our spring champion had the buff in España. Vámonos as once again. G2 be wary. KOI are coming.
KOI will relish in the crowd of Madrid. The hometown heroes will close the series out 3-1. Fnatic showed a lot here in Madrid. They showed the potential and what they're capable of. And while their journey will end here in the LEC, we will still see them again at this year's World Championship alongside KOI, who's eyeing up G2 in the final.
A match that they were able to take in spring, and a match that they will relish the chance to do so once again. MKOI stand in front of the trophy and hope that tomorrow they can lift it once more.
The hometown heroes have the crowd behind them. When they're in their home crowd, the level up is insane. And I feel like the workings, the inner workings of Movistar KOI, from their time off, from their loss against G2 in the upper bracket, has been exceptional.
But for those 5 men of Fnatic on the stage, they should be proud of what they have managed to achieve. So many people doubted them. So many people didn't even think they'd make it to here or Worlds. But up against MKOI, they did push them. And it'll be a pleasure to see what they can achieve when they hit that international stage.
You can vote for your Kia player of the series. Mirwin, Elyoya, or Super. Those are your options, and I feel like it's Mirwin, isn't it, bro?
It's funny because my instinct is actually leaning towards Jojo. I mean, many of the players had fantastic performances. Elyoya is most likely the player when you think about his impact throughout the series, but I really do want to give a shout out to that man in the mid lane. I thought he was really stand out. He really did what he needed to, I feel like, in the majority of his games. And but yeah, I mean, fantastic performance all around. The MKOI players really did step up today. Game 2, Fnatic did get the better of them, but I'm excited to see what this version of KOI will bring against G2 tomorrow.
And I think it's a joy to see the engine of MKOI in full operation again.
Yeah.
Elyoya and Alvaro were so pivotal today. When you look back at game number 3, as Fnatic were throwing everything on the kitchen sink to see if they could get something. It was Alvaro's hooks on the Nautilus. It was Elyoya controlling the early game. It denied Fnatic that success they found yesterday.
The difference was that Fnatic couldn't get away with the early games. They got punished, and they got punished by those legends on stage. Vamos.
Thank you, guys. We're here with Elyoya and Super. They're going to the final, so please Madrid. Ruido para vuestros campeones de hoy. Javier, tengo una pregunta. Hace años, cuando estabas jugando con Supa en la bruma, ¿tú te imaginabas estar aquí en lo alto de esta montaña con él algún día?
Siempre bromeábamos con ello, pero en el fondo de nuestra cabeza somos... Queríamos, creo que en el momento no éramos conscientes ninguno de los dos, yo no me lo creía. Obviamente siempre he tenido mis objetivos, pero la verdad que es un sueño poder compartir a día de hoy equipo con quien lo comparto y jugar delante de toda esta gente.
Some years ago when he was competing in the amateur circuit with Supa, if they could ever make it to the top of this mountain, and he just told me that they joked about it, but they were never really conscious of this moment really happening, that he was really lucky to share team with his teammates.
And you hear them cheer for you right now, Supa. These moments, you have earned it. You've always been so eager to prove yourself. Your ambitions have always been immense. What does it mean to you to be crowned with this success tonight and get to play a second final in front of your crowd in your home country in Madrid?
I mean, when we play in front of our fans with our crowd, you know, we can never lose.
Está traducido al español. Dice que delante de su audiencia es imposible, ¿no? que pierdan. Yo te voy a preguntar, Supa, puedes responder en español, yo me encargo de traducir después. Hay mucha gente que ha bromeado con esta cita tuya, pero ¿eres el mejor AD Carry de la LEC?
A ver, creo que estoy trabajando mucho mejor este año, pero mañana se va a decidir.
Bastante humilde la respuesta. I just ask him because a lot of people have joked about this quote for him, so I just gladly ask him if he is the best ADC in the LEC. And he told me, just quite humbly, honestly, that he's working on it and he works towards it. Let's see tomorrow.
And it's always been about putting in the work for MKOI and especially for you, Elioya. When we talked about this in Madrid, about all your success that you had over the years, you always were humble. You always were telling me how hard you've been working all those years. Tomorrow you're gonna have the chance not only to play in front of your crowd, but to defend your title against G2 here in Madrid. Today you had the confidence. What is tomorrow gonna be about?
Tomorrow for us, we know it's going to be harder than today, but this is what we like at the end, like playing in front of everyone when they make it hard, when we go to game 5, when the match is really tough. So I think tomorrow is going to be such an intense, as I said, like a battle, but I know we're going to defend the title here in our home crowd.
I think people understood it perfectly, but Elioya dice que mañana volverá a pasar lo de primavera, que mañana aquí defenderán el título. Supa, venís de recibir la derrota contra G2 en la parte alta del bracket. ¿Qué cambia con respecto a mañana? ¿Va a ser el poder de toda esta grada apoyándoos lo que os dé esa ventaja contra G2?
A ver, sin sonar muy feo,
Puede sonar feo si quieres.
yo llevo diciéndolo mucho tiempo. Solo quiero recrear el mismo final que en Spring, porque nos dio muy buena suerte y hasta ahora mismo seguimos el mismo recorrido. Entonces, nos dejamos ganar contra G2 para mañana estompearles.
And what's going to be different tomorrow, if it's going to be this amazing crowd cheering for them. And he told me that it may sound weird, it may sound bad, that they are just recreating the same pathing that they did in spring. Their result was good, so they are doing it. They just let them lose against G2 to win against them tomorrow.
Do you guys have a message for G2 tomorrow, both of you? Elioya first, El Capitán.
G2, you still haven't experienced yet. Last time you played in Madrid didn't go too well. Tomorrow is going to be much more intense. I know the people are going to make this crowd our crowd, and you will see what playing into Movistar KOI in his home it is.
Que yo ya le recuerdo a G2 que la última vez que estuvieron en Madrid no les fue muy bien, que mañana va a ser literalmente lo mismo.
Voy a... en Spanish. Voy a recordar la G2, que pueden fichar a Hansama, pueden fichar a Caliste, igual que quieran, pero nunca me van a volver a ganar porque somos el mejor equipo de Europa.
So we're from Supa to you too. You can sign up Hansama, you can sign up Caliste, you can sign up whoever you want, but you're never winning against me because we are the best team in Europe. That's what it is.
Julia, closing thoughts. Algunas palabras que te gustaría compartir con tus fans aquí en Madrid.
I mean, for sure. I would like to thank every one of you, everyone that is in home watching us, the co-streamers, every streamer that is a part of this community. At the end, I believe the Spanish community is the best community that there is. I think our home crowd is the best crowd that there is. And you guys proved it today. I know you will prove it tomorrow. So thank you so much for making us dream, and we will keep delivering as much as we can.
Gracias a los fans. Son la mejor emoción, son la mejor grada. Son los mejores fans de Europa. Que gracias por estar ahí con ellos, animándoles desde el principio.
Supa, do you want to share some thoughts as well?
Quiero que mañana estemos al 200% porque cuando vosotros estáis, no hay ninguna manera de que nos ganen.
He wants them to be in the crowd tomorrow at 200% because when they are there, they cannot fail.
They cannot fail and they will defend their title tomorrow. Supa and Yola, gracias por la entrevista. Noah, thank you so much for
Thank you, Laura.
being me. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. Madrid, one more time for MKOI.
What a moment. Exceptional work from Noah and Laure, and of course from Movistar KOI as well. We're here in PGL with Mirwin and with Jojo Pyun. Welcome, you two. You were discussing if the statements had aura, right? So which statement had the most aura?
Yeah, I mean, Yo-Yo is making like the confidence boost to the team or to the crowd and trying to hype up the crowd. I respect it. I think still it could have been a bit better. You know, we can't be perfectionists. We have to keep pushing each other. So I'll probably give him some better talks after this.
Yeah.
I would say for me, Jojo 1 was a 9. Like the first one was, I mean, pretty close to a 10. It was a 9.5. Supa was a bit, can be improved a lot, but it was still good.
It was good. Well, if you win the final tomorrow, you can all say something, so that would work as well. Congratulations. How difficult was this series, Mirwin? How difficult or not was the matchup versus Oscar, he was a god after yesterday, man.
I mean, I was seeing pretty hyped up. I just had to bring him back to reality. And it's what I did. He's my son. He will never stop being it. And I just proved today.
You agree, Odo?
That is crazy.
I agree. I mean, there was clearly a daddy today, and it was Mirwin because yeah, he was an unruly son today. Because after what you did,
look at this.
But the thing is, so okay, you need to walk me through this. You wanted to ult to get out, but you stayed in. So is it a misplay?
It was planned, no?
No, actually, I wanted to fight. I mean,
you wanted to fight.
I was scared that I was going to ult Yorick instead of Shinzo, but I really wanted the 1v2, yeah.
Ah.
Or at least a 1-for-1. Yeah.
Yeah, but now you made it more dramatic.
Oh my God, Miri.
This is crazy.
Surely there's a pop-up after.
I have to pray. The champ is pretty fucking broken.
this is what your top laner is doing while you're playing.
I mean, I saw him stand up in the corner of my eye.
Oh, you did get a little hug for your son at least.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to cry himself to sleep.
You know, you have to teach him a lesson, but you still love him.
Yeah, I like that. Mirwin, you're also our Kia Player of the Series. Congratulations.
Oh.
So, boom, boom, pow. Yeah, Jojo, how was the series for you? We saw it was interesting. Like in some games, you had to kind of more follow up, and some you could take the forefront. How was it for you?
I think Poby actually played very well today. I was impressed. I was a bit caught off guard because usually, at least in LEC, I don't focus too much on the lane. I just try getting by and focus on my objectives. But I think Poby really played well in lane today, so it caught me off guard. So I had to kind of adjust my game plan into the next games on focusing on my matchups more. So I think he played very well.
I wanted to follow up a little bit because you did an interview talking about the energy of the crowd in general. Was it something that they expected? Was it everything you expected? Was it even more playing here in Madrid in front of, your home crowd?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's what I expected. I expected it to be very loud and very... lots of passion, lots of cheering, same thing as last time. So I had very high expectations for the crowd and it delivered. So yeah, I met my expectations.
Can you say something about going on this adventure with all these Spanish people basically, right? In your team and in your coaching staff and all of the fans, because you're kind of just being adopted. You're being swept up by them. How has that been like?
Yeah, I mean, we have a joke now, but I don't think I can say it on stream, but what I am. But I mean, I think adapting to the Spanish team and Spanish culture has been really great. I think they're very talkative, they're very friendly, and that's the type of person I am too. So I think it was very easy to just fit in, and I feel at home.
Okay, Miriam, I wanted to ask you because we interviewed your mom, and I think you saw it on screen as you walked back in. What was that like?
I mean, I was pretty happy because I know she likes like having interviews. It makes her entertained. So like. She can do whatever she wants.
She loves clouds? Is that it?
Yeah, she does. Like, that's what she does, So
like mother, like son, eh? That's great.
W mom.
W. Also, they did a bet, Finn and Jack did a bet, and basically Jack predicted Fnatic to win, so he lost. So he has to do the Macarena tomorrow on stage. So if you see that at some point, yeah. No faith in you, Jack.
Why does Jack always vote against me? He always does it.
I don't know.
I hope it's some type of curse,
It's supposed to be like a counter curse.
I think he's a hater of you.
I love Jack. But he just hates me apparently now.
It's like a counter curse thing.
I mean, he just really wanted to dance. Maybe he's just like adopting the Spanish culture. He wants to show you his dance moves in the middle of the game. I mean, I don't really know when he's going to dance, but...
Pre-show.
Oh.
When they're setting up, probably.
I will see it.
Yeah, I will see it for sure.
Are you going to join him?
No.
You have to join them, Miriam.
No, you can if you want.
You're such a good dancer.
No, Jojo, you said that you got the content into the Spanish culture. You have to join.
I'm not a good dancer.
Oh! No light?
Oh, here we go.
I don't know.
And we're back, probably.
I guess we can talk like this. Oh, we are back. Oh,
hello.
Yogi's to hear us. It's a podcast. It's a...
I mean, this repeat gank is going to hurt. As I said, Upset has absolutely nothing to jump in. And a satchel charge. Upset about to die again. Super gets the kill this time. Nicky's up for a kill as well, and they give the second one to the Legend AD carry.
Maybe he stepped too far. He's forced to flash away.
Jojo manages though, sends the rock out. Man is getting low side, then shoving Bobby's down.
Hold. My son.
Running for his life. It's 2 versus 1 to 1. I think Ilyo can win this. Jumping in.
Come behind. I'm killing the Rel. Rel is dead. Look at the Jong too. He's dead too, I think.
I tried tank.
Nice, boys.
I eat now, even.
Yeah.
Nice.
I give you. Look at Corki. He's trolling.
I'm out of.
No flash, no flash. He's dead. I give you a burn. Yeah. Fight now, Bobby. Look. Okay, didn't work. But I have GA. He's feared. Anyone? He's feared. Go to guy.
Let's go.
Hey.
Razor takes a 1v2 as he now discovers Audacious Charge. It won't matter. Dreadflight and Super yoinks with electricity from afar.
Kill him. Bro, Ciro, hey, one.
And
Spiraling despair. Hang on. Jojo, he's out. He's gone.
A solo kill for Bobby.
Bro, if I had ultimate,
What can I say?
Kill him. I think.
What can I say?
Go.
Nice.